Radio. The laundry can wait. There's still plenty of clean underwear.
For you Swedish people, that's visa röster.
Slay Radio. You're not sleepy. You want to stay up and listen to more remixes.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. Just in the nick of time again.
Yes. Day 2, CRX 2022.
It's you know, that's the thing with live streaming, Jim. It's you know, we're used to kind of record it and then kind of put it out. You can make some tweaks. Here it's all live. Everybody gets to see what's going on in the kitchen. So that's awesome.
Yeah, well, good morning to you, Yuri.
Good morning to you. How much sleep did you actually have? Because I know when we logged off last night, it was not nighttime for you yet.
Oh, no, I went to bed at, well, I think I logged off the Discord at 3 something this morning.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah.
So that's, well, that's not too bad.
Not too bad.
Too bad. Not
I got 4.5 hours sleep or so, so it wasn't bad.
Exactly. And we have an actual break today as well. As a matter of fact, maybe we should take a peek at the schedule.
Yeah, let's see if I can share this up real quick. Basics.
I'm gonna make sure that I'm on the right day here today. For everybody that just woke up, with this, we count this whole show as PST time zone. It's Saturday here in the US. So if you're gonna look at the schedule, that's where you want to be.
So yeah, here we are. I got it shared right now. So this is the the pre-show we just saw with Slay Radio, and shout out to Slay Radio. We really appreciate them allowing us to rock their radio station. So if you're interested in some retro music, that's amazing all the time. It's slayradio.org. Also, thanks to our buddy Rodolfo Fernandez for the little intros we have every day. That's coming up. That's kind of cool. And so, yeah, well, show us here, Yuri, what we got going on here.
That's so what we got today. It's a pretty packed day, yeah. So we're gonna have Mike up, Bitfixer, as most of them will know him. After some last minute repairs, I think he got everything sorted for his new Bitfixer products. For those people that own pets or any of the Commodore equipment, you don't want to miss this. The products that he makes is not just technically very interesting, but just what they do. He's got a very creative mind. Very, very much looking forward to it. I'm
Absolutely.
a little bit afraid that he may get some orders in to quantities that he hadn't kind of counted on. So hopefully he'll have some free time in the next few months.
Good news, bad news.
Exactly. And then after that, we'll have Kris Sekula. I'm very excited to have Kris in here. Kris has created a few years ago a product that is super useful for those that do any hardware repair on any type of retro computer. He's made an EPROM emulator. So let's say, and I think that's what he's going to demonstrate. Let's say you're developing a cartridge, you're trying to put code in that rather than burning an EPROM or an EEPROM every single time. He actually made a device where via software you can send the content in and it emulates the EPROM that you're using. Quickly make edits, do a reset pulse on it, and get going again. Super excited about that. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah, well, I wish we'd have had that 30 years ago.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be handy? It's a very, very, very excited about that. And then we got Gideon. Gideon is coming back this year. I don't know how I got him lured into it again this year. He just pinged me and he said, can I just confirm there's nothing I need to prepare? I cannot tell you how delighted I am when someone tells me that, because that means that it's ask me anything. It's kind of true Reddit style. So don't miss out on that. It's going to be very, very cool to see him again. Ultimate 64, all of the products, some redesigns. We'll try and cover it all. Also, if you've got questions for these speakers, start putting them in the Discord as well. We want to make sure that we get your questions that you may have as well. Just type them in there. We'll make sure that we mix them in the interviews. How about then next, Jim,
so,
you've brought us some special treats this year.
Yeah, so we discussed last year what the theme for CRX would be for this year. And we kind of all wanted to have something related to disk copying, the copy programs and the companies involved with it. And so I reached out to a couple of guys that I knew from back in the day, literally, so see up at 2 o'clock our time is Kenneth Hurley. And so Ken actually worked with me. I met him when I got hired by Central Point Software back in the day. If you remember the Copy 2 for the Apple and all that, they had a version for the 64. And so I got hired by them to do the 64 version. And I walk into this office, and next to that office is another one with a lot of loud music. And that was Kenneth. He was jamming to, I don't know, Scorpions or something. And so he was there, and he wrote Copy 2 ST while he was there at Central Point Software. Well, unbeknownst to me, he also ended up writing a version of the copy software for the Shadow after they didn't want to pay me for my software anymore. So we'll go into that whole thing. But so I reached out to Ken, and he's going to be here talking about the old days and the things that we did at CPS and stuff. And then another guy I got a hold of was Nick, and I don't know if it's Skrepetos or Skrepetos, whatever. We'll have to ask Nick how to pronounce his last name. But I talked to Nick a few times, and remember, this is circa 1985.
Right.
So I've not talked physically to either one of these guys and since then. So we've chatted a little bit online. This will be interesting. So Nick made Nick Swift Copy, which is a popular copy program back in the day. And he's from Oregon, just like almost everybody that was in the copy game. For whatever reason, that was the mecca. So we'll talk about what he did in competition against me and everybody else back in the day.
That's awesome. Awesome. I'm just very interested to hear kind of, are they still into this? Are they, or did we just bring them back some memories or anything? It's going to be very interesting to kind of hear what they did then and what happened since. Very, very cool. Very cool to fit with the floppy theme that we've got for this year. Now, speaking of, then we got a slot with you.
Yeah. So I'll discuss basically the same kind of things these guys are going to talk about, what we did and all the different companies that I was involved with, and how everything went down and for competition, because competition was fast and furious back in the day.
That's cool. Well, I'm hoping that people in the Discord are going to play some memories there as well about
for sure. Ask questions too.
That they bought, which games they remember they had struggles with versus which ones worked really well. Tell us your stories. That's the fun thing about this retro hobby, that all of the people have their own personal stories. Those personal stories are really what make this hobby so interesting.
Yeah.
So that gets us all the way to 5 p.m. now, and then it's it's
a throwdown. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm the person who get to see all the videos and make sure they all work and everything. And so Sajtron, man, a resident DJ, and actually he's a world famous DJ. He has brought it this year. I'm telling you. It's going to be amazing show.
It's going to be awesome. And we got so many fantastic responses for the past editions. This time, it's like he doubled down. He got so many people added to the list, and all of those people even more enthusiastic than they have been previously. It's going to be
so we'll take a look real quick. Saj changed things a little bit. He added more people, of course, but he changed the whole vibe of the show. So we're going to start out with the 8-bit Symphony, and that's Chris Abbott and company, and it's a nice introduction to the whole entire thing. If you don't know what it is, you watch this video. It's amazing that this gets showed, and so that starts us off nice and slow, and then it starts to get crazy. After that,
well, I see we got Wagner back. I'm excited about that. Ray Manta, oh man, who doesn't remember that that performance that we had? Sidman is going to come up. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, then we have Mibri, and then Little-Scale, and then we close it out with the fast loaders, and the fast loaders are obviously very well known. And Saj will talk about there's a very special treat in the fast loaders segment that you will definitely not want to miss. It's pretty incredible, actually.
Right. Well, this is going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to this, and we're really going to have an interesting time going through this all. Discord is opened as well. I hope people will take the time to do some intros on that, and we'll hopefully get some conversation started as well, feeding your questions that you may have for the various interviews as well. We'll try and see if we can mix them in as well. So Jim, a little bit, because a floppy is a theme for this year, but actually with your Flux product that everybody knows, the product that everybody's been buying in the boatloads over the past years, whether it's individuals or it's museums or others, if you want to order one now, you're going to be out of luck. And I saw an eBay sell, what was it, last week or the week before? I thought they were pulling my leg. One went out for what, $350 or something?
Yeah, I've seen them between $200 and like $350, $400, depending on where they are. I mean, I wish now we should have kept up.
So what's going on? Let's first of all, that's not you. You're not selling these. It's not like if you open up that closet behind you, they'll start falling out. You are truly, like you're out of stock.
Yeah, so we're in the big chip shortage issue, and that's the problem. Is that I've had allocation from Microchip, which is the CPU I use on that board, and I have allocation. So that's kind of an interesting thing. What's happened because of the pandemic. So allocation means that you are guaranteed so many, of your, what you order, and when the pandemic happened, that was all out the window, because now other companies that are bigger than you, like General Motors, Ford, companies like that, they get precedence over you.
Over what?
And so I think the last update I had was March of 2023, and that was given to me in, I think, like September of 2020.
Wow.
And so I just got another update that almost all the chips that I use are now October of 2023. So more than a year from now before I can even get any. And that's on allocation. So, I mean, you can get them. Like I was going to have a batch of SuperCard Pros made. And then the factory said the CPU itself is $67.
Wow.
Instead of being, $6.
Wow.
It's a huge difference in price. I'm like, well, so what I ended up doing is I redesigned the board to use a more modern, not modern, I should say, available. How's that? CPU. And so I used a RISC-V version of ESP. And so I've redesigned it, and I just haven't had time to finish the coding on it. As a lot of people know now, my father passed away in March, and so my life has been turned upside down since then. I've really not done much of anything in the retro community at all as far as doing products and stuff. So I'm kind of getting back into that now. So we'll see if I can get that finished up. But those chips are readily available, so I can proceed forward again.
So that just meant you had to basically redesign your product because nothing else is going to be available at any reasonable cost.
The PC software side stayed the same. The functionality of the board stayed the same. Actually, the functionality really increased with this new version. So now, besides being a flux copier, it can also be a floppy drive emulator. And also act as a standalone station for a copy station. So if you wanted to put it into, like, real popular thing to do is a remember the old DVD burner racks? We had multiple DVDs.
We had those. I wish I had that back in the 80s with your product and just put some floppies in. That would have been perfect.
So you could do the same thing now. Like, they make a double and make actually a triple. Triple is perfect because the top one you can use for your display with this, and the two are for disk drives. So you can build a little copy station that you don't need a PC or anything. So the other features built into it. It's got Wi-Fi, so you can do server bound exports and imports, things like that. So there's just some functionality changes to it, but the resolution, all that stuff stays the same as the previous version.
So for those people interested, there's light at the end of the tunnel. It's not a train, but it needs the software to be written on the hardware platform that's now finished in order to get back to stock. So all the code I did originally was on a PIC and microchip assembly, and the new code I'm doing now is assembly for the ESP32. Well, it's the RISC-V version of it, and so that assembly is different, and you just can't port assembly. You have to rewrite it. So that's where I'm at on that. Well, and one of the things that we'll probably do for any next live event, knowing that there is just such shortage in this device, is we'll probably, for those that do have it, and we've quite a few in our crew that obviously have your device, and sometimes even in multiples, is offer some service to back up that one disk that you weren't able to do when you normally would have bought your product until it's available again, because that just sucks. Don't start buying stuff on eBay like this. Don't start selling it like this either. That's not very retro nice, for sure. That's definitely, but it's interesting to see, certain things. I mean, I would expect that, those kind of pricing and stuff for antique devices, things that are like from the 80s or whatever that are rare, but not something from modern. Oh, well, that's so Jim, it's interesting. Later today, we're going to have Gideon as well. He's gone through this. We'll extensively cover this as well. Now, Gideon, obviously, with his production model and kind of, very high cost in creating his products and all, he typically has worked kind of with wait lists, that type of stuff. You've never done that. So even for your product, while you see emails and all coming in for your products, you don't actually keep a list or like that. You just inform, hey, people, I'm sorry, it's not
No,
available
actually,
at
I
this
do have a
moment in
back order
time.
list.
So you do a back order
Yeah,
list
so
as
I added
well?
that after. It's funny is that after we chatted with Gideon last year,
Right, right.
about this subject, really about what we were going to do, because we were both like in the same boat of, we're going to run out of product and we don't have anything to ship
Right.
at that point. I actually changed the website to add a back order list. So I have an idea of how many hundreds literally of back orders there are for that product for Supercar
Right.
Pro.
Right.
And also back orders for, things like the keycaps too.
Right.
So I'll do a real quick screen share here, and let's see if this pops up. Yep,
Yeah.
there's the website. So one thing I wanted to point out, because everyone's been asking me, so it might be better just to show in a video. I do have a thing for keycaps, and
Okay.
if you go select a keycap set,
Yeah.
you can actually go and let me zoom this in a little bit, so it makes it a little easier to see larger. There. So you can actually tinker with what you want for your colors and see them
Oh, very cool.
online. And so once you're done, you see this little, it says email me when stock. It'll
Yeah.
actually email you with this particular color scheme when it's available.
Oh, very good.
So it keeps
tailored
track of
specifically
everything.
to the availability of the colors.
Yep.
that you
And
chose.
if you're Yuri, you're probably going to want
It'll be
like
very
these colors.
bright. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
So
That
yeah,
looks like
so
a
I
great
did add
channel.
that to the website after we chatted with Gideon last year. It's like, yeah, you probably should keep track of these, because you never
Yeah.
know, because you want people to be able to come back and, what if somebody forgets, or they, get busy in life and they want to do this, and
Right.
I just want to make sure people
Yeah.
know, that, something's available.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. That's awesome. So so when you look at your current product set, we know the flux copier is completely out of stock. Is the same fate true for some of the other products, or are not as bad at the moment?
No, actually, everything else is, with the exception of the keycaps, which should be
Yeah,
shipping
sure.
next week, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, everything is in stock. So I was able to, work around other things that I needed. But Supercar Pro is obviously it's one of the flagship things that I have for the for it.
Yeah, and with regards to the keycaps, I'm sure we're going to start seeing the brag posts. Whomever is going to.
Oh yeah, well,
first.
here's the deal. One thing we didn't go over really so far is we have auctions too.
Oh, that's true. We probably should cover that indeed.
Yeah.
So
So
let's talk
got some
about the
auctions.
auctions a little bit. What have you been able to drag out of the closet for the auctions this year?
Well, so about probably 3 weeks ago, I decided on a whim that I was going to get rid of the very first set of production keycaps.
Okay, yeah.
And I thought, okay, I'm going to put them on a 64C with Dallas Moore case with an ICS 64 motherboard, which I make as well.
Nice.
And so I fully assembled, tested, and I put it on eBay, and it went for pretty high price. Actually, I was surprised. But the guy that actually won the bid was from Puerto Rico, and he backed out because it didn't come with games.
Oh my goodness.
So I thought, okay, that's fine. And then I got to thinking, it's like, this might actually make a really good auction item for CRX. So that's what we have for auction number 1, is that computer. So it's the number 1 motherboard that I built. And your name's on that motherboard, Yuri, because you went through the year-long.
I remember. I have board number 2 here, by the way. So I'm now completely envy of the person that's going to win that auction. That person will have board number 1.
Yep. So that's the first one I built.
I never thought you would let that one go. After the blood, sweat, and tears that you've put into putting that thing together into production status.
That was a year-long thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, because you worked with testing and stuff.
Creep motherboard.
Yeah. So we've got that, and then auction number 2 is the super cartridge. So back in the day, Utilities Limited, right before we got out of the 64 market, which was really an end of 91 or end of 90, early 91, we went into the Amiga market full time because we were already in the Amiga market. We just kind of transitioned because of 64 was dying for a marketplace. So we made a product called the super cartridge, and it was a 4 EPROM and a cartridge, bank selectable, and they had a slew of utilities that we sold individually on disc typically. And so I said, you know, we had all these PCC4 boards. They were replicas of, or sort of a replica of the JSON Ramheim PCC4 board. And so we made a bunch of those, and we used those for something else, some other product. I don't even remember what it was, but it was like Commodore, really, where you like, we got extra parts here, we got extra parts here. Let's just,
what are we going to make?
Let's build something that we can get rid of these parts with. So we built, and I don't think we made, I looked through records. I couldn't find much on the super cartridge, maybe 500 of them, maybe at most we made to get rid of parts. And so I have, well, I had 22 of them, brand new, old stock. And I sold some, gave some away. And so I've got maybe a dozen or so left. So one of those is actually on the auction. And you can buy one off the website as well. I put them on the website. I've had them for a little while on there, but they're kind of tucked away in there, so you really don't notice them so much.
That's really a real collector's item, especially if you're interested. And we know there's quite a few people interested in this whole duplicating and all of that. This is one of those items that you don't want to miss. There's people collect all these floppy disks, these parameter disks, all of that. Well, this is definitely something that you'd want to add to your collection.
So at auction 3, these are auction.
Oh my goodness!
Auction 3, 4, and
here already.
Yeah, auction 3, 4, and 5 are not listed yet. They will be in 1 hour and 7 minutes. They go live, and so those will be a 1-day auction. So all the auctions end tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific time, and so that one, obviously, you know, is Mule. So that is the actual original cover disc, all the inserts, the manual, and it's in excellent condition. And so periodically I look for, you know, covers and things like that for these. And I just happened to find a whole collection of electronic art stuff that was just the covers. And I have original discs for everything because I kept discs. I never kept covers. I never kept documentation. I never kept anything but the original disc. And I have
a lot of them. And we'll cover that a little bit later.
Yeah, like 30,000
like
discs, some crazy number of discs I've got. But I have like multiples of each type of thing. So I have 3 Mule discs. And so I'm like, oh, found the cover. I'm going to made them together. And now they're back to the original, what they were. So that's one of the auction items as well. And then the fourth one is what, Yuri?
Keycaps.
Keycaps.
Now, this is something special because this is kind of where you made some room on your desk and all of a sudden you find something and you're thinking like, oh, troop.
So I had 2 sets of keycaps made or sent to me. And so this is the other set. The other set's on that C64C that's in the first auction. So both of the original first production keycaps are on the auction block. So if you want to be number 1, to put them on your own computer, this is your chance. This is bragging rights of the year, really. To be the first.
It totally is. And to be clear, with the pound sign in the correct position.
It is, yes. This is an actual before they made the mistake on the other, on the full production. So they're black. They're great. You'll see pictures that I took yesterday of them. I put them all out on the counter and took some pictures real quick. And and then auction 5, what do we got?
I keep on smiling when I see this thing. It is unbelievable, but this is a disc notcher. Like unbelievable. 2 years ago, remember you and I were told the story about people being in search of these disc notchers. I thought surely the world must be like available anywhere. Impossible to get. Then if we find out there's a Facebook group of people that collect disc notchers, like unbelievable, and they go for insane prices.
So what happened is that this is new old stock that I have, and I have boxes of these literally. And so occasionally, like when we chat like CRX or every once in a while, I'll release one into the wild, and they're brand new and they're in the package, and you look at the package, it's yellowed because these are circa 1985 disc notchers. So back in the day, Utilities Limited and Megasoft used to give away disc notchers with when you buy like a parameter pack,
Right.
or you buy, you know, 100 blank discs or whatever the promotion was at the time. So we had cases upon cases of these things. We literally like a pallet of these things is sitting in the warehouse at all time. And when Utilities Limited closed for the 64 side, we literally took everything and put it into a storage locker, and there was like a time capsule. So I went back and got this stuff out of there. There was Supercard Plus boards, these notchers, Hespon cartridges, because we licensed the Hespon cartridge. Because that went with the book that I wrote, the 2 books.
Yeah.
So the Hespon cartridge was shipped with the books, and so we had a lot of excess, you know, inventory when we just decided to nix the 64 market, and so a lot of that stuff is, you know, now available, and so it's pretty cool.
That's great. You know, you know what's funny, and this wasn't planned. We spoke about this floppy thing, and now an interview was conducted not too long ago as part of a book that a Dutch chap is writing, has written. And I think it's soon to be published. Pre-orders are available. I'll link it somewhere in the channels because it's an interesting book about the floppy disk business.
Mhm.
And he actually interviewed the guy, basically the only guy still left in the world that still sells floppy disks at volumes. And I thought it was such an interesting interview. The guy was a lawyer, got somehow involved in some software development, then as a result of that needed to obviously distribute this software on floppy disk. Did that once, was super expensive, then thought, well, why don't I get some tracers, professional disk copiers myself, start doing this. Then I thought, well, I only need that because it was accounting software 2 times a year. Why don't I use the idle time to kind of make some copies for others? And before he knew, he had a new type of business that he never thought he would get involved in. And he somehow got stuck with it in the decades to come because people kept on coming back to him, and he started like buying up whatever lots he saw. The amount of floppies that us all have been notching and throwing away.
Sure.
I think if there's one thing, a lot of the collectors have kept equipment. They put it at the attic of their parents or wherever it may have ended up. But if you look at the diskette collections that they have, it's maybe the originals, but a lot of the other ones have just not survived.
Right.
It's just so interesting to see that now, and he was talking about that as well, how there's art projects being made with this. There's new software titles, especially in Germany. Germany is always fantastic with releasing software titles on disc. As we see even some resurgence in cassette tape. You know, I don't know if I want to go back to the data set, but you know, hell, we're all collectors, we'll buy it all anyway, so might as well try that. It's really interesting to see. You know, it's really still hot, even kind of like post-pandemic. We're still, you know, big into this hobby.
Hey, so Mike's here. I'm gonna let him into the room, and
excellent. And then we're gonna step to the side and have him do his thing.
Yeah, so I let Mike in, and are you there, Mike? Hey, Mike.
There's Mike. Mike, you're gonna have to pull yourself off mute.
Yeah, you're muted, buddy.
Enter you with mute.
How about now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. Let me turn the volume up a little bit.
Mike, it's looking in the background here. I remember the last time we had you on and we thought you had
I see that was the view.
You had a few machines.
That's the one.
Oh my goodness.
Behold a
Mike, is it safe to say that you're a pet collector?
I guess so. I you know, most of the ones I have are they mostly need repair, so I'm kind of trying to repair them as I get time to do it.
Okay.
They most, if not all of them, came from this one thing where it was all these computers in a warehouse from the late 90s, and I think they had done repairs at this place as well, so some of them were not even working to begin with. But have enough of them working that I can play with them, which is nice.
So let's introduce you. Your name is?
I'm Mike. Sometimes go by Bitfixer on various media, but retro computer hobbyist, do things with Commodore and other retro computers. build hardware and software, and just try to have fun with them.
That's cool.
Kind of it.
Very cool. So Mike, for those that seen some of the VCF West live, or either on video, they've seen some of your products in the past few years. You've been a pretty prolific creator and exhibitor there as well. We'll have you show off some of your stuff, and then maybe at the end we'll come back in.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have, I guess, 3 main projects that I spend time working on occasionally, and I'm going to start with showing you the PetPix project, which let me show you the board for it. It's not much to it. I just got these little boards made, but it's more or less it's a Raspberry Pi connected to an interface board that goes to the user port on a Commodore computer. It currently works on a PET. I do have a C64 version, which I'm not able to show right now just because it's in an unworking state, but had that working at some point, and we'll try to resurrect that. I'm going to try to get this working on a VIC-20 as well at some point. But I have these 2 PETs here, which you can see. So I'm going to show you the, it's more or less, it's a video player and live video player as well for Commodore PET. So I don't know if I can flip. Well, it's okay. The video's flipped, but so I have a PET 2001 and 8032. So I'm going to start off with I'm gonna get the live version of it working here. So I got my phone. Let's show you how this works. So here's the startup procedure. Turn on the PET. Let me get a little closer here so you can see how it works. Let me see if I can, you know how to flip the screen here?
Yeah, you don't have to.
don't
The
know
video's
side.
correct.
Oh, it's
It
correct.
broadcasts correctly.
Oh, I guess I see the preview flipped. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
just cross your eyes.
So here we go. Oops. Okay, this is a preview of the PET disk. This is the disk drive that's being used in this PET. So I have a client on here, PetPix 40. I'm going to load that. PetPix 40. Okay, and run that. And now, next step is I'm going to get the phone. So basically, there's a Raspberry Pi connected to this interface board, and it's self-hosting a wireless network, which I'm connected to. So I'm going to go ahead and it's petpix.local is the website, and it's going to ask me if I need the camera, and the answer is yes. And you can see me. Now on this 2001, this is one of the older ones where you can see the snow on the update. But you can see,
That's amazing.
so it's, when you get it tuned up, you get roughly, this one you can get basically 30, maybe 32, 34 frames per second. Let's see what the latency looks. Here, I'll show you the camera and the, so let's try to get this here. Let's see something better. Then you can flip it. So I can see the PET itself. That's kind of cool.
Wow, very cool.
And you can adjust right now you can see like there's a little bit of a delay, but then I can kind of tune that in so you get low latency. And eventually the delay kind of runs off.
So, and for clarity, what people see on the screen is PET-SCAPE characters.
That's correct. Yeah,
we're not feeding video or anything.
that's right.
Truly all converts to PET-SCAPE characters. How on earth did you figure out which PET-SCAPE characters to use here? Because obviously you're gonna have to make some decisions, because these are not all different PET-SCAPE characters that you're using here.
That's right. So yeah, I'll talk a little bit about how that works. So basically on the camera, so the camera is oh great, now it froze. Well, I'll start it again. I'll just talk a little bit about how it works, and I'll start it up again. But what's happening is you're on the video capture, which is happening on the phone right now.
Yeah.
You're chopping up the image into these 8 pixel by 8 pixel blocks.
Okay.
And I experimented with a few different ways of converting actual images to PET-SCAPE, and I kind of settled on two different methods. I did post in my area on the CRX Discord. I have a YouTube video on it which goes into greater detail, but basically one method is what I would call direct pixel comparison. So you basically have your PET-SCAPE images, which are 8 pixel by 8 pixel PET-SCAPE characters that you're actually capable of displaying on the computer. And then you've chopped up your input image into 8 pixel by 8 pixel blocks as well. And first convert that to grayscale. And then first method, the direct pixel comparison, I basically just I directly subtract the image from that sub image from the input video, and I get the total error. I basically add up the error between all those gray pixels and the black and white pixels from the PET-SCAPE character, and then loop through every single available character, and then you pick the one with the minimum error. And that has a certain way of looking that it tends to look, you get a little bit better performance with I would say high contrast images. Like if it's kind of hard black and white, or high contrast, it's going to look better. And the second method is it's using a mathematical transform called the discrete cosine transform.
Okay.
That is basically, that's more or less the basis of JPEG compression.
Okay.
And, the way that works, it's a similar thing. You still chop it up into these 8 pixel by 8 pixel blocks, but you're kind of operating inside the frequency domain instead of the pixel domain. So it more or less, it looks like a grid. I wish I could show you a picture of it. It's in that video, but you're decomposing the image into a set of spatial frequencies. So like in the lower right hand side, it's just like a DC level. So that's just going to be your kind of like a gray level with no movement in either direction. Yeah. And then it's these various 2D frequencies that are in different positions in this grid.
Right.
And you are more or less comparing, you take the image and you decompose it into how much of these different frequencies are in this image. And then you basically find the error based on that instead of based directly on the positions of the pixels. And it just looks different, which I'll show you some videos with examples of that in a second. But it works better when you have kind of more of a gradient. If you have some grays in the middle, it tends to show off the midtones a little bit better than the direct pixel comparison method. So let me.
So is that a consideration then as well? Are you using different methods based on kind of like the input material?
You know what, I don't have an automated way to do that.
Okay, but you selected based on what you're.
Yeah, I kind of, well, for if I'm just playing a video, like regular video playback and not doing live, then I'll just kind of eyeball it and choose which I think looks better. On the live, I use the direct pixel comparison is faster, so that's it's simpler. It's a simpler thing to do.
Right.
Take as much CPU, so that's kind of why I did that.
Right.
So, I'll get the 8032 one running here, and then I'll show you some examples of different video that you can play on here.
Hey, while you go from one unit to the other and turning that on, what's the big difference between these two units?
The two PETs?
Processing power.
So the PET itself is running. It's running a client program, what I call like PETFix 40 or PETFix 80.
Yeah.
It's not doing a lot of computation on the PET itself. Most of the computation is being done either on, actually even the Raspberry Pi is not, unless you're doing live conversion, that is not doing a lot of, the live version does the computation on the phone in JavaScript.
Okay. Yeah.
The conversion is being done live in JavaScript, or for most of the videos, I pre-compute them. So basically it's like it's the video, but it's converted into PET-SCAPE characters. Right.
Half of the work is already done.
Yeah, exactly. So on this one, the 8032, it's going to fire this up.
And to that note, the first time I saw Mike show this was at Convex.
Oh, right. Yeah.
10 years ago, whatever.
Right. Yeah.
And when I saw it the first time, I thought there is no way that PET is doing all of this by itself.
And I've got to agree. The first time I saw this as well, I had the same. Some people may remember this as well. There was a Fantavision demo for the C64 with samples, and I remember the first time hearing that, I thought there's a trick. Someone is tricking something.
It's 100% a trick.
Yeah,
it is definitely a trick. So let's see. I'm going to play a video here. That's a good video. Okay, let's see. For Saj here, I'm going to play Tron. I know that's.
Oh yeah, Saj,
There we go.
Yeah,
your wish come true there.
Josh is probably asleep still.
Okay. Well, I'll play.
You can watch the YouTube stream
So
later.
So here's a good example. So I'm going to show you. This is the light cycle scene from Tron. I'm going to first show you how it looks in using that direct comparison method, and then I'll show you with the DCT method. Because I think, and you can see which one you think looks better in this particular example. Okay. Oops. I gotta hit run here. Run. There we go. Okay. And here we go. Okay. So get real. Let's get close up here. Okay, so we're coming in. There's the grid.
Yeah. That's amazing.
So this particular scene's got a lot of, I guess it's fairly high contrast. There's a lot of bright lines.
Right.
That's-
Well, you
that's the word
can
okay with it.
immediately recognize the.
Right.
It's pretty amazing.
Okay,
Ooh,
so that's
that-
Tron. And let's go for a few more seconds here, and then I'll show you the same thing, but with this DCT method. And just sort of like qualitatively, I'm looking at it. I don't see a lot of it's right now. It seems to be kind of like pushing it towards either white or black. There's not a lot in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
There's a little bit of different look to it.
Now, Saj is on. He's already commenting.
He's
It
awake.
must have woken him up. It must have woken him up.
Actually, I messaged him earlier and he responded, so I guess.
Oh, good.
Okay, so here's the DCT Tron, and hopefully you can see.
Oh yeah. You
Oh,
see
yeah.
immediately.
more
Yeah.
Sure.
tones on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, your
So-
mid range is definitely there now.
So I would say it's interesting. It really depends on the content, and certain things. I'll show you another one in a second, and
Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
yeah,
even
you can see the facial
face.
features.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
so,
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
This is just and again, this is Petsky characters. You know, the video isn't as clear, right? So you could easily be fooled that we're looking at actual graphics here. That's not the case. It is.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
right, and you get. I will also show you the difference, the visual difference between the 40 character and the 80 character pet. I mean, one thing
Oh,
is you do get additional resolution with the 80 character pet, but
Right.
at least on my model, I don't know if this is true with all pets, but it has these black lines between the characters, so it's not
Yeah.
continuous. So that. has
Oh,
some-
yeah, it just uses the CRTC, the chip instead
Yeah.
of the.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I actually don't know if that's the way it is with all 80 column pets, or if it's just mine, but.
I think it's the way that the chip is.
Right. Okay, so that's Tron.
It's awesome.
One more here. And this is one that I'm sure everybody knows. I'll show you the. Here's the. This is the non-DCT. This is the direct comparison one. So of course.
Oh, I just got rickrolled.
Oh my goodness, that one.
I'd say in this particular case, I think in this one the direct comparison looks a little better, just because it kind of brings out some of the features are more distinct. So now I'll show you the DCT one. Okay.
Chuck is responding that he thinks you can fix the dark lines with some pokey.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And then here's the DCT Rickroll, which I think
Yeah,
is a little smooshy. I don't know. It just doesn't.
yeah.
It's a lot brighter for
Here it
sure.
really suffers of that.
Yeah, it softens it up. So
Yeah.
it really works in some content, but it doesn't in others. So you have to kind of just decide qualitatively which one you want.
Right.
Have you experimented with like switching every other frame between the two?
I have, yeah. It's kind of it doesn't look great.
Oh.
I thought it might look interesting, but well, on the 80 column pet, you don't. I think if you had really good frame rate, it would work a little better. On the 40 column, you get the way I have it now, I can get up to 34-ish, and then
Yeah.
the 80 column, you get half that, so it's like 16, 17. frames per second. It's just not high enough, and then you just see it flickering.
Right, and
See it
you gotta
flashing.
remember that these are all 1 megahertz machines, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
every single pet that was out there was.
So I will just let's see. I'll leave it on another video here, and then I'll get this live one running on the 40 column again, just so we can compare what that looks like. Here's a good one. Okay. Sorry, I'm just.
The possibilities are endless here. You know, if you're going to be at a party somewhere to have one of these running in the background in a photo booth, for instance, it's going to be super cool.
There we go. Here you can see Spock.
Oh, mock time.
Spock kick some butt here, and
Nice.
so let me
Wow.
see if on the 40 column. I think
Wow.
just going to restart the pet here.
Now this is looking pretty good.
Hopefully, I won't have to restart the Raspberry Pi as well, but these things happen. Let's see, pet pics.
So from a software development point of view, you're on a pretty stable build here now, and
Yeah, it's a stable-ish. I'm adding features to it. Basically the methods of video conversion are working pretty well. I don't have a lot in the way of, there's not a great, I would say, user-friendly interface to run this stuff.
okay.
The live one is a little bit easier because everything's automated now. The Raspberry Pi comes up and it hosts its own Wi-Fi network, and you connect your phone to it, and then it basically just runs at that point.
Right.
So that one's fairly complete. But on the video one, I've been working on making a web interface for uploading videos and having them convert on the device and playback. So that's in progress. It's just not.
Okay.
It's functional, but sort of.
So, and what kind of Raspberry is on here now?
Both of these have a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, I believe.
Okay.
You don't really need a super fast Raspberry Pi, but it does impact the frame rate. I've tried it with a Pi Zero, and the Pi Zero doesn't get quite the frame rate as the other ones.
Okay.
What I would like to do for like a future update, given the difficulty of getting Raspberry Pi, is to basically have a standalone thing that uses, I guess, an ESP32 instead of a Pi.
That'd be fantastic, yeah.
And then it's just a plug and play kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be a real nice solution given the shortage of components.
Right. So
this is amazing.
So that's sort of the pet pics in a nutshell a little bit. This is the first time I've been running it on this particular pet, and it keeps freezing for some reason. So I'm going to have to look into why that's doing it.
It's a pet.
Yeah. You have one or two more to repair.
Yeah, I had a hardware failure yesterday, which was scaring me a little bit. I had well, you can't see it there. I had another pet which decided to die yesterday.
Okay.
Or it didn't really die. I just had a graphics problem. It's just the screen's flipping around.
Okay.
So pulled out this other Pet 2001 and managed to get it working, but for some reason the client keeps hanging. Let me see if I can. I'll start it up. Let me see. I'll see if I can run one of these pre-made videos on it.
So, but yeah, and while you're doing that, what I'm hearing is on the software side, you're still kind of tinkering to make it a little bit more user-friendly, if you will, easier to work on. And then on the hardware side, which is obviously a much longer timeline, you might be looking into something like an ESP32 to completely replace the need for a Raspberry Pi.
That's
and
correct,
basically have a component that is at a much more reasonable cost and availability, which would be nice as well.
That's right. Yeah, the only thing you would, I guess, with the ESP32, you would sacrifice the ability to potentially live stream something, like live stream a YouTube video or a video stream and convert it on the fly, because you just wouldn't have the horsepower to decode the video basically.
Right. Well, and given you've got one product that's ready, if you're happy enough, lucky enough to have a
convert it.
you
If you
could,
pre-convert it, it's basically identical. It'll probably even work better than the Raspberry Pi because it's
yeah,
you have better sort of real-time performance
yeah,
and might get a higher frame rate.
Well, there's two cores on the ESP32.
Yeah, yeah. So
So-
I think it would be okay. I don't think you could do. I don't think you can decode like H.264 video on it. That would be a stretch.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
yeah. Yeah.
But I did have kind of a crazy idea, which I have no idea if it's going to work, but you could potentially use your phone.
Oh, your phone to do that work.
Yeah, you use your phone. Basically, you'd have to do this whole rigmarole. You have to build FFmpeg into
Yeah,
whatever WebAssembly and then run it, which is going to be
yeah.
gonna be easy.
Pre-decode, and go that route. Yeah.
So like I said, I saw you Convex. This was 12 years ago, maybe, or 10
Right,
years
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Long. So you've come a long ways, but I was very surprised to see the C64 version that Saj has at one of our CRX.
Oh, right, yeah.
So
That one, I'm going to have to get that up and running again.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
So I have Saj has a link, and I have the same link on my little area where it shows he has his Bowie video that he did on there, and that's using the C64 version.
Yep.
Wow.
And of course on that it's not using Petsky characters anymore. That one's actual bitmap graphics.
Yeah,
But what it does basically, it's using I forget what it's one of the is it like 160 by 200 resolution? It's the one with the rectangular pixels.
Right.
And then it picks black as the background color and white as the foreground color. And then for each 8x8 square, it picks
Right.
like
One
two different colors.
right. Yep.
So it's a little bit. It actually I don't have it doesn't have super good frame rate yet, that version, because there's just so many more bytes. All this is running over the user port right now.
Yeah.
So you're kind of, the CPU is running like this 6502 on here is running full steam, just reading bytes from the user port and copying into video memory.
Right.
Which is what it's, that's just what it's doing the whole time.
Yeah.
So that's your bottleneck, more or less.
I really do think there's a certain charm having this run on Petsky. I don't know. Having it digitized, if you will.
Yeah, there's something about if it gets too close to modern looking video, then it's just like, why does this video look bad?
Right.
Yeah.
And with this, you can actually,
There's no distinction.
What's wrong with the video? It's just bad.
So I really do like this setup indeed.
Yeah. So the pet picks. Yeah, I have a few of the boards. I'm going to put that up. So
and to that point, yeah. So is this a product that people can order? Is this for sale? Is this what is this, closed source, open source? Give us a little bit of context on that.
It's open source. I will I will sell it on my site, but I will also I have there's basically this one, like the hardware for it is this, this.
Yeah.
So that, and basically it's just it's a board with edge connector, some resistors, and there's a 74 LVC 245.
Okay.
To protect your Raspberry Pi from 5 volts.
Yeah.
And then the connector for the GPIO pins on the Raspberry Pi. So I'll have the Gerber files if anybody wants to make this. There's very little to it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is just software you install on your Pi.
So in your Discord room, you have the information for your website and all that?
Yeah, I have a website. And that being said, I haven't put up the pet pics, Gerbers, and everything yet. So I will do that. I'll try to do that today, just so if anyone wants to see it, they can try it out.
I think
I will, and I'll just for convenience, I'll sell the board on my site too, if you don't feel like making one.
Right.
So
if you kind of look back at this one, because this is, I would say this project is near completion. Obviously, you're still tinkering with it, but from a conceptual point of view, it's ran for 2-3 days with recently. The 80 column is still running fine. What fantastic.
I've just started it up again.
So if you kind of look back at it now, from when this ID started to where it ended, what do you feel it did achieve? Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah, you remember the?
Hello
I think
on.
you can recognize what's going on with that
Oh.
one.
Yeah, Commodore commercials.
Oh yeah,
Oh, there we go. There's the salute.
that's awesome. So if you look back at where you ended up with, what is surprised you most? What did work? What didn't work?
That's a good question. I mean, some iteration of this or some version of this project I've been working on for forever, basically for like 10 years at this point, just whenever I felt like working on it.
Right.
But it started out with like the very first version of something like this was at the VCF East, I think in maybe 2011, 2012, something like that.
Yeah.
But that was the very first one, was a still image that you would just it was using modem tones from the headphone jack back when phones had headphone jacks.
Yeah.
So you would take a picture and then it would play modem tones, and then I think I had it wasn't an Arduino, it was either an Arduino or just like an Atmel microcontroller that was just turning that into PET-SCAPE characters.
Right.
And from that, so that was basically like, I don't know, 30 seconds per frame, and now it's gotten to 30 frames per second, which is kind of fun. And at some point, I even had one year I had a weird sort of VR version of this, which I kind of retired because it just didn't work that well. It was basically the same thing, but in stereo vision on two phones. It was a sort of a guaranteed headache for anyone using it. But let's see what went well. Well, it's one of these things that you could spend the rest of your life sort of tweaking this algorithm and seeing like which one makes the best PET-SCAPE pictures out of real graphics. And I can attest to the fact that at some point you just have to draw a line and say, I'm not gonna mess with this anymore because it's taking too much time.
Yeah.
But it is fun to play with, and you can actually, I'll just show you. Here's something you can do on the live version. So I'm going to flip the camera. Just for fun, I put all these controls on the phone here. There's very
yeah.
You can control how much RG and B you include.
Yeah, you got all your dials there. Yeah.
You got all your dials. And I don't know if most people will need these, but there's this delay. The delay one controls sort of how much delay in between captures, and you can just sort of visually see if it starts lagging a lot, you can turn. Right. You actually turn up the delay, because when the lag is high, it means that the thing is not pumping the frames out fast enough.
Right.
And then this other one down here, this parameter down here where it says 4,000, that is basically a range. There's a in addition, in that direct comparison mode, I'm using the sort of overall brightness of one square to kind of limit my search range for which one I'm going to pick. Because if you I'll just show you kind of like the extremes of the effect. If I turn this search range all the way up, then it just kind of turns into black and white. There's not a lot of detail in between.
Very much so.
And then if I go all the way in the other direction, it gets faster. Frame rate gets faster, but it gets noisier. So I found that I don't even know what to call these units. This like 4,000. It's like in terms of like pixel error, I guess.
Yeah.
But that is kind of a happy medium.
Yeah. Interpolation error.
And then if you look at this, so I can pick how much RGB I want to use so if I look at this blue tablecloth, sorry, there's a blue tablecloth over here. Yeah. If I just crank up the blue all the way, it looks white. And then if I go down, it looks black. I'll reset it. Yeah, it looks black again. So I don't know. The gray conversion is using. It's not an equal amount of RG and B. There's some sort of canonical. There's some canonical conversion you use for grayscale, from color to grayscale. So I'm using that. But that is the PET-PIX project as it stands right now. So yeah, this is something you can definitely build and run yourself very easily. But I'll have it for sale just for convenience. But it's basically
I think it's cool. If you've got a PET, you just have to have this. This is just
your PET somewhere.
To get some relevance and dialogue going with people that see this thing. Oh, nice old computer. You can show
Right.
something like that.
Right.
It becomes an art piece.
Well, it'll give someone a moment of pause when they
Right.
try to figure out what's happening with your pet.
Right,
So-
absolutely.
Mike, will the hardware that you create also work with C64?
The hardware, yes, the hardware is close enough that it will.
So
It just uses the data lines, uses the data 1 through 8 from the
Okay.
user port, and then
So the same
line.
board will plug into the
Same
user
board.
port of either computer?
That's right. Yeah, same
Wait,
board.
Perfect.
what? Hold on now.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to bring up, because I thought that was the case.
Yeah, that is
That's
the case,
that's
yeah.
awesome.
That is the case.
So then it just needs some software on the C64
It
side.
needs a different client on the C64,
Yeah.
which yeah, does exist. It's one of these examples of like information rot in my own brain, where you work on something and then you don't use it for a few years, then you forget how to run it. So
Yeah, so for people that are looking at the video, it's that say, well, you know, it's cool, but I don't have a pet. Well,
Yeah.
it's the 664 that you
Yeah.
can also plug it into and just change the software.
That's right. Yeah. The C64 version, I think there's going to be a lot of tweaks I'll do to see what looks best. If you're using the full color bitmap mode, the frame rate is not like this. This frame rate is going to be much higher on the pet as it is now, but you're sending a lot more bytes over to the 664 through the user port. So the frame rate's quite a bit lower. It's like maybe under 10.
Do you have a version for the 64 that also uses standard PET-SCAPE?
I did at one point, so that's certainly something I can bring back.
Yeah, that would be. I think that would be the route to go.
Right.
I think this is awesome, and
Right.
it is exactly like you said. Once you bring it to bitmap, it's
it just looks like
does the opposite. It does the opposite in the cool factor almost.
like you're trying too hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
Exactly.
It does look good though. I mean, from CRX, Massage had it at his booth there.
Yeah, it did look. Yeah, it did.
It
look
looks good.
If I look, I'm keep on looking at this 80 column one on the right here. Oh my goodness, it's just this is super cool. Just
Yeah.
super cool. Very, very cool.
Nice.
But a great project again, Mike. Truly a labor of love.
Thank you. Thank
there,
you.
and,
No, it has a yeah, you can spend any amount of time you want on this, and it will just it'll expand to fill all.
Well,
your time.
I do like that you put the dials, the tweak dials into the app,
Oh, yeah.
because now you're going to create the next generation of people that are going to waste hours and hours. And
Oh yeah,
days
absolutely.
on-
I guess
on
if you did the PET-SCAPE version on the 664, you can also play with color of the characters as well. So that could be something.
Well,
That's true, yeah.
Here's what I we're gonna, for the next live show, we're gonna have a VHS player with an unreleased VHS movie that not on DVD, and then pipe through and playing on Betsky.
Oh, nice.
That'd be nice.
The way to go.
And then if it's a foreign movie, we may need to put subtitles under it and see how we can figure out a way that those.
Yeah, well, the subtitle. Yeah, I guess subtitles you can just directly print
Map.
text, right?
Yeah.
Right, something like that. That's awesome, Mike. I would like to spend a few minutes still on kind of like your other products as well.
Yeah, sure.
We have several.
So
other
let me show you.
products.
So second one, I guess we talked about it last year, but this this board here called the Romulator. So this is basically a here it is. So we can get in focus. So it's it replaced the RAM and ROM for a 6502 machine. Plus, you can also do some debug features, like you can halt the CPU while it's running, and you can read out the contents of RAM. You can replace the contents of RAM. So it's partially it's a good repair tool for machines that aren't working, especially pets that aren't working.
Yeah.
Plus, you can just do other strange things with it. In addition, if you have this, I have this little standalone programmer thing that uses a D1 mini board, and when you use that in conjunction with the Romulator, then you get basically a virtual display. So even if your display is broken, you can use this. It's a basically a wireless display in a browser, and then you can see what you would see in the contents of video RAM. So you can see.
Wow, so this would help you in case your CRT is dead.
That's right. Yeah, if the CRT is bad, but you suspect that maybe the CPU is still running properly, then you can prove that. And I'll show you in the. It's actually I have both of my little projects in this 8032 here. Let's see if I can give you some light. Oops.
The hood is open, people.
Yeah, the hood is open. So this is the ROMulator right here. It's in
Yeah.
the 6502 socket.
Yeah.
And you can pick which set of ROMs you want to use. Actually, I can do a very quick demo of that on the 2001. We just stop the pen. That time it ran. That's nice.
Yeah.
So if I start up here,
I like the pause. If you're playing a game and you can put it on pause, that's priceless.
this one, yeah, the ROMulator's in here already. Not this machine would not normally have.
Yeah, that's a ton of
4.
RAM.
Yeah, yeah. This is an 8K. This is an 8K 2001. But if this one, let's get it open.
That's got 4.0 ROMs right now selected.
This one, yeah, this case is bent a little bit, so it's kind of hard to get open. Let me see if I can get it open. Might not happen right now. Hold on a second. Before I do that, let's talk about the. Hold on. Let me just open this case.
It's all happening live here.
Yeah.
So fearless, huh? Machines get opened up live.
Oh,
You know what? It's not going to have this.
No.
Thing is, I'm just going to move it on the table because it's not going to open where it is now.
oh, right. Yeah. 'Cause it's got tip.
Okay. So yeah, this case I have to like push the side.
Oh, right. It's bent over there.
That's bent.
Yeah. By the way, those the cases people don't know about the PET. That's extremely heavy when you
Oh, yeah.
lift it up. And so the first PET that I had back in 1977 was one of the very first productions. You can see Mike's going to pull out a arm. So they switched to that because the first
There
ones
you go.
had what's called a scissor jack,
Oh.
and they were notorious for collapsing
Collapsing.
on you.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Move
That
back a little bit.
And
But
that
there's the
happened to me.
inside. There's the inside of the PET with the
Oh, yeah.
ROMulator in there.
yeah.
And right now it's selected, so I have basic 4, but I'm going to we get a little screwdriver so I can switch this thing.
So it's got little dip switches on there. I saw,
little
so you're
dip
basically
switches.
bang switching it.
So I have this, so I can turn, I'm going to turn the RAM and the ROM replacement off here, switch 6 and 7, and then I'm going to turn it on. And let's lift up here, and then hopefully, oh no,
There
it
we
didn't
go.
work this time. Sorry,
Oh, the RAM's still there.
RAM's still there. So that didn't work. Okay, I'm going to switch over to, I think this, there we go, 1, 2. I'll look up this. It's all happening live here.
Well, it's good to see that the creator.
Okay, well this is so this is basic 2 now.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
it's still got all of its RAM, but now it's basic 2 because it just has the
Wow.
the pound sign instead of the.
So is this thing selectable between using onboard RAM versus this RAM as well? So because you could use it as a diagnostic device.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. You can,
Okay.
well, you can basically you take any region of the memory map as small
Okay.
as 256 bytes,
Yeah.
and then with a config file, you can decide if it's RAM, or if it's pass through, or if it's totally
Okay.
disabled. Those are the.
So this is a great device to do diagnostics on these
Wow.
old boards as well.
Yeah, I think it does help for that. It definitely helps for that because you can very quickly pinpoint if is often with pets and with other machines, like it's often like bad ROM, bad RAM. You can
Right.
rule that out
And
very
in this
quickly.
case, but what you're saying is you could either skip all of that as well. Just put this thing in, turn them all on, and just bypass it. And
That's
you don't
right,
even
yeah.
have to diagnose it.
And I think this is not the oldest PET 2001, but it's not the one that has whichever the type of RAM is. That's the unobtainium RAM.
Yeah.
now. So in that case, you know, it's not really, you know, economically viable to go find replacements for all your RAM. So
Right.
you can just put this in and just leave it there.
So Mike, this is a product. This is released. This is for sale.
This is released for sale. This is on my site.
Okay.
It's a Romulator 6502.
Okay.
So again, your site information is on the Discord, correct?
It's on the Discord. Yeah, it's in the
Okay.
Bitfixer area in the Discord.
Okay, so people that want to order one of these
this is
products, check it out.
Basically, if you have a pet, it's not an if, it's a when. You're gonna need.
Oh
this.
yeah,
Pretty much.
They go bad. Yeah, various things will happen with them.
And is there any concerns here with you know, there's no odd components on this, so from a you know, I hate to say it, but the dreadful you know, situation that we're in with electronic components being in such
Oh, chip shortage.
capacity,
Yeah.
that doesn't play
Yeah.
a role here.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem, and it will be a problem with this at some point. I have enough for, I mean, I have a decent number of these ready to go, and then I have just more of the chips hanging around ready in case I so, but once that runs out, I don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
But yeah, it's so basically on the board on the this is so it's an FPGA on here.
Oh,
It's a
Oh, so
lattice.
FPGA, that's not a teensy or anything. That is a
No, it's, I mean, yeah, this is a board I made myself, but this is
Okay.
it's a lattice, what is it, ICE 40 UP5K
okay.
FPGA, and they're still in production and everything, but they go out of stock a lot.
Oh, wow.
And they went out of stock for like, I don't know, 8 months at some point one year. I happened to whether I had enough over the long droughts that I didn't get interrupted too badly. But
So is it a current stocked item though?
it's current. I think right at this moment it's out of stock everywhere. I don't think you can buy them, but
Okay. And you're out of stock currently, or are you?
I am in stock. I have
in stock.
I have them. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Whomever
do.
is on Discord. Whomever is in Discord, what is available -1. Don't go
2.
now.
Okay. I basically I occasionally run out of the there's this FPGA board, and then there's this interface board.
Yeah.
The interface board I just don't order that many of them at a time, but then I resupply them. Those don't have anything exotic on them, so they're not
It's just a matter of
Yeah.
obtaining them.
I just have to there's occasionally logistical delays because I'll just have to order some more. But
So
this-
Mike, I'm looking at your website right now because I'm ordering
Yeah.
one.
okay, great.
There's a kit version.
There's a kit version, yeah.
And is there a fully assembled version as well for people that don't want to put a kit together?
I had one, and it was just taking up. It just
Yeah.
I didn't have the time to do it, basically.
Yeah, and
But
that's
if you
fine.
take a look at
That's
your
fine.
kit, though, it's really simple, though.
It's
I
really
mean, you've
simple,
got
yeah.
some headers and
Yeah.
some sockets and
Yeah.
the dip package, and that's really it. So
Yeah.
your average soldering skills can put this together pretty easily, it looks like.
Yeah, it's dip. No, it's through hole only. There's no surface mount soldering required. Basically, it's just like there's this FPGA board. There's an interface board, and then
Right.
you have some headers that you.
And imagine this: if you're a pet owner, really, your other alternative would have been to desolder the components that were in the pet board that's broken. This is a
Right.
lot less daunting.
Right.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and even I mean, even if you want to get it back to the state where it can run without the Romulator, it's still it's useful just to
Yeah, it's
get you, so
completely
you know
convertible.
just so you know what to
Yeah.
do. You know,
That's
you
actually a
know which
good
chip
point
to
you bring up there. I think especially for the pet, even more than the C64 obsessed folks, bringing machines or keeping them as original as possible plays a large role for many of the pet owners, which I personally find a little bit odd, because when these things came out, you were actually encouraged to try and drill holes in them and put
Right.
switches
Yeah.
and all of that. Everybody seems to have forgotten that.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's fantastic. What other products should we be aware of, Mike?
Well, let's see. The other, and my last one here is the it's a disk drive for the pet. It's called the Pet Disk Max.
Yeah,
This is the green one.
yeah, I love that one. I saw it at I saw
green
it at
one.
PCF West.
And the new ones are the stylish, the black
Yeah,
board version. But
so tell a little bit about that. Tell a little bit
so
about
this
that.
is the second iteration of there's actually a third iteration overall of the PET disk drives things that I made, but this is the second version of the PET disk Max, which is the Wi-Fi enabled version. But basically, it's an SD card and Wi-Fi drive for the PET. It does not attempt to emulate any particular disk drive, so it's not. And the compatibility is, it doesn't have 100% Commodore DOS compatibility, but you can load and save programs. It also supports D64, and it does support some, a good amount of the Commodore DOS stuff. You can do sequential files. Doesn't have rel files yet. I'm hoping to do that to support more stuff. But actually looking for good examples of software using those rel files, because I just can never find a good example to debug.
Database programs.
Yeah. Database programs. Yeah. I'll have to find a good database program on the PET to run against. So you can have everything on the SD card with FAT32, or you can also use a standard web server as a virtual disk drive. So basically any web server that's right now it's PHP script. You just copy into one directory on your web server.
Yeah.
And then you configure that with a config file. The config file, you can update the config file by copying it onto SD card, the root directory of the SD card, and then you power it up. And then it'll read the config file. But you map basically URL to a drive number on the PET. So I can map like drive 10 or device 10 as a Wi-Fi drive. And then you can just copy files into this directory hosted by a web server, and then you can just load and save them on the fly.
That's awesome.
It's useful. I mean, of course, like you could take all existing PET software and put it on a single SD card and be done with it. So you don't, is it necessary? Not really, but I like using it when if you're building programs, then you can have your build machine. You can use like PHP test server,
development server, and use versions on that. That's absolutely awesome. That's
so you just do like PHP-S, and then you just host a directory. And then,
we wouldn't mind having something like that on the C64 as well.
Right. That would be nice. Yeah, there were. I guess I've never delved into the C64 drive realm yet, but
it's a beautiful dark side.
What's that?
It's a beautiful dark side.
It's a beautiful dark side. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So, Mike, that's awesome. I think it's probably the first and maybe even only product that has this type of Wi-Fi. Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of, I added that feature just because. Well, I had the. I'll show you the old. This is the V1 version of the PET disk Max.
Okay.
This version used an Atmel microcontroller plus an ESP01 module on here, which I'm separately, it's separately connected to the Atmel. But then it just became impossible to get the Atmel chips anymore. Yeah. So that's why I used the ESP32, which fortunately still seem fairly easy to get. So, and then you just get the Wi-Fi for free basically with that one. It's a relatively cheap microcontroller that also has Wi-Fi. So might as well use the
byproduct.
Yeah.
That's absolutely awesome. So the this product is available, is still in development, what's the story?
It's available, it's for sale on my site, and I do keep working on it. I'll get bug reports and then I'll fix the bugs. Basically, it's in bug fixing mode. Plus, I do have things that I would like to add to it. A few of them being there's the rel file thing. A couple people have contacted me with trying to get it working on with what is it, OS 9 on the Super PET. I think requires certain things from the disk drives which are not supported by this yet, but I would like to get that working.
Yeah, Chuck is asking, Super PET OS 9 uses REL files.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's something I would very much like to add. I'm pretty sure hardware-wise it's fine. It just needs to be supported in software. So, and it's open source also. The schematics are up. Actually, I have to double check. The schematics are supposed to be up. I'll make sure that they're up. But software is available and you can build it yourself.
That's
if you want
fantastic.
to.
Is that, and I presume for people that are buying these products, Git is probably the best way, GitHub to kind of issue feature requests or otherwise bugs, anything.
Yeah, either just email me directly and tell me about it, or you can submit a. You can even fix them. You know, if you're enterprising, you can fix it yourself.
Well, anybody who's met you and have known you for a little bit know you're in for it for the long haul. All of your projects are they're not like I'll make one batch run, I'll never look at it again.
No. I'm trying to keep. Well, I'm trying to keep them going as long as possible.
Products.
I'm trying to keep them going. And
I think you surpassed the Linux release schedule when it comes to.
yeah. Well, yeah. I guess it has been, you know, it's a little challenging when you're just designing around a specific chip in this, you know, in the environment where you can't depend on any chip being available. So,
amen.
It's the story of every maker, unfortunately.
I mean, the only way I could find around it is it's kind of in the design of the software. I try to make it as like agnostic as possible, and just don't, you know, have basically everything that just directly interacts with the hardware just have in one file. And then if you get to a point where you need to change it, you can kind of rebuild everything and just change the hardware interface kind of thing. It's not
doing with C side is easier, but like you have to do assembly code for like the pet part and stuff. You know.
Yeah. That stuff all needs to be kind of separate per platform.
So Mike, what's next? What is there something on the radar that you are working on that you may want to like tip a little?
Oh, let's see. Well, next up, well, this is not specifically Commodore, but I have this Z80 version of the ROMulator.
Oh, wait! That's not just something. That's amazing.
That came out over the last year. This is kind of I would call it an early access release right now.
Yeah,
just because I think the hardware is working, but it has a lot more software or I guess bitstream updates to be done on the FPGA. Needs to support bank switching, which neither of the ROMulators support bank switching right now, but it just seems like a lot more of the Z80 machines require dynamic bank switching, like switching out your video RAM with. Or almost every Z80 machine, except for the oldest ones, that seem to use it. So I'll need to add that.
Well, Mike, that one, of course, Kris Sekula is going to be after you as a speaker, and who brought into VCF West that Polish development Z80 development board.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's very interested in that. He's deep into Z80 as well. So
nice.
That's cool. So what product had you initially intended this one for? Did you have an own machine that you were trying to create this for, or how did this come about?
It was just because, I mean, with the 6502 ROMulator, I did get some requests for a Z80 version, and also just because it was kind of picking the top two CPUs, you know, the most common, top two most common, I guess.
Yeah.
I made an attempt at a 6510 version, which I'd still like to get that working. It seems like there's going to be a lot more. There are going to be some other challenges with getting a ROMulator for the C64, because so much of it depends on, you know, PLA and lots of funny tricks being done with various regions.
Integrate a lot more components.
It will be
for the Z80. For the Z80, I could see some of the arcade guys.
Right. Yeah.
Very interested as well, because it's always the same with these arcade boards. This is number one issue, figuring out where on earth. It will be very, very helpful there as well.
Very
different type of market again.
Yeah, definitely. There have been a couple arcade folks who contacted me about it. Some are using with the 6502 version for arcade boards.
Oh, they do as well. That's interesting.
I think a lot of the Atari boards were 6502.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them. Yeah.
So, Mike, before we wrap up here, I got a question for you.
Sure,
so I've known you for 10, 12 years,
something like that.
Yeah. So, but one thing I do not know is, how did you get started in computers? What got you going? What was your first computer?
Oh, good question. Well, let's see. Well, when I was a kid, I guess the first computer I was aware of in our house was a TI-99, which the shirt I have right now. So not a Commodore shirt, unfortunately. It's the only vintage computer shirt I had. But we had a TI-99, which I really liked. And then my dad did have eventually got a C64 for the ham Radio Shack. So and then I kind of appropriated it for playing games, of course.
Sure.
So I don't know. And then I was just kind of always into computer stuff as a kid. And then after a while, I had an Amiga, and then at some point, and once later in the 90s, then it was just PCs and clones and stuff like that. But I guess I just enjoyed programming, enjoyed working with computers. And then there was kind of I didn't really get into sort of the retro computer thing until maybe like the early 2010 timeframe kind of thing. And then you just start to get sort of nostalgic about your childhood computers and and that was the time where you could still get them. You go around, look around on Craigslist and get some free or very cheap old computers. So I certainly did that, as the garage will show you. And just tried to, and then there was this thing in about 2011 where a whole bunch of pets got given away from a warehouse in East Bay, California, and that was the beginning of the pet saga.
That was things went out of hands.
That was when things really got out of control. Yeah, I had a real storage unit problem for a while. Fortunately, don't have that anymore. But yeah, right now it's got a bunch of pets, and then eventually I have a couple Apple IIIs that I want to do something with that are just sitting around. So I'm going to try to do something with that too.
Interesting. So you really got back into it not long before I met you.
Yeah, that was sort of the early days of my doing retro computer stuff in general. I guess the first computer I bought that was not a like modern computer was I think I got it at a yard sale when I was in college. It was an Amiga 1000 at a yard sale for probably $10. So
wow,
still have it. And that was, at that point, that was like the late 90s. So that computer was only around like 10 years old at that point. It wasn't even that retro at that time. But yeah, it's certainly changed a lot since then.
That's awesome.
Cool.
It's always been a fun journey and just messing around with this stuff.
I think the uniqueness that you bring here, maybe to close off on that. First of all, obviously, thank you for making time.
Sure.
I think what you bring is so unique, is both the creative side that you have in you, as well as the technical side, and then your absolute approachability. Anybody who's ever met you anywhere, they'll know, you're ask me anything Reddit style in everything you do. And it's very nice.
Yeah.
I remember how you
I try.
got Saj up and running with what I would call an alpha build. That wasn't even.
Oh yeah.
And the patience you had in that, it's just really appreciate you. Just
thank you.
To the community.
We'll certainly try to be approachable.
And so, I can attest.
Mike, thanks so much. Please do hang around on the Discord for a little bit as well. People have questions, and remember, everything that you got listed on your website is really -1 now, because I'm still
no.
Oh sure,
I already ordered already. It's already in. Literally, so
parallel orders.
These but yeah, thank you. It's been
right.
Okay,
well, we'll let you go, and we're gonna have Kris up next, and I'm going to, there we go. Now we've got all right, Kris.
Okay, it's me. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear. Hey, Kris.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Kris, I think you've prepared a little bit of a presentation for us that you probably want to go through. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have a couple of slides that I will show.
Okay, so let us. I don't know if you have an intro of yourself in those. If you haven't, then let's do that here real quick. Who are you? Where are you from? How did you get involved in this? What's your first computer? Kind of that type of background.
Yeah. So my name is Kris Sekula. I'm a bit of a tinker and a geek overall. So I like to play with hardware. like for many of us, Commodore was my first real computer. And when I say real, I mean something that has a screen and a real keyboard. So that's really why, why I'm here, because Commodore was, the computer of my youth, my passion, and it kind of stayed with me. Now in my early 40s, I'm still playing.
That's awesome. Awesome. Well, today you're presenting something that many in different communities have been using for several years, an EPROM emulator. Used by people with old machines as well as arcade folks. Something that many of the C64 people may not have come across as often, but actually ought to be super useful, especially for people that create cartridges, kernels, that type of stuff. So let's hand the mic over to you and then let you do your thing.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the intro, and thanks for the opportunity to show you this this piece of hardware. Like you said, I mean, the hardware that I'm going to be showing, it's one of those things where I had a need, and because I tinker with a lot of the old computers, that need had to be somehow satisfied, and I couldn't find anything on the market that did what it needed to do. So I ended up sort of building it initially for myself. Later I open sourced it and kind of started offering it as a product. So let me introduce you a little bit into the EPROM emulator. You should see a bit of my presentation right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So before we start talking about the EPROM emulator, we should just very briefly introduce us into the EPROM memory. So what you see here is the classical chip, which is the EPROM. As you can see, it has a glass window on the front of it. This is a type of memory that you can program. You need a programmer for it, so you need to remove this piece of memory out of your device and program it externally. And to erase this memory, you have to subject it to some UV light. So the old computers, including Commodores, can use this EPROM memory, and often we're using the EPROM memory. So every time you want to change the program, the built-in firmware of those computers, you sort of have to go through this manual process of removing the memory out of the computer, putting it into a programmer, reprogramming it, and plugging it back into the device. So this is troublesome, especially now we are used to writing software and just compiling very quickly and wanting to see the results of our changes. And if you have to spend 5 to 10 minutes every time you iterate through your software, this can be annoying. So this is where the EPROM emulator comes in handy for this sort of situation. So the EPROM emulator, as you can see here, it's a small device that on one end, it has a 28-pin, like a plug. And this is something that can replace temporarily, whilst you're writing the new firmware, this can temporarily replace the EPROM in your device. So that's on one end. And on the other end, there's a USB connection to your computer. So what you can do is, when you have a new version of your code, this could be after you compiled, or maybe using a new binary that somebody gave you, you can easily upload this new binary into the emulator, and the emulator will pretend the new version of the EPROM without you having to juggle around or remove or change anything as part of this process. The emulator also has a few hooks that you can attach to the reset circuit of the computer. So not only the new version of the code is going to be uploaded to the emulator, but also the emulator can reset the target computer. So you can sort of automate almost the entire process of firmware development for those old computers. So that's the hardware. Very briefly, what's inside the emulator. So really at the heart of the emulator is a piece of memory, just a RAM, SRAM in this case. And this memory is attached to some buffers and ultimately to that 28-pin probe. So that's on the right-hand side of this diagram, and on the left-hand side is the control logic, which in this case is an Arduino and a couple of port expanders. So when we upload new code into the emulator, we briefly interrupt the connectivity between this 28-pin probe and the SRAM. We reprogram the SRAM, and then we release the connectivity and kind of reattach this SRAM back into the target computer. So it's pretty simple in a way how it's built. The whole project is completely open source, so absolutely everything, including the KiCad files that are required to build your own. So that's on the hardware side. On the software side, again, same situation. It's all open source, available on GitHub. The firmware that controls the emulator itself is a Arduino sketch. So the brains of the emulator is actually a small Arduino Nano. So there's an Arduino sketch, and on the computer side, there's a Python script. And being Python, it's sort of compatible with all the common platforms. You can run it on Windows, you can run it on Macs, you can run it on a Linux machine. I should note that the control software can be run in two modes. You can run it from a CLI. So you see at the bottom of my screen, there's an example of the CLI command where I specify the type of memory and specify the file that I want to upload into the emulator. So I can do it through a CLI, and the CLI can be integrated with your other firmware development tools. It could be made as part of your makefile. So you can, completely end-to-end automate the whole process. But for those who don't want to, play around with or mess around with CLI commands, if you don't provide any options into the CLI command, it will come up with a small kind of like a GUI where you can select the type of EPROM you want to emulate. You can select the COM port on which your emulator is attached and choose the file that you want to send. So that's the software. So, talking about the emulator in the context of our beloved Commodore computer, there are two use cases that I tested or used myself. One use case is when you are trying to do something with the internals of the Commodore, things like the kernel or the BASIC. So what you can do is replace the ROMs that are inside the Commodore with the emulator, and then you can do your development this way. There's a small adapter that is obviously needed because the Commodore is not going to take a standard EPROM by default, so you need a 2364 to 2764 adapter, but that's pretty much one of the use cases. The other use case is emulating an EPROM that would normally be used in a cartridge port. So in this case, what you see here on the screen is a cartridge where I removed the original EPROM that the cartridge came with, and I replaced it with my emulator. So that's the two kind of most common use cases. So that would be it in terms of my very brief presentation. Obviously, I'm going to show you now some of the stuff in real life. Any questions in the meantime?
Yeah. So I've got a couple of questions. So first of all, the EPROMs obviously have different sizes. They started off with what was it, all the way to the 08, 16, 32, and then meanwhile they're probably up to the 512 or even bigger. What is the target range for the EPROM emulator?
Yeah, awesome question. So the EPROM emulator supports the most common EPROMs that you would see in those old computers. So anything from a 2716 all the way to a 27512. So up to 64 kilobits is what the emulator supports. Now, obviously, by default, the actual probe on the end of the emulator is a 28-pin probe. So it kind of really is aimed at the 28-pin devices, so 2764 all the way to 7512.
Right.
But it's also possible to emulate the 2716 and 2732, the smaller memories.
Yeah, and I think I saw that you make a good lead into the second question. I think in case of the kernel, you showed the picture indeed of the 28 to 24 pin adapter that you would use in that case for the EPROM emulator.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, for the Commodores, for the kernel and the basic ROMs, you need to have a different adapter.
Yeah,
you
would
need to have a
just
small
click
adapter.
it in on that one, and then you'd be going. So for people that want to play with, for instance, the different colors on the kernel, or change the text, or go much more all out, change routines or anything like that, or enhance that basic, or even the character ROM, could do that too. We have a member that created for a game in an entirely different machine. This would have been a fantastic tool to quickly check that on a real machine.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Yuri, here, because we can do quite a lot of those experiments in software. We can do it in the software emulators on a computer, but there's nothing like actually testing on the real hardware, because this way you expose all sorts of corner cases and small little things that normally are not or typically are not exposed when you just operate in software.
Right. Now, when you do an EPROM emulator in the past, in the old past, speed of an EPROM was a differentiator. You had them from, what was it, from 45 up to probably 300 or 400 nanoseconds. This emulator, where does it sit kind of its emulation speed of an EPROM?
Yeah, so the truth is that there's many facts that dictate how fast that EPROM emulator can be. Okay. One of the key parts that dictates the speed of the EPROM emulator is the actual speed of the SRAM that is used.
Yeah.
So I typically use like a 70 nanosecond SRAMs. You could use faster SRAMs. Yeah. Now, most of the targets that we typically operate with
are much
slower. Yeah.
That would be something that would be they would have deemed impossible.
Yeah. So it's not really a problem. In fact, using a too fast memory in the EPROM emulator can have actually a bad effect, because the faster you go, then faster the raising and lowering edges of the logic are. And then with the ribbon cable and the extension out of the computer, you can expect all sorts of weird things to happen. Yeah? So I actually recommend for the Commodore emulation, I recommend that SRAM to be actually at least 100 nanosecond or slower.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. So I think you tried a real life setup as well. I know last night you were experimenting with a cartridge as well.
Yeah. So correct. So there's nothing like a real demo. So let's see if the demo gremlins are gonna.
Beautiful lab, by the way. Fantastic lab.
Thank you. So let me see if I can show you some real life demos. Let me have a look. So this is a camera which is zoomed at my Commodore 64, and we got the EPROM emulator plugged into the cartridge port. Let's do like this. Let me bring out my CLI. So I'll bring it sort of here.
So a good question here while you're doing this, and I want you to give the answer rather than myself. Indeed, we get the question. So it sounds like this emulator will also work with a larger basic ROM of the C64 shortboards, for instance.
What's the size used there? Actually, I don't even remember.
128 or 256?
128.
Yeah, one of the two.
256. Yep. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, it will run all the way to 27512. Oh. So what I have here is, a session to a computer that is attached to the emulator, and you hopefully see also the actual screen of the Commodore 64. So what I will do is I'll upload a small binary file that the way it's compiled, and I'll share later maybe the website where we got the information from. The way it's compiled is when it lands in the slot of the cartridge, it will be copied into the area of the memory of the Commodore where the basic programs are sitting. So what we pretty much.
Yeah, Chris, before you go that in your OBS, can you flip the C64 screen?
Yeah, there's a million people right now having a fit about the function keys being on the wrong side.
Have I done it again? Hang on. Let me do
Transform and then
flip
horizontal.
flip horizontal. No,
No, not this one, just your
only of
OBS.
your C64, not of this one. That one needs to go back, otherwise, because that one was correct.
Sorry, guys.
No,
this one.
Rotating it, yeah.
This one. I will fix the other one in a moment. Sorry. It's my camera that is not actually vertical. It's horizontal. 1 second. Flip this one back and then transform, but like this.
Yes,
that's it.
There you go. Yep.
Now you just need to flip your
And
lab.
then I need to flip my lab. Otherwise, all the electrons are going to fall down.
Yeah, the boxes will open. And
imagine having to resort all those components.
yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Looks good.
And now you need to try. You need to.
Horizontal.
Now-
Flip on that one.
Transform that one.
Yep.
Which one? The lab one?
Yeah,
The
lab
lab
one
one,
is
yeah, with your command
flipped
prompt.
horizontally.
Sorry for that, guys. Sorry. Transform horizontal.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Excellent. There we are.
Okay, I'm a total noob when it comes to OBS, so this is to be expected.
It's all good.
Okay, so coming back to the demo. So like I said, this binary file is a simple file that ultimately what we want to end up with is some program loaded into the BASIC that we can execute. So literally the case of running this program, and you will see the Commodore is going to reset, and the basic program is pretty much a single line of text that is being repeated. So you can see this is already taken effect. We have it running on the Commodore. I'll stop it just to show you, and we'll do a list command on this. So you can see there's a couple of lines of basic loaded into this computer. So what if I want to change it? I mean, what if I'm working on a larger program and I want to do some changes? So what I'll do here is that binary file, will open it in a hex edit, and well, let's change a little bit this text. CRX 2022 is fun. Okay, we'll save the file, exit, we will exit out of the editor, and I'll reuse the same command and re-upload the changes.
So it's re-upload. You can see the machine reset itself. That's awesome.
And as you can see, our new code or our new text is there. So I mean, this is a really super trivial example, but that's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm changing the code inside the cartridge on the fly, and I can do it to the stuff that is sitting in the cartridge board, or I can do it to the kernel, or I can do it to the basic.
Imagine having had this in 1984.
It's not trivial the amount of time you save. Trust me. Because you look at the old school way of doing it, where you put your EPROM into your eraser, and you got to wait 10 minutes, and then you can program it, and just to find out you didn't erase the EPROM completely, you got to redo that. Oh yeah, it's
your $20 EPROM as well. You didn't have a whole bunch of meter because they were super expensive, and erasing took 30 minutes.
Yeah, would have been a godsend back in the day for sure.
Yeah, and I mean it is time consuming, you know, and like I said, most of the developers of today, or people who write software today, we want an instant feedback. We want to know if it's working straight away. I want to change that one line of code and see what happens if I try to execute it. So, you know, and like I said, this is useful not just for the Commodores, it's all the other old computers that we all probably tinker with. This is where the EPROM emulator can be super useful. And at the end of a hard work day of writing code, you might want to use this EPROM emulator for something more fun. So let's load up a game. Let's load up an Astro Blitz, and we'll do it exactly the same way as we did with our code.
AK.
Bam, just like that.
And just like that, we are in the middle of our favorite game and we can play.
That is awesome. Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. I think so for those that were at VCF West, we created these custom cartridges to celebrate 40 years of C64. And we had set ourselves the goal to make an auto booting cartridge, so it was easy to set up 9 machines in the morning, just turn them on, and whenever they would break, we would just flip the cartridge in another machine, turn it on, and have it run. We already had created it in such a way that the cartridge had a socket and it had an EEPROM in it. So then we just had to take the EEPROM out, program it, put it back. It took quite a few iterations to get to working cartridges for the games that we wanted to demonstrate. Now I have one of these devices. Why I didn't think of using a this route is now beyond me. This is really useful. This is really useful. What kind of because I know you've been building these for people as well. It's all through hole, but it's quite a few components. It's not a small board.
Yeah, so it is not a small board, but I in a way I think this is an advantage of this tool, because even people with not much soldering experience can build it. And I've had feedback from people all over the world replicating the project. It's relatively simple to build. I know it's the project itself is kind of maybe a little bit complicated from the logic point of view, but it is a simple to understand circuit. So if there is if there is anything that might not work as you expected, it's very easy to troubleshoot, because schematics are fully available. It's all simple logic, so you can just very easily test absolutely everything.
So Kris, you've had this board out in the open now for past few years now, and there's still quite a bit of demand for it, because I know you build them yourself as well, you sell them yourself as well. I think the links are up on your Discord here as well. You're always behind. There's always more demand than you've got available typically. Are you going to support this thing for the next decade, or where's your thinking at? You must be getting sick and tired at some point in time.
So the device was not really designed with mass production in mind. It was designed as a sort of a hobby tool that I can build for myself and use it. So I tried to make a couple of them, but like quite a few of us with busy day life, family commitments, it is not something I can produce in hundreds. Yeah, I do, a couple here and there. When I have time, I'll put together a couple and list it on eBay or Tindy, and they almost always go very quickly.
Yeah.
So are these kits? Are they fully assembled units, or how do you sell these?
So most of the time, I mean, those days I would say in the last 2 months, I've only been selling the assembled ones. I used to sell the kits as well. And when I have time to prepare a couple of kits, I also offer the kit version. But I mean, it's almost as much work with the kits as it is with the assembled ones.
Yeah, we heard the same from Mike just a moment ago. He used to do kits as well. He said, it's just as much work. I'm just, when I have the time, I'll just build one and sell it that way.
Yeah, finding a way to package the kits. Every component is important, so you need to secure the components for shipping, and it's
label each one.
Label.
Yeah. So this is all open source, you said, the schematics, everything. So anything. So if people want to order everything themselves, they could easily do that. They can build their own device as well.
Yeah. So on my website, the links to the GitHub are there. There's also a link to a shopping cart in DigiKey if you want to buy all the parts in one go. So you can just use that and build it yourself. I'm a big believer of open source. So from the beginning, it was fully open source. And it helped me as well, because I built a bit of a community around it. I got lots of feedback from people. There were some snags at the very earliest, in the early version of the emulator. I only had a set of target devices to try with. But once the project became popular, people used it with all sorts of other things. So we found some corner cases that needed some attention. So I think open sourcing something is going to expose you to other users, and it's a two-way thing. You get the feedback from users as well.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's absolutely awesome. So Kris, if you look back at this device and where it's at now, are you thinking of a next tool that you need in your hobby that you're going to build for yourself and maybe then create as an open source or otherwise for the public, or are you going to step back from it a little bit? Where are you at?
Yeah, so I'm kind of building all sorts of gadgets and things for myself. I am into all kinds of retro computing. What I've been working on recently is 6502 as a processor is not something that I've experienced a lot. I know it's in the Commodore, but I haven't really used a lot of it hands-on. So I want to get some, I would say, it's an operational experience. So I'm building some small gadgets with that processor to play with. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, Kris, thanks for making time for us. I think a lot of the C64 people may not have heard of this project before, so I thought it was important they get to see some of this. Unfortunately, that may lead to some more orders as well. That means that spend here or there another Friday on building these, or people can just order them themselves and find the components themselves and build them. It's very worthwhile. I'm going to pull mine out of console. I just wish that my brain would have been smarter a month or two ago, and I could have used it when I was still going from cartridge to EPROM. Lesson learned there as well.
I mean, it could be a good, it could be a good a training project for people who wants to do a little bit more than just using the computers, maybe tinker a little bit. So it could be an interesting project to build. I strongly encourage people to use to build it themselves. But obviously, if you are unable to do it, just watch my YouTube shop or the Tindy shop, and every now and then I'll send a batch of assembled units.
That's cool. So do you have your links to your website and how people can actually purchase it? Maybe the GitHub links as well, or in the Discord room?
I think it's in the Discord room.
Okay, great. So people that are here on Discord can pop in, or people that are watching this video maybe 6 months from now. The Discord, we leave up all year long for each one of the CRXs. Yeah. And so you can always go back in and check out each one of the rooms and get the link for your information from there.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Well, guys, so we got lunch time coming up, right? At 12:30 here in a few minutes, lunch. And then after lunch, we have Gideon coming in from
Holland.
From Holland, the Dutchland, one of your brothers, Yuri.
Yeah.
And so after that, we've got the disc copying segment. But I want to remind everybody right now that all 5 auctions are live. So you can go to the auctions room and you can take a look at the auctions, look at the links, and they're all eBay based. They will end tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And so go check those out. And I guess we will get out of here and do some Slay Radio, and we'll see you back in a half hour.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Kris, thanks you.
Guys. Yeah, Kris, thanks so much, man.
This is Slay Radio, home of Commodore 64 remixes.
All right, we're back.
Got it.
And
And I see Gideon. He got himself
Oh.
connected.
there he is. You're muted there, Gideon.
Yeah, I think now it should be all right.
Yes,
I
it's
think
good.
you got it. Okay.
Well,
Right.
Hi,
Welcome.
good afternoon.
How's it going? Good evening in Holland. Goedenavond.
Goedenavond. Nice pronunciation.
Thank you. So, Jim, you want to put us on the 3-view or whatever it is?
it's supposed to be on there now,
Focus.
but it's not. So
We fix that. Gideon, thanks a lot for making the time late on a Saturday evening in Holland. We got you out of a quick nap as well. Little bird told me. So, so welcome back. Another year of adventures has gone. Oh, we lost. Jim is still playing with. Yeah, I think you got the view correct now, Jim.
is it good now?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
another year has passed. Time is flying.
It does indeed, and a year it has been. Today, I didn't send any list of questions prior, so it's going to be a tombola of questions. I can promise, Gideon, and hopefully you can take us through a little bit of the adventure. As usual, obvious, we'll do a 2-minute explanation. What are you famous for? This, well, 3 people in the Commodore community that.
I'm sorry, but you're really getting cut off.
Yeah, you're popping in and out there, Yuri.
Okay, I'll jump back in. Let me jump back in.
Okay.
I was wondering that maybe it is my connection here. But
No, you're good. You've got great connection. It just happens to Yuri periodically. He's out there, feeding the squirrels to get the electric in his house to work, and so. So Gideon, good to see you at least. It's been a full year. Yeah, it's been a few text messages back and forth through Facebook and stuff, but yeah, we've been busy for a year, and I'm looking forward to seeing how you circumnavigated the chip shortage, because it's obviously it's been a real rough go for all of us in the hardware realm.
Exactly. I think you have to deal with exactly the same things in that regard.
Yeah. In all industries. I mean, your day job is my day job, so I mean it's the same thing. So
same thing here. Yeah, but I think Yuri has a lot of questions about that in his
yeah, well, I'm sure he does.
So-called prepared interview.
Yes.
But I was trying to see if maybe I can also be on a wired network, but I'll do that when things go well.
Yeah, you look good. You're fine. I think it's just Yuri. So we got Yuri back in now, hopefully. Or it's Zoom. Hey, Yuri, back? Oh, you're muted though.
I am back.
Okay.
He's back.
Hopefully that worked. I paid all the bills this month.
That's good.
Including internet. Anyways, I hope I'm audible this time.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Hey, Gideon, I was saying for those 2 people in the Commodore community that don't know you or the products that you release to the community, you mind doing a 2-second introduction to yourself?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, I am the creator of the Ultimate range of products that includes basically two main lines of product. That is the Ultimate cartridge. The Ultimate 2 Plus basically is the most famous one for that. And the other one is the Commodore 64 motherboard replacement called Ultimate 64.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And this is something for anybody that hasn't experienced this. It's FPGA solutions for a complete replacement. In this case, for a complete replacement of a C64 board with tons and tons of extra. Anything that you would have dreamt of when you were a young kid, of I wish we could add this to a Commodore 64 at some point in time, has been added, and then some. with a very thriving community. I think on Facebook alone, it's nearly 5,000 people that like bombard you on a daily basis with new feature requests, update requests, where's more products, and can we maybe add the following list of crazy things possible. So how is that for you on a daily basis? How do you even deal with a product that has become so popular with such a large following that is so enthusiastic about it and wants to tell about that and wants to ask about that?
Well, the latter, what you mentioned, is that people are very enthusiastic. That keeps me going, basically, because without that it would probably die out. I don't know how to say that properly, but because it takes a lot of energy. I must say that there are times that I feel like, oh, what am I doing? But then, it is sometimes. So it's what used to be a hobby before. It's now sometimes just work. Yeah, and that is that makes it a little bit less fun. Yeah. But on the other hand, the enthusiasm of the people in the community is so great, and the feedback is usually very positive. That that in some way it feels like I cannot just
abandon that.
Just run away from it.
So to that point there, because I think a lot of people may or may not know, but this is really a hobby that got completely out of hand, and it's not your day job. You have an actual day job, and you use your spare time with your family to kind of go as far even as pack and wrap and ship these things.
Yeah, when they feel like it, and which is not that often. But sometimes I can convince my daughter or one of my daughters to come and help. Sometimes my wife helps. Yeah. But the biggest support I get from my wife is basically that she keeps the household running. It is. That's a blessing in that regard.
Yeah, that is indeed, and that's huge support indeed. Now, there was a bit of a reason of a lead-in to that, because obviously with the global market and the shortages that we've seen in the chip industry being such a profound impact on the entire supply chain, including yours, which was a very constrained supply chain as it was, because you would be creating in batches in the past. Now you got into a stage where you had exhausted every single avenue to get the components that you would need to create some of your products, especially the cartridge. You basically completely ran out of options of create any further of these cartridges. There was just no timeline that was realistic anymore, it seems.
Yeah, timeline and also the pricing of the components, because well, actually, there are clients that are also in business, and they have approached me with the question like, okay, what is the exact part number? I will have a look for you. Maybe I can help you to get the components, which is really, really nice. Yeah. So I told them what is the component part of the cartridge, the Cyclone 4 FPGA from Altera or Intel. And he came back with, okay, it is $180.
Wow.
So I said, yeah. So now you see why it is not feasible to build it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it is. On one hand, it is the supply, and on the other hand, is the price, which are of course also related. It's like people that really need it will pay a premium.
Yeah, they will pay the premium. So how did it then? So because, like, from a technical point of view, I don't think there's ever been a doubt in your mind that you could re-platform if you would need to. But if you combine that with this is a hobby and this is not my job, at what point in time did you kind of think to yourself, hey, I'm going to put in an enormous amount of energy to re-platform this, to basically create the exact same product with the exact same features as I had in the previous package, to then be able to start producing again? Where tell us a little bit on how that came about and where you decided, okay, I'm going to bite the bullet, this is what I'm going to do.
Now, I think isn't it that you already asked me this like last year, exactly this question? Maybe not, maybe I'm mistaken, but then I mentioned that, and that was my standpoint about a year ago. It's like, I don't feel like recreating a whole new hardware platform and then putting a lot of effort and then in the end having exactly what I already had.
Right.
Yep.
So, but then on the other hand, yeah, the enthusiasm.
Which was indeed the answer, by the way, you gave last
year. Yep.
Yeah.
And I would not have expected what would happen after that. So
Yeah.
hence that question again.
Yep.
Yeah, well, like you mentioned, the enthusiasm of the people is so great, and the questions kept on coming in. And I also got tired of giving disappointing answers.
Wow.
At a certain point. And you know, every 2 months we have a meeting here in the Netherlands, so like a Commodore Club gathering.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have some very enthusiastic people there, very creative people, you know.
Okay.
And that and one of the guys said, you know, the way I design things nowadays is just like I just go on the market and I see whatever is available at this precise time, and I just buy 1,000 of these, 2,000 of that, and then I just, and once I got them, I built my product, and I'll just find a way to use the components that are available to me at that time.
Right.
So I thought to myself, well, maybe I should give it a shot, and I started to see if I could re-platform it, as you mentioned it, to an FPGA that I found in stock.
Yeah.
At a reasonable price. So I downloaded the development tools and I started porting, and I started to see if it could fit and meet some basic timing requirements.
Right.
And then I thought, okay, well, seems to be feasible. So let's just buy them.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
So I just bought 1,000 of those FPGAs.
Wow.
Force the issue.
Yeah. And then the other components around it, I had to make some shifts to different variants because the ones that I was using are just not available.
Right.
So in the end, I got everything complete, and I started the board layout,
right,
and everything, and
that's
build a prototype.
That's pretty impressive. Now that first prototype that you created, did that confirm the feasibility of getting to the final design?
Yeah, actually it's working 100% right now. So let me see if I can grab one. Yeah. Well, it doesn't look very different from before, obviously, because it fits in the same plastic case.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
It's getting blurry. Maybe I should turn off the blur. I don't know how to do that.
That's
blur my background. So turn this on.
Yeah, that works.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So it
looks pretty similar.
It's similar, very similar.
Yeah.
It's a little bit smaller FPGA,
But foundationally different.
Yeah.
Truly foundationally different.
Is it?
Yeah,
Well,
obviously, yeah. This entire platform, I think so. Just for people to kind of understand what an undertaking like this looks like, how many hours do you think you had put into re-platforming this?
Well, okay, let me take it step by step.
Sure.
The first part was actually not that hard.
Okay.
Well, of course, obviously making a new board layout is a little bit is a hideous task because you have to route everything on a minimum number of layers.
Yeah.
But well, that maybe took a couple of evenings, weekends, and it was practically done. The preparations for the initial FPGA were also like maybe 2 weeks or so. Not really that much, but the real issue started when I got the prototypes and I started to try to turn them on, and just nothing happened.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
So I got a footprint wrong of one of the power regulators.
Okay.
Whoops.
So that caused the whole board not to have any power.
Yeah.
And then I started to running into issues with the DDR memory.
Okay.
Oh,
I just it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. I just had to rebuild FPGA and it worked, and I was like, yeah, it's work. I have solved the problem. And then the next build, just nothing, just completely nothing.
Yeah.
It just I don't know if you can see it, but
You're starting to get some gray hair. Yeah.
I don't have a lot of hair left. I pulled them out really. I was really at wit's end. I tried to contact the field application engineer here in the Netherlands, and I got really the dumbest questions. They couldn't help me.
Yeah.
But in the end, I accidentally stumbled upon the real issue.
is it a timing issue, or what was your issue?
The issue was a sequencing issue. It was basically, it has something to do with the reset and in the order in which some lattice primitives were started. And I had made everything programmable, and I could set everything with registers, but if the initial value would not be correct, it would get into some kind of undefined state and never come out of it.
Right.
And I couldn't find it.
And so that wasn't documented anywhere, of course, right?
I have really sifted through all the documentation, which is not very, not really the usual way I work.
Yeah.
But it was not clear at all.
Yeah.
But eventually it now it runs. So
good.
Then the other details started to pop up, but they were kind of easy to solve.
So
all in all, I think the whole project got delayed by, I would say, almost 2 months because of this memory problem.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And if they would have had better support, field support, this probably would have been, you've been able to shave at least a month and a half off of that, but you had to basically resolve it yourself.
Maybe a couple of weeks, because of course the first month you don't ask for help yet.
Yeah. Safety
True.
first, manual last.
So yeah.
No lifeline needed yet.
Yeah. That's so if you kind of look back at that now, do you feel that that's something you could or would have undertaken sooner? Or had you still had hopes that at some point in time the supply chain would correct itself and all of a sudden the floodgate of availability would open up again?
Yeah. Basically, that was one of the options that I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Also because there are a lot of brokers on the market that buy a lot of components, and when the supply chain is starting to get a little bit easier, you would probably I thought that a lot of those brokers would just dump their products again onto the market.
Right. Yeah, and you may see the inverse, where you actually would be able to buy these components at a lower price than you were used to historically, because they were just dumping, because they just have been price gouging in the past.
Or at least at only a small premium, and not like tenfold or something.
Yeah,
like that.
it's ridiculous.
So if you look at
it didn't happen.
Yeah, no, it didn't. So if you look at where you're at now, you've got a fully working prototype. You're probably now just tweaking for production setup, or are you already further ahead? So where are you at now when it comes to the development cycle of this one? Because it looks like you've opened up for pre-order, so that means that you're pretty close to getting to production now.
Yeah, actually, I have had some back and forth emailing with both the assembly company as well as the PCB manufacturer to get the penalization right.
Okay.
Because of course we are going to run a lot of boards.
Yeah.
Just going to run all boards at once.
All boards at once.
Yeah, just run all boards at once.
Yeah.
So I have to be pretty sure that everything is correct.
Yeah.
And also the penalization, right? So yeah, there are some issues with how do you say that? The way I did it before was just well, maybe not really industry standard. Let's put it
Yeah,
like
small runs where you would have a little bit more flexibility as a result of that. But when you're going to do 1,000 at once, you're going to have to kind of look at it in a different set of eyes.
Yeah, for
right.
panelization, you got to worry about connectors hanging off boards onto other boards nearby and all that stuff. So it's just quite a bit of work to do.
Yeah, I used to have a panel of 2x2, like a
Mhm.
panel of 4 boards with like a semi cut, like a V cut in the middle.
Yep.
Where the connector pin, the fingers, gold
Mhm.
fingers would touch.
Yep.
With not really gold. So a lot of people have been asking me, why don't you just provide full gold, like hard gold connectors? So that's what I'm going to do this time.
Mhm.
But that requires a different panelization.
Yep.
Okay.
So I had to change a couple of things to get that right. And as you said, overhanging connectors and yeah, I was very fond of those V cuts, and then the assembly company told me, you know what, you cannot do that because you put stress on the board when we break it, and that will lower your yield.
Right, you got to do route cuts now. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm now using routes with mouse bites and stuff like that. So a lot of technical details that's maybe not suitable for this meeting, but yeah, basically the board is now ready to go. I got my my offer, and just one press of the button.
The button and it's done. So where you at on that? So, and I think it's interesting, because you've spoken openly in the past about this, where you've always had a situation where you created small batches, you sold them, and then the whole world is complaining, oh, they're on back order again. How long is it going to take? Why don't you just make a whole bunch more? And you've always been pretty careful with that. You've always had fairly small batches compared to the demand that still existed after he had sold them all. I think you spoke last time about the fact that you remain surprised about how many people more are still wanting this product. It hasn't ended yet. It hasn't ended yet. There's still more demand in the market. Now, of course, going in with 1,000, that's a pretty big list of items.
Well, yeah, but on the other hand, I have not been able to deliver for over a year now. So it is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's too much. Maybe not.
Oh, I'm not worried. They're going to be all gone. I'm not worried.
No.
They're going to be all gone.
But what you mentioned, I used to start like that. I mean, I started like that when with the Ultimate 2, I made pretty small batches. I think 250 or so per batch. And I actually waited until I had enough orders on my list back then.
Yeah.
But now it's like, okay, if I got like 50 orders, I'll build 500.
Yeah. Which is,
so most of it goes out of the pocket.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I think the Commodore fans have been waiting for these to become available. I think that's great. They can pre-order them now. That's great as well. So they'll be able to get their hands finally on these boards again. I think that's superb. For those that have your old version already, the question no doubt has come up before, is what does that do to me? Am I now end of life? Am I now out of support? Or what is, this one is called 2+L, where do I stand? So can you talk a little bit about how, like the bug fixes, feature requests, all of that with regards to these two different versions in the field are gonna look like now?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a reason that I called it 2+L and not 3, for example, or the next number.
Right.
It is basically the same product. So it has the same case. It doesn't have +L on the plastic either. It just has plus. So the plastic has not changed. The size of the board has not changed. The position of the connectors has not changed. It's only the implementation.
Right.
So from a customer standpoint, there's no difference. And that is also the way I would like to support it.
Mhm.
Of course, there will be 2 different versions of firmware updates. That is unavoidable.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But for the rest, both versions will be supported, will continue to be supported.
That's awesome. I think that's probably for a lot of people a question on their mind. That also means that for those that have the 2 plus, let's say the current version, there's no need to buy the 2 plus L.
No.
No doubt they will anyways, because
Sure.
that's the Commodore community. The Commodore community buys anything that is released.
There are collectors, yeah.
There's
Not
many,
everyone. Not everyone is a collector,
but there's no reason to do so, because you're basically getting the exact same product.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so same RAM you have and the same FPGA as far as your capabilities and speed and everything's identical then to the original?
there are some differences. There is a little bit more RAM actually on this one, but it is not user accessible
Yeah, yeah.
at this point. The
That's not-
FPGA is more or less the same in size, but the processor that I'm using is a little bit bigger, so it is a little bit less space left for new things. So yeah, that is the current status. So I either have to go to a smaller CPU to run the application, or to just give up some features.
That's great. That's great. Now this is on the 2 plus. If we then kind of look at the Elite, I think first of all, I think you decided to no longer go with 2 different motherboards, right? It's
Right.
one, which makes a lot of sense. I've always wondered how come you kept both of them in place for such a long time. I presume that had to do with availability of components that you kind of wanted to use up, or was there a specific other reason why you had?
No, basically I was trying to have like a slightly cheaper version for some people that were a little bit tighter on budget.
Okay.
Now you know those ZIF sockets are not the cheapest.
Right. Very
Right,
expensive,
yeah.
So yeah, they offer comfort, and comfort comes at a price.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically it.
So for the remaining Elite board that you've got right now, how does the supply chain play a role in that board? Is there any issues there at this moment in time?
Yeah, absolutely. I am almost sold out. The pre-orders are even closed at this moment.
Yeah.
There are some people in the queue that have not responded to payment requests, and I feel a little bit I wouldn't say shy, but a little bit it doesn't feel right for me, a little bit harsh to just say, you know what, cancel them and let other people have the boards. I have about 20 left, so yeah, everyone who's going to see now is like,
I'm gonna jump on this.
Yeah.
but after those 20, I think the end of 2023 is the earliest possible date that I will have.
Holy cow.
Yeah, same for me. Yep.
Holy cow, 2023.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
best case.
Yep.
Wow. So Gideon, one thing that shines through yet again, is in all these years that you've been doing this, you have not changed one bit. You're still the nice person to customers that, aren't necessarily, as upfront as they should be. When you order a product, you got to pay, or when you get the signal, hey, it's now available, please pay within 2 weeks, and then wait a month or 2, and you're still being nice. I think that speaks to you. I think that's nice. Don't change that. That's who you are.
Absolutely.
I think that gives
Well,
you.
thank you. I mean, let's also be practical or be realistic. I mean, those people may also have gotten it in their spam box and never seen it. So
True. That's true, and it's a nice way for you to approach that. So obviously, the inevitable question now becomes: if you got this motherboard and you're looking at the best case scenario is going to be the end, then in 2023, is that due for a redesign then as well? Because that sounds like a no fun task.
It is a no fun task. I can confirm that.
So I'm going to ask the question this year, where maybe the real answer will come next year, on whether or not that is something that is in the stars right now. Is that something you're contemplating as just the only feasible, realistic option to do a replatforming for that board as well?
There are some features of the Cyclone 5 FPGA that I actually desperately need for the Ultimate 64 Elite. That the lattice just doesn't have.
Wow. So you might need to even go to a third option if you would have to, which is like, that's bonkers.
Well, or just find a different technical solution for the same problem. That is also an issue, also a possibility.
Right.
And am I contemplating it? I'm always contemplating different options. But I also have to be realistic in what I can pull off, because there are so many things on my list. I have here a light bar above my screen, and I just put some yellow post-its on them with things that I would like to get done in this project. And they have been there for months now, and there's not enough progress on that. For example, the Wi-Fi chip on the 64 Elite motherboard has to be also enabled. Yeah, I promised that like
a couple of years ago. Oh, well, you spoke about it a couple of years ago as this is a feature. I know work needs to be done to enable this.
Right.
But, yeah, simply no time. But I think that's the thing that I like about the community that you've surrounded yourself with. Your entire personality of treat people like you want to be treated actually has worked really well. People are always nice and self-correcting as well. I see it all the time on the Facebook as well. Someone gets a little bit of a snarky comment before you even get to respond, and you're very good with community outreach. There's already 5 people that have set the person straight. And then you'll still come in with a kind comment saying, I understand this is, important to you, and, we'll look at it at some point in time, tralala. But I think you do really well with that, and you've surrounded yourself with a community as well that helps there, because of course, with something as powerful as the products that you've created with so many different possibilities and features, you're going to have an endless list, and people can come up with the craziest of stuff. And before you know, you got the horde of internet sharing behind it and say, oh yeah, that's what we need.
Well, that is what happened recently. There was a post of a YouTube video of someone with like 20,000 followers or so. And I don't know what happened exactly, but in one day I got like 30-40 orders. I was like, this is insane.
Yeah,
right.
My cell phone wouldn't stop vibrating while I was at work.
Yeah. Which is great. It's a great problem to have, but it looks like for the boards, for the main boards, people are going to have to be quick, because it's going to be done, and it's going to be done for a while, no matter what. No matter what, there's no change in the supply chain that's going to come out here anytime soon. The backlog for these chips is dramatic. So so that's going to be interesting. Do you feel that maybe after this batch of 1,000 units that needs to go out, and please tell me that someone else is going to pack it and ship these, or are you going to still do it in-house and do it the way you've been doing it, or are you thinking of having someone else do it this time?
Now, since a couple of months, I do the packing stuff from a small office.
Okay.
Which basically means that I don't have all the mess here at home.
At home, yeah. I remember seeing the boxes sitting at the bins outside. You post pictures of that. That's no longer the case. Yeah,
that's no longer the case. I have them stored in a safe place, and that's also a place where I can do a little bit of administration, printing stickers, and all that kind of boring stuff.
Okay.
So I might also be able to invite other people over to
come and
work
help.
there for
Have
me.
the community step in. And in the past, they have often offered that help to kind of do some of that as well.
Yeah, there are some Dutch people that are living within reasonable distance that actually do come and help from time to time.
Yeah,
If I trust the person, then
Yeah.
I'm very welcoming them to help to come and help.
that's fantastic as well. So Gideon, the list of items that you got above your post-it note wall, huh? Do you feel that you may be able to get to some of that if you decide like, okay, this main board, I'm just going to let it sit for now. I'm just not going to think about that for now. I'll be opportunistic. Maybe something comes in the market and I'll buy another 1,000 chips and I'll do it then, force myself. Maybe I can now work on something I've got here in the post-its that I want to do. You, not the community, but that you.
Right. Yeah.
Do you feel that you may be getting to a point like that? Because that's the fun. That's where the energy.
Yeah. Well, actually, hardware is my passion. So doing the
software is a necessary evil. May I call it?
It was a necessary evil, but on the other hand, doing a board layout and all that kind of stuff, that is very addictive for me.
Yeah.
I love doing that. The problems that come along with it are, of course, a lot less fun. But
yeah,
there are also some software features that I would like to pick up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, last time you spoke about you're running out of space on both platforms. You're running out of space of how much features you can still add. You're going to have to start making some choice on what's still available to cramp into, let's say, the firmware of these units. Is that something that worries you if you kind of look at your list of items that you still want to do, or is that something where you no?
No, most of the things that I want to implement are software related. So for just application features to make things easier, more configurable, scriptable. The remote control features will improve.
Okay.
More networking kind of connectivity.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. So if I look at where is this going to go next? First of all, you're going to stay at 2 base products. Is that a fair assumption?
Definitely.
You're not thinking of a third hardware product that you want to make that you've got on a post-it note that you still have, like, I'm going to design a completely different type of hardware. Is there any?
Now, if I would go in that direction, it will probably not be for this community.
Okay.
So
Boo.
Boo, yeah. Now look, there is a side effect of this of this thing, is that my mind is completely like absorbed by these products, right? So it starts to be evident also in my daily job that my mind is too full for with things, and it in some way hinders me to look beyond.
You're boxed in. You're boxed in. You're too boxed in. You're too narrow-minded now as a result of something you've been in too deep.
Yes, so that is the reason why I can say boo things. I have to stay healthy. I mean, also in a technological sense.
Sure.
So can I to that point, if I may, can I ask you? You've always chosen to do these products next to a daytime job. I think I read years ago that you kind of I think you went somewhat part-time. Did you go to like 32 hours or something at some point in time? Is that still the case? You're still at 32 hours today? Okay. Yes. So to that point, is your mind like, maybe I want to go back to 40 hours there? Or maybe the other way around. Where was your mind at with that? Because you basically have a combination of being an employee as well as being your own little boss, if you will.
both have very good sides. You
Mhm.
know, it is like I don't know if I can do one without the other.
Right, right.
Being an employee with having contact with many smart people that are very, very highly educated helps me to learn new things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Broaden your mind. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
And being on my own here at home in my own company, it gives me the freedom to to be like an entrepreneur, to at least to take the initiative to do things. Sometimes I'm not able to manage to get things done at my work.
Right.
I have to get people to follow along.
Sure.
And to be fair, my mind is so full with this product and the work that comes with it that I'm not always there to be first, you know, to walk ahead and to pull people along.
Yeah.
And that is something that that I could say hinders the growth in the in my career.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I cannot do without this because from this I also learn a lot of things. How to deal with people, how to set up a product, how to ensure quality, how to run a production, all those kind of things.
Right. Right. So how about that? So and if you don't mind, so you just re-platformed. Obviously, there's a lot of learning in that.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of what you do there is directly applicable to the role that you play for your employer as well. That is, the elements out of that you can reuse.
Absolutely.
If you think like, okay, I'm going to do these 1,000, I'm going to roll these out, I'm going to make sure 3 months I'm going to get bugs in that I couldn't have fantasized myself because the community is, you know, so much larger and so much crazier and so much more creative at times as well, I'm sure. But I'm going to use 3 months, I'm going to iron this out, and then I'll call that base one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to take a step back. I'm just going to take a step back. I'm going to let it sit for a little while. The product works. Yes, there's features. Continue to send them in. That's all good. But I'll deal only with true bugs, not feature bugs, true bugs. And I'll leave it for a little bit. I'm going to try and shift my mind a little bit to something else. Take a little break without disconnecting, but taking a break from the post-it note list that's above you.
Now I think I have found my balance in that in some way. I tend to take up too much work. How do you say that in English? To take too much hay on your fork?
Yeah. You overload. You overload. You want to do it all and then some.
Right. So and sometimes I'm just too opportunistic and too optimistic, in the sense that I would say, how much time would this really take to do a re-platform? I have to do.
Surely it can't be that difficult.
It can't be that difficult, right? So,
well, I know last year we were talking about the fact that you're going to have to re-platform it, and you were like, I'm dreading the amount of time it's going to take, and I'm not sure, you know, how difficult it'll be. And then I'm sure you're like me, it's like, you know, I did it once, I can do it again, not a big deal, you know, until you get into it.
That's exactly the phases I went through.
Yep.
Yeah. You just don't know. Have I got it in me? Have I got it in me? Can I do one more round of this? I think, you know, how can the community help you? I always wonder, because a community is hard. A community is hard to organize because it's individuals that kind of speak under a same topic. They're not necessarily a cohesive beehive, if you will. And how can a community help here?
Now, to be fair, I think the community is already very helpful just by being patient and by being realistic, and also by being friendly in return.
Yeah.
You know, there are sometimes emails that I get that give me a little bit of stress, but then on the other hand, I think to myself, it is what it is. You know, it is. I am not Amazon. I cannot ship. Order today, ship the same day or the next day. It doesn't work like that for me. Yeah. So on the other hand, like what I tried to mention a moment ago is that I think I have, in that regard, found a balance in not getting too worked up with all the things that I haven't done yet. It's like, okay, now I'm working on the Ultimate 2 Plus L. That has priority because it has to be in production.
Right.
Otherwise, people will never get it.
Right.
And on the other hand, then I'll see what comes.
But yeah, it's going to be it's going to be delivery first. Then you're going to have no doubt going to get some bugs and all of that, tweaks, whatever comes out of that. That's probably going to, you know, for a little while dominate some of the work. But other than that, indeed, hopefully, you know, gives you some time as well to kind of say, okay, what's my next play in this? Indeed.
Now, like, the community helps me in that regard of in testing. There are some people now that have an Ultimate 2 Plus L.
Yeah.
And they are just running my updates and testing it on their different machines.
Right.
128, 128D, different 64 models that I don't have. I don't have all of them here.
Yeah.
So and they all test different things. You know, they all have their own interests. Sure. And they test they test the things that they're interested
and they're experts at that specific slice of the Commodore domain.
Yep.
Exactly.
And indeed they'll be able to immediately tell you differences of what they've experienced in the past, which is obviously super helpful.
And we shouldn't forget that that the platform may be different, but the software is the same for 99%. So
Yeah, very much so. So you mentioned briefly the the Netherlands, compared to other nations, has a very rich Commodore community still alive that meets in person in several locations. I think you're probably visiting the Maarsen one, I'm gonna guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to the Maarsen one, which is world famous. Used to have the best copy parties in the world, together with Venlo and Nijmegen. Shout out to all of those folks. So you're still visiting those communities yourself. Are you visiting as an attendee as well, where you kind of bring your own stuff and kind of have some fun as well, or is it mostly as Mr. Gideon?
It is basically a very free format. So you can come in solo, you can come in with your stuff.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. And I do notice that there are people that come in, they set up their stuff, they do their own thing, and then they talk with each other, and then we go home.
Right.
We have a drink, we have a chat, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And lately, I am more going for the chat and for the inspiration than for anything else.
Right.
It's just to be there, just to show myself, but also to get inspired by other people.
Right. Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense as well. To kind of keep tabs on that via people that, you know, spend a lot of their daytime into this. It's good to see. It's still a very thriving community. In that sense, are you noticing anything with regards to, now we're kind of coming out of a pandemic a little bit? Do you see the interest in this go up, go down? What do you see in kind of like happening in the user base of your products?
Ooh. It's an interesting question, but I don't have any answer to that.
And that's fine. That's fine.
I really don't.
So your emails and your Facebook PMs and all of that, have you seen those go up, go down, and pretty much the same, or it's that you can't even guess anymore?
It is pretty much the same.
Pretty much
really.
The same thing.
I think, yeah. I do think the world has changed a little bit in the way we deal with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, on the other hand, there's not really that much difference.
Right. Yeah, you know, Gideon, it's always interesting to kind of get this much, let's say, truthful insight in your product. It's very much on who you are. You're very approachable on Facebook. People ask you anything, you'll answer about anything as well. That's always remarkable to see. Sometimes 3, 4, 5 times. You've got a pretty good memory as well. You've proven again today. I think if we kind of look at 1,000 new products coming in. And my guess is 200, 300, maybe even 400 are going to go to people that already have at least one of your products. I get the impression there's a lot of people that are going to that you know, are just standardizing, if you will, on your product. I know myself. I got several of your products here. As
I got a U2 pluses, couple of elite boards,
the couple of elites, the regular one, the U2 plus.
Yeah,
and it's a community that almost buys anything. That's the interesting thing. There's a large disposable income available. They're typically at an age where they like to use that on products that they couldn't afford when they were young, because we were all poor kids. So that's very interesting. If you could create a product outside that, and it shouldn't need to be in the Commodore scene, doesn't even need to be in the computer scene. What is something that you have contemplated? Oh, I wish I could hardware tinker in this a little bit. Something that may have been around, or is that something that you rather keep to yourself because of, you know, commercial value it may hold at some point or otherwise?
I am not there yet to have a concrete example.
Okay, but your mind is drifting to some of those where it might at some point in time might pique your interest.
The concern is mostly what I mentioned before, is that if I get too boxed in, that I won't be able to follow along with what's what's happening in the scene, not in the scene, but in the world, in the technical.
in the world around you, where you just see all the dramatic changes, and you're kind of like stuck in the past. If you,
I think Yuri wants to know if we're going to see a Gideon electric car or something like that.
No, that's not going to happen. I am very far from Elon Musk in many ways.
There's so many smaller scale big problems to solve. There's thousands to do indeed, but it's all about indeed what connects you back to how you could reuse it for energizing to go on to learn and work as well, because it's very easy to be an expert on something that's hot now, but being able to also kind of see where the road is leading tomorrow.
That's an interesting thing you're saying, because at work I have been using the expression I have to be careful that I won't reach the point that I can only talk about the things that I was good at 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
So it is nice to be coaching new people, but on the other hand, you also have to keep up.
Yep.
For example, I can see developments in the world, and there's a shift in programming languages and different kind of methodologies.
Right.
And if you're stuck in one point because that's what you're using for your own product, then you might not go along with it, and then you miss out.
I agree. Yeah. It's interesting. Earlier this week, I linked a YouTube video of a really young chap that looked at the C64 and wanted to create some assembly language. He used modern languages to kind of help him create assembly language. And it's clear that the dude didn't know a whole lot about the C64, the architecture and all of that, called it a 3 megahertz machine instead of 1 megahertz. But ignore all of that. His approach to how to get code into the C64 was luminous. It's totally out of the box. First time I've ever seen anybody approach it like that. I thought, now that is the generation you want to learn from. They can learn from you, and that's what you can bring to the table. You can bring the context and the history and why did things look like they look, but you want to listen when these guys start speaking, because their approach to problem solving is vastly different.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And that means that I have to also be able to have space in my head for those things.
Perhaps 40 hours for a year, maybe. I'll this one back. You know, and I see we got about 5 minutes left. Getting a couple of things I do want to make short. Thank you for taking a huge step in creating 1,000 new cards. This was a concept that you took from someone, advice that you took from someone that you kind of thought about. That's a big step. That's a lot larger than the batches that you've created in the past. There's a lot of financial risk associated with that, operating risk. Can I do it? You know, all understood. So from a community point of view, thank you, you know, and it's going to be worth your while. It's going to be, the community is going to be happy, and it's, you know, it's great. It's great because this is a product that deserves to continue. So hopefully there's going to be a batch of another 1,000 after that. When it comes to the elite, I think it's going to be a bit of a scalper's market for a little while, where people will put them up, but most people will just keep them because it's hard to let loose of the device once you've used it once.
I have heard
agree.
it many times.
Yep.
I've heard
Yes.
it many times, and that is the biggest compliment anyone could give me. So that's
It's
great.
It's
nice.
really, really high. And I even, you know, I have a lot of C64s originals, and I like that, and I love the hardware and all of that. But there's no argument when it comes to usability. There's no comparison. Now, luckily, the U2 Plus will help a lot there, but an original is original. It's two different markets from an everyday use, and if you're a creator, a demo creator, cracker, whatever it may be, the Elite is the one to have because it's so much more practical. All of the network functions that got added in the past year as well, it's all super practical. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I really do hope that the community is going to continue to be as kind as you've been treating them. I think that's really, really important. I think that way they'll keep you motivated to every now and then, you know, pick up one of the post-it notes and work on those as well. But at the same time, I hope the community will also understand that you kind of shifting a little bit is going to be as important as well, because whenever you will look at things Commodore, you're going to have 3 times the energy. You're going to come in with new ways to solving things and all of that as well. And I think that is at least as important. Getting boxed in, it can't become a job, because then the passion is gone and eventually you'll turn it off. I've unfortunately had several examples of that in my own life as well, and that's just not fun. Something that used to be passion had become work. That's not a good place to be in. I love that you got. I love that you got an office. I hope that some good kind people will volunteer to help you pack, indeed, that are trustworthy for you and that are helpful there as well, because that's all the stuff that really you just need help on that. That's not fun. There's no good story to be made on that grind work.
No.
And I could always hire people if because, you know, people from our community, they have jobs as well, you know, so it's like
Sure. But they get to expose to hanging out with you for a little bit. That's good too. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. That's, you know, the Commodore scene used to be like this, where everybody just appreciated more hanging out together than anything else, you know. So don't forget that. Don't sell yourself short there.
It's a wonderful group of people. That is something I must say. And for that reason, for at least a year or 2 years more, I'm not going to just step down. So not yet.
I like that.
I'll be there.
Gideon, no doubt, next year we're going to try and lure you into a dialogue again. We'll probably pick up on something with regards to the Elite board, or maybe not, or something else that you're working on. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here again, Gideon, and thanks for all you do for this community.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And maybe it's time to organize some real gatherings there in the US.
Hey,
Yeah,
we're trying.
We're
and,
trying, man.
You know,
It's
we'll let you know what the location and
Yeah,
the
for
date
sure.
will be well up front, so you can get some cheap KLM tickets and get yourself over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, nice to see you again, and
Good to see you.
thank you for the nice questions and for all the wonderful things that you also bring to the community.
Thanks.
So
Thank
Gideon.
you.
Bye now.
All right, take care.
Bye.
bye. Bye.
Okay, so we're gonna roll right into here, and I have to tell you, Kenneth, buddy, you're muted right now, so just let you know. So you take off your muting there.
Yep, I'm off now.
So it's been a minute. It has been a minute for sure.
Yeah.
So this is Kenneth Hurley, and if you go to the Discord room we have set up, I actually posted a link to something from Moby Games and some various things that that you have done. So it surprised me. I had no idea what you had done after I'd met you. So I met Kenneth. I have to tell you this crazy story. So you'll hear a little bit about Central Point Software I worked with in my presentation later. I walked into the office and in Southwest, whatever street it is, 97th or whatever the office was back then in Portland, Oregon. And So I meet the owner, Mike Brown, and Mike is the guy who created Copy 2 Plus and all the different things, the PC tools. He's responsible for all CenterPoint software. So I'm walking in and I'm going into an office to look at the SX64 and all this work that I was going to start doing for CenterPoint software, writing a new version of Copy 264. And I'm walking down the hallway, and I never forget, I hear this just loud music. It's like, what on earth is this? And it's Kenneth. And I think you had headphones around your shoulder or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was just loud. But I remember it was loud. I was like, who is this guy? You know, and he goes, so he Mike introduced me to him. And you were working on Copy 2 ST back then as well. So, and then there's all kinds of history for you with me, with Megasoft and all kinds of stuff. And we can dabble all into this stuff today. But man, it's good to see you. It's been what, 86, 85, 85, something like that?
86, somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Wow, yeah, it's so...
Well, funny story about that is actually I went to work for a company called Dynamics down in Eugene, Oregon, and I did the sort of Kadosh for the Atari ST, but I had written Copy 2 ST before I went to work for them, and it took me 3 months to port sort of Kadosh, and then I sent it to Mike, and then he's like, hey, you know, I'll pay you, you know, $25K. And at the time that was double my salary, yearly salary. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm out.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I went and did that. And yeah, I met you. And I'll 10 to 1, I'll bet you when I had the headphones around there and it was loud, it was probably Docking. More than
it could have been Docking or Scorpions. Yeah.
Oh, good. So we were actually talking about that, Ken. We were talking about, okay, what had he played? That needs to be a question. We've got to figure out what that would have been.
Right, so Scorpions or Docking, one of the two, because that was the time frame for that too. And I was listening too as well because I drove my Trans Am to, you know, CPS, and I was probably listening to the same thing in my car, you know. Yeah. So I thought, oh, this is cool. I mean, we'll get along just fine. So I didn't spend much time at CPS, so I did most of my work at home, but I spent a little bit of time there with Mike, and you know, occasionally pop in and out and stuff. So it was a good time there, and I actually spent a lot more time later on. Because I also worked on the Laser 128 project, doing the ROMs for that, and I worked on Transcopy a little bit too for the option board as well. So I did stuff there, but I spent quite a bit of time away. But I'll never forget the day that I walked in there, man. I met you. It's like, I'm gonna love this place because this guy is great, you know.
Yeah, I used to have long hair too. Down.
You did, yeah. You had long hair. Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then,
I had long hair too. I mean, I had longer hair.
Yeah.
But we all did.
Who didn't, right?
right, for
Mike
sure.
Didn't, actually, Mike Brown didn't.
That's true. You're right. Mike didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. So I mean, I was still just flabbergasted to get to see you. I mean, it's been forever. And so why don't you start out a little bit before you got to CPS? I mean, you did game conversions, and I found out later you did Rampage for the Amiga and stuff. So how did you start? What was your first computer?
So my first computer was actually a VIC-20. So this is a kind of a funny story. I was in high school and I was in a PDP-11 class, and after 2 weeks, the teacher came to me and said, I couldn't learn binary because the way he was teaching it. I didn't understand what he was talking about. And it took me 2 weeks. He came up to me, he's like, you really need to go and find some other career. And I'm like what? I think I like computers. And he went like this, which is pumping gas, basically.
Sure, right. In Oregon, people don't realize in Oregon, you have to be a gas station attendant.
Yeah.
You can't pump your own fuel in Oregon.
Yeah. So he kind of was telling me, you know, you're too stupid to learn computers, right?
Right.
And that kind of motivated me a little bit. I don't want to give him credit for it because I'll tell you a funny story about that. But so a friend of mine and we were at the arcades a lot, and I played, you know, Tron was one of my favorite games, and Pac-Man and Donkey Kong was actually my very, very favorite game. And as you can see in the background, I have a machine there, and it has all those old school arcades.
Nice.
And my daughters and I built the cabinet, and then we just put in a NVIDIA Nano in there, which has like 30,000 games on there. And then I built everything and did the artwork and everything. But nice. So that got me kind of started. And then my buddy, EPROM, and I, who went to high school together, we're best friends. And we were going to the arcade game all the time. And I couldn't really afford a VIC-20 back then because they were expensive. I mean, I was like really dirt poor. And then he and I were working at this thing called National Preserves. So like in Oregon, you'd go work in where they'd bring in all the berries and stuff
Yep.
like
Oh
that.
yeah, I remember
package
that
them
very
up and
well.
stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that gave us a lot of money, a lot more money than my mom was even making, which was kind of crazy. And so we spent a lot of money in the arcades. And so he's like, hey, we're spending so much money. Let's buy a VIC-20 and see what we can do. And I had, at the same time, attended Chemeketa Community College and took Pascal, and I aced it. And then I was in the lab, and there was an Apple II in there. And there's a bunch of programmers sitting around hacking, trying to make these games, which was kind of cool. And so I started to try to make games. And then he bought a VIC-20, and then we tried to make games on that. But then the Commodore 64 came out shortly after that, right? And we kind of like, oh, well, it's got 64K instead of 4K and all that. And so I got kind of bypassed. And then I got into the PC market, and the Atari ST came out. But I really started doing kind of some programming for a company called Pacific Economica, of all things, and writing weird software like waste management for the city of Eugene, Oregon, right?
Oh.
That got boring. I only lasted about 3 months. I only lasted 3 months at Central Point Software, this other company, because it was just like, oh my God, this is so boring. And then I did a demo up on the Atari ST with a company that I had started after going to Dynamics, because I went to Dynamics because I knew the ST pretty well after writing Copy 2 ST, and I wrote something else called Scheist. And I know what that means in German. I didn't know the type. It was short for Shape Icon Editor, spelled differently at least, but killer sales. I got a Atari hard drive out of it from them, and they shipped it with their product. And a lot of people used the code that I had written for the gaming side of things in a lot of their games. Like there's a bowling game that just stole the code and basically used the whole code that I had written. But it was short for Shape Icon Editor. So it was spelled SHICED, right? Yeah. And then I got an email from Germany, and this guy's like, this is a great product, but you might want to think about changing the name. And I'm like, what? And so I had to go look it up. I had to go to a dictionary because we didn't have the internet back then, right?
Sure.
I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, oh man, okay, well, too late now. It's already shipped. But so then, after going to Dynamics, like I said, I wrote Copy 2 ST, and how I got up to speed on all the hard drive stuff was on the Apple II, actually, and then kind of a mixture of the IBM PC BIOS, which has all the drive code in it for like DOS-based formatting of drives.
You're right, yeah.
I put together that, and I was writing something on the PC, but then the Atari ST had the same format. So I was like, oh, this is great. I know the ST, and I'll just do up a quick thing, and then got up to speed on, hacking and stuff like that. Oh, just kind of a full disclosure. Before that time where I was talking about where I was at Chemeketa, and I was in the room with those guys that were doing assembly language and stuff. We're using the Big Mac assembler. I was hacking a lot. I just learned by doing. And so I was hacking, and I hacked a lot of Apple II games. And that got me up to speed on kind of the formats and what the tricks they do in up to speed on hardware. And I had originally gone to Oregon State to become an electrical engineer, but they were teaching tubes and Fortran, and I was like, oh, I'm on the Apple I already, doing all this code on microcomputers. That's going away. Yeah. That's going to be never really went away, but it's kind of a lot less
less dominant.
Yeah, less dominant for sure. Yeah, less work and all that. And so that's kind of how I got started into that space with the Atari ST. It was kind of just me dinking around and hacking stuff and kind of trying to figure out, teach myself basically how things work. And I taught myself electronics as well, because I was like, before I went to electrical engineering in Oregon State University, I had torn apart PCs, and I just kind of naturally do that. When I was a kid, I tore apart motorcycles and put them back together with no manuals, right? And
right. Well, we didn't have a lot of documentation back in the day for anything.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly. There's no documentation, and you were basically trying to figure stuff out and decoding it. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of documentation
on the fly.
that I really fall back on was the fact that IBM, in this purple book that I had bought and I found, published the whole BIOS source code, which had so much information to be able to figure out how to program the PC and write to the IO ports and stuff like that. So it was very cool, because I just basically read that like a a textbook and kind of got me up to speed, and it was like, oh, how does this work? Oh, okay, I understand that.
Yeah,
now.
you look at N10 and 11, all these different interrupt stuff, and you can look at the code to see how it functions. You can go to the hardware directly and not use the BIOS to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And so then kind of going forward from there, I got into I did the Rampage for first the PC, and I wrote the whole entire code myself, and I had one artist, and it was a port from the arcade, so I didn't have to design the game or anything, which was great. But all the code was all mine, 100% assembly language. And then we actually had a friend named Dave Skinner, which is kind of funny, and he turned me on to this thing called Lex and Yak, which were basically allowed you to write compilers. And I used that, and he helped me write some code. I think he wrote it in Forth to actually translate a lot of the PC code to 68,000 code.
Okay.
Amiga. And then I went and wrote the graphics routines and the stuff, and I threw out Intuition and loaded directly from the boot sector, and then went directly to hardware because I knew hardware for somebody here. So
right.
That kind of was the Amiga. And then the Apple II version actually only took me 3 weeks, but that was, it was 6502 or 6510. I think it's an Apple II.
6502, yeah. Same thing.
Yeah, and then so I actually hand coded that because I knew the code twice, and this one was like, I don't want to really go write this Yak and Lex. I think I could just do this in a couple weeks. And yeah, sure enough, 2 weeks later, I had basically translated all the code directly. And I was down in California by that time doing Rampage for Activision when they were up in Menlo Park.
Did you get all the assets for Rampage? Did they give you all the assets? What did you get as a base to?
Yeah, so I got the source code, believe it or not. It was in Z80, so that helped a lot because there was this one part that was a little bit tricky with the guys throwing the dynamite, and it was a really cool hack where basically I had done something similar before, and I'll talk about that. But it's a hack because you got this curve that you go out, and on a Z80, you don't have a floating point processor to do.
Right, you have to build a sine table or something.
And it was basically threw it up, and then it would just basically kind of take the velocity and slow it down, and then kind of and then with gravity, right? And I had done the same thing with my Monarch demo. What got me started and got me some of these contracts was I did this. I had this company called Monarch Development, and I did a Monarch butterfly demo, which was the coolest thing on Atari ST. And what it was is this butterfly was flying out, and all of a sudden the ground started shaking, and this silver-based Monarch word came out of the ground, and the butterfly kind of fluttered and floated. Same kind of thing as with throwing the dynamite, right? But inversely, and then would turn around and landed on the M and flapped its wings. And I mean, that got me a lot of eyes to get into the game industry with a guy named Scott Orr. He's like, hey, this is awesome on the Atari ST. Can you come help us with Rampage? And he was at Activision at the time. And the funny story about that was, I like to tell the story, is I said, hey, I'll do it for, I think it was, I'll do it for 15K. And I meant all three of them or something like that. He said, okay, 45,000 each or 30,000 each. And I was like, he had my back. He knew what I meant, but he's like, look, dude, you're just too cheap. We're paying double that here. We'll just give you double that instead.
Right.
So that was cool of him. He's still a good friend, and I know him very well. He went to EA. He started, he was head of the main producer on Madden football. He started Sorrent, which turned into Glue Mobile. He was the founder of that, and now he has a new company called Score, but he was at EA and started Sorrent Glue Mobile. Still a good, very, very good friend, him and his brother.
So
that's how I kind of got roped into the game industry.
The Monarch butterfly demo that you created, though, did you create that as an individual or as part of a company profile at that moment in time?
Well, so it was my company, Monarch Development, but I did all.
So it was as a demo case to others to
Yeah, it was basically a marketing tool for me,
Right.
and it worked. It worked really well.
It clearly worked. Yeah.
So you basically, your physics is what you got you, the job to do that stuff is your understanding of how physics have to work and doing your floating and stuff like that. So going back to your Rampage, you made this curvature thing.
Yeah, for them throwing dynamite and stuff.
Yeah, so from the same kind of concept, but backwards, obviously. Did you use a sinus table or did you use just calculations? How did you do
No, it
that?
was just calculations. It was basically the same thing with the butterfly. It was a couple registers that were basically, gravity. In fact, the butterfly was so simple. It was this is like super simple physics. It's basically a butterfly. It's kind of weight, and it just floats for a while, and then when it's flying, it just decreases based on gravity. So you got two variables basically there. And it floats for a while, and there's forward momentum, and then it stops flapping, and then the gravity slowly starts to take a hold. So there's no sine wave. There, future products that I worked on, there was a lot of sine tables and stuff like that we had used, but I don't believe. I'd have to go look at that again.
So I know the Amiga was really popular to do sine tables on the Amiga because of the fact there's no floating point, and that was the quickest way to do any kind of math. Really was to do that pre-made tables for everything.
Yeah, and I don't think I was basically duplicating sine tables with a couple registers going on, just with gravity and stuff like that for the Monarch demo. But I'm trying to think back because the Z80 may have had sine tables, because now that you mention it, I kind of recall possibly some sine tables in there. Possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was kind of cool because that got me to figure out, oh, what's this sine and cosine? Kind of a funny other story about that. I actually almost flunked out of geometry in high school because the teacher was he was a history teacher, and they didn't have enough math teachers. And he basically came in and said, hey, memorize these theorems. And I'm like, why do
proofs and theorems?
Yeah. I'm like, why do I need this? And so there's a cute girl that used to sit next to me, and I would joke with her all the time and disrupt the class because I'd make her laugh a lot. And so I got a C- in the class, so I barely passed.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So I have the same kind of story. Who needs proofs and theorems? Nobody needs that. But I have to tell you, though, it's funny is that, so I worked on my software stuff at nighttime, but during the daytime, I spent building car stereos. That was my deal. I actually wrote software for 64 to calculate vent enclosure space and the whole 9 yards. And you have to use geometry for some of that stuff. And I was like, I'll be damned, I do use this stuff.
Yeah, it's funny about that is because when I did how I really discovered kind of math up to a certain extent, I don't really like calculus that much and don't have much use for it, but geometry and linear algebra for sure, because what ended up happening was when I was doing the Wing Commander for the Sony PlayStation, right? I was working with a lot of hardware, but I had to figure out 3D graphics at the time. And so I kind of figured out how matrices worked and all that kind of on my own and taught myself real linear algebra and all that during the game development cycle. Yeah, so I'm pretty good at that now. I mean, I wrote my own 3D engine later with my other companies. There's a lot more experience, but it's kind of hard to go through 40 years of career in a 30-minute session. So I don't want to take away from the distance.
Oh, we've got an hour for you, so I booked an hour, so we got plenty of time, man. We got plenty of time. Well, I got to show you.
Listening to this, even Ken, I one thing that keeps on coming back up in my mind, and some people are already posting links to the Monarch demo, by the way. Thanks a lot, David. When is the last time you touched these topics? Because you're picking up as if you were talking about them a day ago and kind of like finishing the sentences on these.
So Monarch was like 1980, 84, 85. So I have this kind of, I wouldn't call it, it's kind of a photographic memory.
It feels a little bit like that.
Yeah, it seems like it. You can tell, right? Because I get in fights with my wife about it because I'll tell her, "Oh, you said this," and she's like, "No, I didn't." I'm like, "Okay."
Trust me, I did.
And so I'm like, all right, 1996. It's kind of funny. I don't know why I have a lot of that kind of useless.
Well, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's just an observation. I'm like, wait a second. What? You guys rediscovered each other, and you're already back into the time
I mean, it feels like old times for sure. I mean, it's
because and let me try and make a connection there as well. I see obviously fantastic arcade in the back. Love it, MAME forever.
Yeah.
Let's any of these old machines, an Atari ST, still sitting at your desk somewhere?
No, unfortunately, in my 20s and 30s, I kind of I am a little tiny bit of a pack rat, but not too much. And so I got rid of most of that stuff. But I do have like discs and stuff. Like this is kind of interesting. So I don't completely get rid of stuff. You know, I mean, here's something from FutureScape Productions.
Wow.
You know, it's a 3M cartridge, and I was trying to get the data off of there from something. So I don't throw. I keep digital stuff more than I keep hardware stuff because I just don't have the room for things.
Right.
But yeah, I know. I wish I would have kept an Atari ST, and like I had a video game company called Graffiti Entertainment, and I have a bunch of games, and I have 1 copy or 2 copies each of those. But I had recently I had a garage full of them, and somebody I decided I was going to put them up on eBay, and I was like, oh, you know, $20, that's what they used to cost, and somebody like attempted to buy all 10 of them at once.
Right.
And I was like, what the heck? Why would he want 10 of these things? And I went and looked, and they were worth $200 each.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And so I'm like, no. I'm like, okay, my mistake. You're not getting those. And so I went and sold, you know, these very rare. We only had shipped about 3,000 of something called Shepherd's Crossing 2 on the was it on the Nintendo DS? I think it was on the DS.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on the DS. And so it was very rare, and it ended up people were like, I mean, I think you can get them on eBay now. They're almost like $400 for this game that we used to ship for $20, right?
Wow.
And this was only back in 2010, so it was only like 10, 12 years ago.
That's only got more crazy.
Yeah, it got more crazy. I'm like, wow, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, people are willing to pay that. That's fine. It turned out to be a very, very good game. And we didn't develop it, but we published it for another developer. We did a lot of our own games. And we basically were a developer turned into a publisher for that company. It's still around. It's part of a company called Signature Devices that I took public.
Okay.
But that's kind of jumping ahead quite a bit. I wanted to kind of talk about why I got out of the disc space. So, and Jim and he reminded me a couple things about, he had to refresh my memory on some pieces of hardware because somebody had showed me some hardware and said I was involved somehow in it. And I was like,
Yeah, the shadow board. So
that
whole thing is interesting.
But I forget what I did on that. Like, oh yeah, it's this. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So actually, I'll give you a blast from the past. I'll let Yuri chat with you for a second. I'm going to queue up stuff of yours on my 64 and give you some real remembrance of what you had done here.
Well, and that's interesting as well. So what Jim is going to be queuing up is stuff that you probably haven't seen in literally decades then. That's
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, 4 decades probably, or close to 4 decades, yeah.
Right. Are you seeing kind of like a resurgence happening with this? Are you starting to see, even with yourself, more interest in kind of like back in those times and the things that you accomplished there? And is that something that, or is it like, hey, I've done all of this, it kind of sits somewhere, we have a dialogue about it now, but I would have otherwise completely never thought back of it?
You know, I think there's some resurgence and stuff like that, but I'm the type of guy that likes to just learn all the time, right? So that's kind of detrimental a little bit to nostalgia because now it's like I never watch a movie more than once either.
Okay.
Because of how my brain works, and I remember it. It's like it's so boring to me the second time because it's like I know everything that's going to go on. I remember the dialogue and everything, but it's I like to go back on the nostalgia stuff on what I've done, but I don't really get heavily involved in it because right now I'm in cryptocurrency and
so you're on the other extreme now.
Yeah, the other extreme now with you know, I have a product that something that I just patented for AI and ML learning on crypto on blockchain, and it's called if anybody wants to know, it's you can go to gnus.ai and check it out. But I work for Google now, but I'm done learning there now. I've been there almost 4 years. I learned everything I can about scaling and Google Cloud and all that. And so now it's time, pretty shortly, I'll be moving on to this cryptocurrency. In fact, I'm up for what they call a head chef position, which is kind of like a CEO over at a company called Sushi, which is a decentralized finance token. And so they're starting to vote Monday, actually, on that. I'm the lead candidate. I'm got the team's backing and a few other big VC backing. So I'll probably be moving over to that.
Do you see the link? Did the VIC-20 bring you there?
Yeah, so my whole career brought me here. In fact, I
Yeah.
talk about that because, you know, hardware won for sure, because that brought me into the video game industry. And then I went to NVIDIA for 4 years and I got up to speed on GPUs, right? And I had been known 3D graphics, which basically pushed me into the NVIDIA side of space when they were doing transform and lighting. And first it was transform and lighting, then it was shaders. And I became an expert on those and teaching other people. And then after that, when I had my game company, you know, I was back into games again and publishing. And so I got up to business speed on how businesses work and public companies and governance and all that, which was okay. I mean, it was kind of fun because it was learning. And then after that, it was, okay, we're going on web-based games, right? And so I moved everything that was on-prem or on co-location onto Google, AWS, Amazon Web Services. So then I got up to speed on cloud services and how to decentralize basically a little bit. And then going to work for Google, even more cloud stuff and enterprise level software and how they operate. And then, so yeah, it's a culmination of my entire career has kind of driven me into this. It was kind of amazing because when I did the patent up, I'm like, the reason I know about this is because my 40 years were just like, bam, 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 bam. And all of a sudden, there it is.
All build on top of each other.
Yeah,
so I like to give a shout out to the teacher that said that you wouldn't be much in a way of anything.
Oh, gosh.
Let me tell you a story about that. Let me tell you a story about that. I went back to Salem, Oregon. I was visiting my parents or my brother, and this was about 4 years after I had done the Monarch stuff and maybe the Rampage. I think it was after Rampage. I went into a McDonald's and he was sitting there, and I went up to him and I said, "Oh man, hey, you're the teacher, you're the computer teacher over at McKay High School, aren't you?" And he's like, yeah, that's me. I said, "Oh, you funked me out, or you told me to go pump gas for that. And by the way, I write video games now." And he's like, "Oh, I always wanted to write video games, but you know, sometimes I do that to students just so that it'll motivate them." And I was like, "Oh,
yeah, whatever.
Don't go." I was like, "Oh,
don't go there, dude."
Screw you. No. I motivated myself. You had nothing to do with it. You just were a blocker there. It didn't motivate me. It just basically, you know, I didn't say, "Hey, you don't think I can do it, so I'm going to go do it." I knew I wanted to do it. You were just there to kind of discourage me. You didn't motivate me. You just put a discouraging moment.
No, you have no word. You have no word unsaid there.
So on that note, let me take you down the blast from the past here. So you were talking about the device you thought you were involved with. So this is that device.
Yeah.
It's called the Shadow. And so there's a long history of this. Was designed by an engineer that it did not work. And
I think
so
Reggie actually asked me to try to fix it too.
Yeah. So
that's how I was involved. He's like, "Hey, can you fix it?" Because I had electrical engineering background a little bit. So
yeah, there was well, it's interesting. I'll talk about this in my presentation today because, you know, this is something that Megasoft ended up owning, and I ended up owning Utilities Limited, which owned Megasoft. So I actually own this now, or have for a long time, since the 90s. So what I did is I fixed it, and what you ended up doing, you wrote software in 1987. I fixed this in 1986, and all basically I did, I turned this big old chunk of hardware into an 8K RAM board. That was it. So I'm going to show you now. I'm going to switch over to the 64, and so you have not seen this since probably 87, I would imagine. But
oh yes, okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, you could you know, you could adjust your settings for what you wanted to do, and then, you know, you hit return, and there's no checking of the board to see if it's there. I didn't check for my board either. Just assumed it's in there, and then it, you know, copied data. So yeah, so there's, in my presentation today, I talk about this because I had no idea this happened until much later, probably until like in the 90s, literally. I had no idea that you actually wrote anything for it. So I had no idea what was on the directory of the disk because it wasn't the same as mine. And I'll show you this directory. So the Shadow program, you see there, the 10 block program, that's what you wrote. Everything else I wrote.
Oh.
And so the Shadow copier I had originally was from my Echo, which is I'll talk about today as well. And Reggie was having to pay me for it. And at some point, Reggie's like, "I don't want to pay you anymore." And then, so I thought, well, I don't much care because the shadow's dead anyway. I mean, the whole thing was a giant fiasco. And so I didn't think much of it. Well, I had no idea that you actually wrote a program for it. And then Reggie was trying to pawn this off on everybody as the great fix and everything. So later on, I learned about this. And so, yeah, interesting that, so yeah, so I've got the original disc still, and so you get to see your name in there from 1987. It's crazy, huh?
I don't have that document anywhere because until you brought that up, I had completely forgot about that particular item. So Reggie's experience was kind of unique because I think I had written that, and at the time I remember Shadow wasn't doing very well. And what he ended up having me doing was starting. So I left Central Point Software because after about 3 months, it was when. So the defining moment of when I decided to get out of disk copying software was when I think it was a Monday Night Football or some football game on the Atari ST had punched a hole in the disc with a laser. And basically you can't copy that. So you have to hack it. And so what I ended up started doing in Copy 2 ST and all the upgrades was just basically hacking one game at a time or one protection mechanism at a time, and then just what Mike used to like to call it is auto patching, because I used to call it hacking. No, you're auto patching. And so like, oh my god, this is so boring. Again, 3 months later, I'm like, and I had started on the Amiga, Copy 2 Amiga, by the way, as well, but there was just so much weirdness with that disk system that it was taking me a lot longer than I thought it would, because I thought it was closer to a DOS-based disk system, but they were
it's totally different.
Yeah, it's totally different. It was kind of crazy.
Completely different.
One of the reasons where I got exposed to Intuition, and I was like, ugh, this thing is horrid.
Yeah, everybody who did disk copiers, we would write to the hardware. You'd use the DMA to pull the data and send the data. Yeah, it's just, you have to.
Yeah, exactly.
So laser lock, that was the name of the protection.
Sorry?
Laser lock. That was
laser lock. Yeah, it was laser lock. Yeah. And I think it was a football game. And so it took me a while to crack that one. It took me like 2 days to crack that one. But basically how I initially duplicated the disk was I took a pin, a very straight pin, and I took the disk and I was like, oh, I think it's right about there. And I put a hole in it. Pin. And it worked. And I was like, oh, okay. So they're just checking for bad data. They're not checking for anything in particular. They're just making sure that sector's bad, right? And trying to read and come back. And so after that, then I think they had one other piece of kind of anti-debugging technique that was phenomenal, where basically if you were tracing through it, it would, if you trace through it, it would do one thing. And if you let it run, it would jump. And so it was basically on a not really a cache, but kind of microprocessor read ahead on a certain opcode. So if you're debugging, it wouldn't jump.
Right.
It was cool. It was like jumping the $+2 or something like that. And so it took me a couple hours to figure out. I'm like, why is this thing going here and then just crashing? This doesn't make any sense. And then I kind of had to dig back on the electrical engineering background and figure out processors in general and how they operate. I was like, wait a minute. And all of a sudden it dawned on me.
Yeah, you turn on the trace bit, it does things differently.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's quite interesting. I've run into that in my career quite a bit, by the way, on debugging stuff on other things. But so I was doing Reggie. He was like just having me hack a bunch of disks, and then he was, I guess he was just selling them, or as a group of them, pirating them. And some of these defunct companies had these old games that they basically, the companies were gone. So he's like, oh, just hack the copy protection out of there and I'll go ship them for $10. Ship 5 of them for $10, whatever. He started doing that after the shadow.
Oh yeah, what a fiasco that whole thing was. And again, I'll talk about that today because it's a whole conversation of that whole time with Reggie was a nutball anyway. Reggie, so he was a little nutty.
You know what's funny about that story though, me hacking those games, when I went to Activision and I did Rampage, they found out that I could do that. And they said, hey, we have all these old games and the developers have disappeared and we don't know how. Can you remove the copy protection for us? So we could change it. And so I removed copy protection from like 30 or 40 games from them at the same time I was writing Rampage.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, after that, I think that was about the last time I've really done any serious kind of, hacking. And
right. So let's see, you were a kid in Oregon? You were raised in Oregon, right?
No, so actually, I'm actually a native Californian. I was born in
Okay.
Palm Springs, but
Okay.
my dad got spinal meningitis when I was 14, 15. So we moved up there because he has asthma too, and the pollen, the rain takes down the pollen up in Oregon.
Right,
much
sure.
easier to, yeah.
So we moved up there. My mom's previous marriage, I have 4 half sisters, and so we kind of moved up there and to be around them.
So did you go to Eugene at that point, or where'd you go to
No,
Portland?
Salem. We went to Salem.
Oh, Salem. Okay.
Salem,
Yeah.
yeah. So I went to high school in Salem, Oregon.
Okay. I know where that is. I know
I
Salem pretty
started-
well.
What's that?
I know Salem pretty well.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, me
since I
too.
was in Portland, and one of the things that we used to do back in the day when we were doing all this stuff in the 80s is, well, I rode a motorcycle as well as having my Trans Am. So we had a cafe bike, and I raced for Honda in 85, 86. And so a group of us would go from the cruising strip to cruising strip from Portland to Salem.
Oh yeah.
And it's a 17-minute trip.
Salem was called the Gut.
Yeah. Yep. But it's a 17-minute trip on a bike.
Yeah.
You know, so we were
Yeah, we used to cruise the Gut quite a bit.
a little faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good, neat place. So yeah, you were Oregon, and then you went back to Menlo
So
Park.
no, I went to Portland because
Okay.
of software.
Right, obviously,
Around
yeah.
there, like Tualatin and Beaverton
Mhm.
and close to Central Point Software. I think I had an apartment really close to them at one time when I was working with Reggie too. Reggie was in actually Washington, so
Yeah, he was in Battleground, Washington. Yep.
Battleground, Washington. So I traveled up to basically visit him.
Mhm.
And then when I was 20, so what drove me back to California was I hate the rain. I was driving from Portland to Salem, Oregon, and there was about this much water. I don't know if you guys can about this much
Oh,
water
yeah.
on I-5.
Oh, I know.
And the rain was coming down in sheets. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. It was like saw this big sheet of water, boom, and then another sheet of water coming down. I'm like, that is crazy. It
Yeah.
was just flooding everything. And I'm like, oh, after 6, 7 years, you go through high school, we live in Portland. We had a boat in Portland. We could only use it 3 months out of the year on the Willamette River.
Sure.
But I was like, this is crazy. I got to get out of here. I like the sun. I mean, I'm turning white. I like the sun. I like to, get out in the sun. I like beaches more than I like rain. And I just said, and then also the Rampage stuff, Activision was down here in Menlo Park, and I finished the PC version, and they're like, hey, why don't you come down and work on the Amiga and the Apple II version in-house, come down here and visit us. And I said, California, why not? And so I packed everything up at 22 in a U-Haul and came down here, and I've been here ever since, basically, back in Northern California in Silicon Valley. So I've been here since 87. 87?
So you must have left right after you wrote Reggie's thing, then, because that's 87 on that.
It was. So it was 87. Yeah, it was 1987. Yeah, I think actually, that's not true. I think it was 89. I think it was like late 88, 89. So very close after writing Reggie, for sure. I didn't do much after Reggie because I was just kind of like, what do I want to do? Didn't know what I wanted to do.
So Yuri has spent an amount of time in Portland as well. So he's very familiar with the rain and the freezing rain too, which just happens in Portland.
Wonderful.
And so all three of us know how that weather is there. And that's how I ended up I'm in Arizona, and I've been here since 91. So yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Our office was out in North Plains, Oregon, which was below Beaverton and all that stuff, way down south. And one day we just got a map of the US out and we threw up a quarter, and it landed on this city I live in now, and then we all moved, literally. So just get away from it. I always joke, so I've been here for since 91, so 31 years now, and I'm just now getting rid of the webbing between my fingers. So I relate to the weather for sure.
Well, it's kind of interesting because I've basically been in Silicon Valley for a long time, and just so you know, that HBO Silicon Valley was like spot on and hilarious, but spot on. I've been here since 88, somewhere in there, 88, 89, and I've seen it all.
Yes, you've ridden the wave then, for sure.
Yeah, I've ridden the wave, yeah. I think Fairchild was still in business when I first got here, so yeah. And Intel was just barely starting out, and I just, I love to learn and I love technology, and those two just keep me motivated.
Half a year or so, I ran into someone, and older couple, two older couples, and they were talking, and he spoke of Fairchild. We were waiting in line to get into the restaurant. I said, "Oh, I know Fairchild. That's a very respectable company he used to work for." And you could just, like, he was rising up like, a foot taller, and it looked at his wife, and like she was appreciating. So you guys made some nice chips for the old systems. That was,
Yeah, for sure.
that's quite
Still got a lot
while
of
ago now.
the special letter F on the
Right.
marking on the chip.
Right.
Yeah, you always know it's a Fairchild when you grab it.
Yeah, that was all
So-
here, and now it changed all again. So you said an interesting thing, and you're always looking forward. So obviously, there's now a resurgence going on of old machines. It's got a lot to do with the age that we're at. We can now buy machines without being restricted with the money that we had from our
Our
probably
youth.
paper route or something else. Back
Paper routes.
borrow.
Yeah.
Henry, yeah, exactly.
So a lot of people are buying this stuff, and you've seen it with your software. People are paying, even for newer systems, like a DS in this case, they're paying pretty big pennies to hoard new collections. But you also see now, it's been like a lull after these Commodore and Amiga machines of makers, if you will. And only now with the Raspberries, Arduinos, and all of that, you kind of see this back. So if you kind of now look, is the best time tomorrow, or is the best time back then, or where's the best time?
Well, I'm kind of a little bit biased, just because for me, the best time was back then, because I was able to learn a lot and things like that. And it's translated quite a bit into some of the newer stuff, like the Raspberry Pi and the Nano and things like that, which remind me a lot of, kind of the old school hardware, C64 type of stuff. But I'm still very nostalgic. I mean, I built that thing for a reason, right?
Yeah,
I like to play that. I get up on there and play Donkey Kong, and I love it. And it's, for me, it's more of like, now it's entertainment more than education, right? And I prefer kind of a combination of both. That's why I was in the game industry. I like to be entertained, but I also like to be educated on technology, and the game industry offers that. So I think because it was so new, but see, the thing is it's going to be new to a lot of people. For me personally, it's not new, right? And so I'm not learning anything, but it's good nostalgia. But for other people, to go back and look at the history and look at the C64 and the components on there and what it can do, and then kind of see what we went through, with that, and see kind of things that we did, I think is pretty awesome. And I think it's like the Computer History Museum is pretty awesome.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But for me personally, I think, I have fond memories of, kind of getting my career together and learning all about that. And I because I'm so forward thinking, and wanting to learn new things, I haven't had a chance to really kind of, boot up a Commodore 64 or an Amiga and spend some time on that, because I'm so focused on building the blockchain, for instance.
Yeah. On tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is you've got some
For other
space.
people, I think it's going to be fine, because, it's entertainment or hobbies and things like that, where for me, I've already done that. And so it's a little hard for me to pick up that as a new hobby, right? I mean, I have guitars sitting over here too as well, which is a hobby. And so to throw another kind of nostalgic, go back to the Commodore 64 and boot up stuff and things like that, I don't really feel I have enough time. But for other people, I think it's going to be awesome and great.
Yeah. So how often in your daily life do you, well, probably not very often, but how often have you in the last, say decade or so, be doing something that you're working on that is forward, and then you have a flashback to something from the past where you're like, oh, I remember I did this, or I could have done it this way, or don't make that same mistake? Do you have those kind of moments ever?
Oh yeah, probably at least 6 or 7 times a day. I'm serious. I was telling the other guy earlier that this Genius token system is the culmination of my career. I mean, there's so much stuff and experience and things like that have culminated into the crypto space for me. Because Genius AI leverages GPUs, right? So that was from NVIDIA. The AI and ML, because that's what they use on GPUs, or they use GPUs to process AI and ML now. And then even the application side of this with the decentralization is kind of cloud type of stuff, and how to scale cloud and how to write microservices to make sure that everything interacts together, but can be distributed like on-prem versus in cloud or hybrid of that. Like there's something called Anthos on GCP, which is exactly that, which I'm very familiar with. And it's basically allows you to have a set of on-prem devices that interact with the cloud in a cohesive way where you don't even know they're separate things, right? And that's what kind of decentralized my Genius token system is that, right? And then the gaming industry, because the Genius token system actually gets embedded in games, it disrupts the game industry as well. And so I've presented this system to a bunch of people I know, like Scott Orr and a bunch of other games, and they're like, this is awesome because they're kind of against the crypto space and the NFT space because they're trying to shoehorn the play to earn, and they don't make great games. It's basically kind of monotonous, mining and stuff like that. Well, this system basically allows all the game developers to not even worry about monetizing their games, putting in-game advertising or anything, because we're using the extra GPU power when they're playing the game to basically do AI and ML and then paying them out. So they don't have to monetize. They don't have to worry about marketing. They don't have to worry about embedding NFTs. They can just have their in-game tokens, their in-game NFTs, and then it hooks into the Genius system and basically takes the NFTs and runs them through our blockchain, our private blockchain, and then you can trade them on any systems and stuff like that. And it's pretty transparent to the gamers. So they can just sit there and build a game and a good game and then not have to worry about anything else. It's like, hey, look, this was my goal, and this is what I always wanted to do, was just sit there and build games that people play and not have to worry about, making money on it. Right. Or, so either you get rich, and then you can do that, or you make it available where you can do that, and you leverage this other system. And that's kind of, like I said, it kind of culminated from my career or my career aspirations into this kind of full product thing. Yeah, and I'm telling you, every time I'm like writing code or something like that, I'm always thinking about, oh, hey, just the other day somebody was asking me what was the best kind of C++ code I had seen. And I was like, oh, it brings me back to when Microsoft did an absolute thing without a jump in there in assembly language. I was like, this is great, because I used to decode that in the day, and I saw how the compiler worked, and it got me up to speed on how compilers work and how they compiled into assembly language and all that, which was basically they did it in 3 instructions. It was change word to double word, XOR DX with AX, and then subtract DX from AX. So it's three cycles that got you an absolute value of an integer. Right, which I thought was, oh, that's an awesome optimization.
Sure.
Well, that got me up to speed on kind of how compilers worked. And then when I was in NVIDIA, I was able to debug a compiler bug for them on their hardware, on their drivers, right? And so, yeah, it's like just that one thing where somebody's talking about, hey, what was your favorite C++? All of a sudden, just like, boom, this whole I'm like, oh my God, I just remember this and this and this. And then it's like, yeah, it goes back. It takes me back all the way back 40 years and kind of, refreshes my memory.
Right, exactly.
That's awesome.
Some DRAM refresh going on right now.
DRAM refresh. Well, that's why I was so happy when you reached out to me about this, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I remember Reggie, but I wanted to remember some of those little pieces of information that I kind of, and some of it was hidden from me because I know you were there and I know you had worked on that stuff, but I think Reggie was very secretive about it. Right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Reggie's, hey, come write this because we want to ship this, but he didn't tell me that it was broken.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's great. I mean, it's funny is that my memory is like yours, and these guys, I mean, Yuri and everybody, the CRX guys know that, like, I can just rattle off, what I was doing on what day back in the day, and what I was doing for coding and all these things. So, and it's a curse sometimes to remember all these things. So I try to purge, but
from years ago, I remember like my address, and I lived in California, and I lived on 16630 Smoke Tree Avenue.
Oh yeah, yeah. How funny.
I was 12 at the time.
Yeah.
And I could visualize the whole layout of the house. In fact, I went on Google Earth and I went and looked at it just to verify it. I'm like, yep, sure enough, there it is.
That is.
I remember my
and they need to mow the lawn.
Yeah, well, we didn't have lawns because it was in the desert. It was more like hoeing the weeds out of
Gotcha. Yeah, it's
Right.
a curse. Sometimes my wife gets mad too because like I can remember my third grade girlfriend's phone number, things like that. It's like I can't get rid of these things out of my head, So it's a good thing. I mean, I was curious if you're the same way I am as far as you're coding on something and all of a sudden like, whoa, like deja vu, don't do it this way because you're gonna have a problem because you already ran into that once before in your life.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And in fact, it has helped me through my career because I've mentored a lot of people. And when I design software and things like that, when we had the company Signature Devices and Graffiti Entertainment, when we were writing the 3D graphics engine, I was able to come in and go, hey, people would come to me all the time and they were like, we know you're the CEO, but we really need your help from this technical perspective on this. So I was working 16-hour days, 7 days a week almost, pre-kids, which was good. And my wife didn't leave me, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
But it was like I would do, coding and technology and design for them. And then they would come to me and go, hey, we want to do something this way. I'm like, whoa, don't go down that path because of this and this and this. And yeah, a lot of it was like, even the PlayStation, when we did the, we did the Wing Commander 3 for the Sony PlayStation. It was a port, but it was originally in 29 megabytes, 28 megabytes of memory and 1 megabyte of video RAM on the PC. And we had to get down into 3.5 megabytes, and that included the video and the audio RAM. Lots of tricks going on there, but just a lot of optimizations, but also what not to do throughout my career. And yeah, it's like I'll be coding something. I'm like, well, nope, that's not a good way.
Yeah. Don't need to go down that path. Yeah.
Well, it's funny is I find that most of the time the things I remember are really things not to do.
Yeah.
Those are things I don't remember I remember the good times, but I remember the bad times far more. And I think it really has advanced my career as well. And it obviously has done for yours as well. Is just, don't do this. Yeah, what not to do and what's learned. I mean,
funny about that is I don't know if this is true or not, but kind of in my anecdotal evidence for human behavior, if you think about it, that's how we learn. I mean, if you think about a baby, right? So they're like look at a glass of water and they'll be like, knock it off, and I'll make this big bang, and they'll start crying, right? And they're like, okay, I should not do that anymore, right? So
right. Yep.
Learn from your mistakes.
Sure.
And notice this, that I kind of try not to tell my 2 daughters, right, what not to do, because they won't learn unless they learn from their own mistakes. But I try to direct them like a little bit,
Sure.
But I won't straight out tell them, don't do that. I'm like, they'll argue with me all day long anyway.
Sometimes you need to give a little guidance, like hot water burns baby,
Yeah.
Very true. Hey, so Ken, you've got this machine in the background. Obviously, there's. I'm gonna give you a new era question and an old era question. First of all, because you got 30,000 games on that, you said, so you haven't had time to play them all, but a great part of it. Which 3 games need an AI treatment? Which one deserves to be looked at again with an AI treatment?
Oh boy. I would say probably the top level one that I think could use an AI treatment was Dragon Slayer.
Dragon Slayer.
So the top corner over there, I don't know if you guys remember, but that was a DVD.
It was sensational when it came out. Laserdisc. No one had ever seen that. Rows of people lining up to waste thousands of dollars.
I think that could actually use an AI treatment, because really that was just, click.
Oh, it was dumb, man. Yeah, pressing the button at the right moment in time.
Yeah. Let's see, what else?
Great example.
Yeah, I think that's probably the main one. I was trying to think of Donkey Kong. I don't think so. I mean, they've had so many different Donkey Kongs come out.
Right.
The only thing that I would kind of maybe think about for AI treatments to the games is ways to make them more fun, like anything that's coming out, right? Using AI and data analytics to basically see how long the players last and how much. It's kind of hard to balance.
Kind of individualize it almost.
Fun, but you can
individualize it to the player. Kind of learn from the player where the player seems to be sticking around longest, and maybe put more of those elements in and see how they respond to that.
Yeah, because the other side of that is, which I've seen lately, is like they have these AIs that are competing against other players, right?
Right.
And they just smoke them, and it's like,
Right.
okay, well,
Yeah.
that's nobody any
That's
good.
no fun. No.
It's like no fun for anybody, right? You have these AI players, and so it could still be used like, okay, we're smoking players too much, you know, so
Right.
let's tone back the AI, and you like
Right.
then you introduce, oh, hey, you got to lose, or you got to act more human in this
Right.
particular
Kind of analyze that learning loop and all of that as well. That's a good example indeed.
Yeah, and so that's kind of why I don't think I could pick three other than the Laserdisc one, just because it was so mechanical.
It was terrible. It was terrible.
There was no code AI, you know, in there. It was just like left, right, forward, and time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a timing event game, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely unforgiving.
Which are very boring, right?
Yeah.
Well, once you master them, for sure, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Not a
didn't
big
take me.
deal.
When I played that, I think I mastered it in like 2 days, and then
Yeah.
then I was like, okay. And I played Tron. Oh, funny story about Tron. So they had a competition, and I think the high score in the competition, I hadn't heard about it, and I was in Salem, Oregon. I was at an arcade off of let's see, I'm trying to remember the name of that road. But anyway, it was like just under an underpass by I-5. And anyway, I was mastering Tron, and I scored 720,000 or something like that, right? And I'm like, oh man, I can't quite beat 1 million, but this is awesome because it gets really, really fast. And then the next day I was watching TV, and they had this competition that was going on, and the winner had hit like 700,000. I had hit 720, and I was like, well, I didn't know anything about this competition. He won like $50,000 or something like that.
Oh man.
And I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have known about that. And now you have esports going on, right? But I kind of don't play too much. I play more mental games, like, you know, like RPGs where, you know, it's not hack and slash, but it's more kind of, you know, I used to love Wizardry back in the day.
Sure. Yeah. That's
so that type of game where you have
nostalgic
to
for the Apple II, for sure.
have to figure out puzzles and things like that. So I like Angry Birds was a great game for me because it's like, oh, physics.
Sure. Yeah.
But you know, I don't like the Twitch games so much. You know, just hacking away at the button smasher games.
Yeah, the whack-a-mole games.
Yeah, whack-a-mole games and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just kind of a funny story about the Tron thing, because I was just I mean, like I said, I grew up pretty, you know, government cheese and food stamps kind of poor, you know, and just to see like somebody playing an arcade game that I had just beat his score by like 20,000 points, and he got 50 grand. I'm like, oh,
that hurts. Yeah,
really.
that hurts. I get it.
So listen, it's been almost an hour, man. I can't believe it already. And we've got Nick is in the waiting room right now, and we're gonna like to chat with him. But I hope you can stick around, like Discord and chat. And late at night we all get on. So you're welcome to join us, you know, in video tonight if you like. I'm not sure what your schedule's like, but man, love to keep chat with you. And we need to stay in touch too, because it's been, you know, I doubt we can probably last 40 more years before we talk again.
No, we can't let that happen again for sure. No,
So I really appreciate you sharing, you know, what you've done in the past and what you're doing now in the future is great. And we look forward to talking to you in person. So maybe someday, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I might be doing a lot more traveling if I get that.
Well, you're in Yuri's neck of the wood right now. Anyway.
You're close by. You're close by indeed.
Yep.
So
So cool. Well, I guess we'll wrap up here, and I'll let Nick in, and we can start chatting with Nick about it. Thanks, Kenneth, Hurley. It's been good to see you, buddy.
Man. Yeah, nice to chat with you guys.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you. Bye now.
Nick.
He called himself on. Hey, Nick.
You are muted currently. Yep.
I am.
You are. Okay, so first of all, I have to know, how do you pronounce your last name?
Skrepetos.
Skrepetos. Okay.
That was too easy for us.
Well,
yeah. Everybody gets confused with the second E and
right. Yeah. Like, you know, if it's been a tilde, it might have been better
again.
Skrepetos. Nick Skrepetos. Okay. So, Nick, welcome. I have not ever met you in person. I've never seen you in person, but I have talked to you back in it's got to be 84 or 85.
Yeah, but way back 37 years ago. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, like crazy, long time ago.
Yeah.
We just, talking with Ken, and I actually worked with Ken for a little bit, but
Oh, did you?
yeah, so I met Ken before because he lived in Portland with me,
Gotcha.
but I hadn't seen him or talked to him literally until like you, same thing. It's been that long, but forever. So
Yeah.
the reason why I had you come on, and Ken as well, is because we wanted to theme this event really based on disc copiers and that kind
Right.
of history of what happened. And so I have talked to some people before in our little group about how Oregon, for whatever reason, seemed to be a rather large mecca of disc copying products.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of crazy with Central Point Software and everybody, and then even Northern California with Bruce down there and those guys.
Right. So they're below, but Mike Henry was Basement Boy Software, which was in Portland.
Yep.
And I was in Portland with Final Source Software, and then Megasoft was in Battleground, Washington, across the bridge was Software Support International, which did Cracker Jacks and Renegade and all those.
Right.
Astoria, Oregon is Lawrence Heiler from Chip Level Designs.
Okay.
So, and then so I thought you were in Eagle Point or in Central Point,
Ashland.
but you were in Ashland. So
Yeah,
I've
Ashland.
been to a few parties at SOC before. So
Yeah.
so that's a heck of a college for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's bizarre that the other companies that were out that were popular too, like Discmaker was in
Yep.
Texas.
Yep.
Those people were in Texas, and I think Marty France and Joe Peter were in California somewhere, and then the Ultrabyte was in New York.
Right.
So it was pretty much the West Coast dominated the copy scene, and Oregon dominated the majority of everything.
Sure. Yeah.
But I mean, how did that happen? I wonder. Who knows? It's one of those weird things.
I guess we were just mischievous and wanted to do things we weren't supposed to be doing, and that yielded the copy programs, right?
Maybe so. So people that don't know, I mean, the Nick Swift copy was a popular program because you were my competitor, so I had to know that, and I had to know what you were doing.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you looked at other people's stuff as well, going, okay, well, here's what they're doing, and because everybody did.
Everybody.
And you remember back in the day, competition was fast and furious. I called it.
Yep.
Long before we had Fast and the Furious franchise.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was crazy. Everybody was kind of one up, and I think everybody. I don't know if it was just that everybody was one up each other. I think it was more everybody was just trying to be the one that could break the newest protection and the newest thing that came out. Who could break it before everybody else could. Really. Right. I mean, that's
so I had explained to people things are a lot different today than they were back then. As far as technology, as far as progress, how fast things moved. So for example, when you place an ad in a magazine, that ad did not appear for at least 90 days.
Oh yeah. 3 months minimum. And that's if you were able to, do a small enough ad or whatever to be able to get a remnant spot.
Right.
And no pick of the location, nothing,
Right. You had to actually book 12 months to 24 months in advance in order to be able to get a spot you wanted.
Yeah.
And so those were expensive ads. I know. I've seen the bills.
Yeah, they were.
So they're really expensive. So what would happen for us, and I'm sure it happens to you back then as well, is by the time the ad came out, whatever you were selling in the ad was already irrelevant.
Sure.
Because
or you'd say a bunch of stuff in the ad that you were hoping to get.
Well, see, there you go. So
the reality of it, right?
right, for sure. So I remember having many board meetings, sitting at the table and looking, okay, so here's the Christmas rush. It's going to come out. The Christmas issue will be out probably November, which means we've got to place the ad by July pretty much, somewhere in there. So what can we have available and done by then? They're like, well, we could do 1,000 parameter pack. Well, how many parameters we got now?
Right.
360. Okay, put the ad in.
Right. Yeah.
Then you'd have to go get all those discs and all that work, and I'm in crunch time. And then also on the other flip side of that, because we had kept a customer database, I remember when we have something new, because the ad wasn't out yet, the call center would go to work and start calling customers saying, hey, by the way, you're going to see an ad in 2 months from now, and it's going to be for this product. But if you act now, you could be the first in your group to get this.
Right.
And you're like, oh, well, I got to have that, And so,
it's so funny because modern day, when I had Super Anti Spyware, right, we had 50 million users, and I ran this ad that said $9.95 today only, right? On the download. I made $1 million a year off that ad. After I sold the company in 2011, to this day, they're still running it.
Wow. The same
Because
ad.
everybody's like, today only, I gotta have this,
Right.
$9.95, let's do it,
Wow.
Yeah, so things have changed dramatically in that respect. Everything's much quicker. Than information obviously is instant now. Like you're there. Where are you at right now?
I'm in Eugene, Oregon.
Eugene, okay.
Yep.
So how far are you from the campus, U of O?
Probably about 20 minutes. I live out in the country. I have a bunch of acreage out here, and
Oh, nice. That's
Yeah.
nice out there. It's beautiful in Eugene.
yeah,
A
I
little
love it.
rainy still for my taste, but
Yeah.
that's why I left. But but I love the campus there. I spent some time on the campus. It was a good time there. So how did you get into the copy scene? What was your first computer?
How did this start? Yes.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
all the
I
way
mean,
back.
basically in I guess it was 9th grade. I had taken, I grew up kind of on a little farm, right? So I knew how to weld and do woodworking and all that stuff. My dad had his PhD in physiology, but he did all our own stuff on the farm, right? And he's like, look, you're not taking another wood shop class. No more cutting boards, no more fish whackers. I'd already taken, in our junior high, math only went up to geometry, right? And I'd taken geometry, and so I was kind of at that 9th grade, like, what do you do, right? Well, I'd seen these kids messing around with these Apple IIe computers back in the day, or Apple II computers, and I thought that looks interesting. It looks like something that they're getting to do that not everybody else is doing, and my dad said, no more shop classes, because I already knew how to do all that stuff. No more wasting time. And so I just signed up for what they called computer math, and it was basically, and Mr. Gertson, the teacher, basically didn't know a whole lot, basically gave you the Apple book and said, here's the computer, do it. And so I remember that, that people were programming in BASIC, and I'm kind of like, so I kind of figured that out and was doing stuff. And then, I used to see him break into the video games into assembly language, right? Machine language, the old, what I can't remember, like Control C or whatever, and it'd break in there and you could lift it and do all that kind of garbage. I thought, well, what's that? That's what they're writing the games in, and that's what they're doing. That's the ticket, right? So I just started learning that. And then we had a college professor, a friend of my dad's, was on the Commodore 64 doing assembly language and, just plotting graphs and signing things. And I thought that's freaking cool, and how fast it was and all this stuff, and so I just kind of went head first into the whole assembly language thing. And, by the first, like month or so, the teacher had no clue what I was doing. And I was telling my dad all the stuff I was doing, and how I could do all this cool stuff. And he's just like, I have no way to assess this, right? So he brought me to the college and said, okay, I want you to write me an EKG program that does this little thing and draws a waveform and shows it, because he had these videotapes that did that. And he thought, wow, if, he realized even back then, before computers were really around, that if he could show this on the computer, how cool would that be? You're not wasting paper, you're getting to show it anywhere. It goes on a disk.
True, yeah.
So I wrote this whole little program, and one of his students who was with the computer guru was just like, holy crap, this kid actually knows what he's doing, Kris, as my dad. And, and so then my dad really started kind of embracing what I was doing and realizing, okay, well, he's actually doing stuff here. And so I wanted a Commodore 64 because that was the newest, hottest thing, $595 back in the day. It was a lot of money. Come on, Dad, let's, and they weren't wealthy, they weren't poor, middle class teacher salary, but very frugal and very, that generation, right? They were very, very frugal about everything. And so I finally convinced them for Christmas I was getting a Commodore 64. So, they order it and get the UPS tracking number. It's supposed to be here today. And of course, today snows like 5 inches. Right. And we lived up a half mile steep gravel driveway. Right. Yeah. Well, I'm like, okay, hell knows that stopped me. So I shoveled the entire driveway, so the UPS could get up there. Well, of course,
priorities, man.
Yeah. UPS drives over to the neighbors and drops it there because they think our driveway is too steep. But I got a good shoveling in, and and then I proceeded to have many flus and colds during school season. Where I would where I would stay home and, work on the
Oh.
64, typing in programs for magazines and, doing that kind of basic garbage while I was kind of learning about assembly. And that was when we were still on tape.
Sure.
So it's like, the old tape thing and praying,
Yep.
and save while you're, doing your chores or whatever. And
Right,
hope
yep.
to come back without the flashing light, which meant you're screwed and,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. Then we got the 1541 drives and I had seen, I guess it was Copy 2 or Copy 2 Plus on the PC, or not PC, sorry, on the Apple IIs, right?
Yep.
When they were, the Apple II, when they were first, copying stuff. And I'm like, copying discs, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
My dad, no way my dad would let me buy any games or anything like that because, $30-$40 back then, that's,
It was a lot of money.
was a lot of money, right?
That 1980s money, that's a lot of money.
And a lot of money, and for what my dad thought was useless.
Useless
Yeah.
games.
Games.
Frivolous
You got the outdoors. You go fishing, you go hunting, you go do your thing, right?
Yeah.
Which I love, and I still love.
Get on your bicycle.
Yeah, get on your bike. We lived out in the country, so getting on your bike meant like 5-mile ride to town to do
Right.
it. So, and then I started really trying to figure out, how all this stuff worked. And then I got the anatomy of the 1541 drive and the anatomy of the Commodore 64, the,
Yep.
green and the blue book, right?
Sure. Yep. You went to
And
that.
we used to drive to LA to visit my dad's sisters, my aunts and uncles. And man, I would just read that thing, nonstop all the way down, nonstop all the way back, and just dive into that,
Mhm.
And then I started trying to, I wrote this game called Alien Raid, and thought, okay, this is my ticket to, here comes the cash, right? And of course, the letter from the publisher was, this isn't quite what we're looking for, but good try.
Good luck.
Whatever,
Yeah.
right? And so then I started doing a test taking software for my dad at the college called Test Writer and Tester, where it allowed you to create a test and then you could give the students the test on the computer, and then it would grade it and keep track of it and do all the stuff that of course we all think is like dumb now and obvious now. I'll have
Sure.
it on the phone.
Super useful and cutting edge back then.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and it saved my dad tons of time grading. He didn't have to grade papers.
You
Right.
knew exactly how to play your dad's violin, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And he was super supportive, as long as I, did what I said I could do. And then we started doing, I did like some basic extensions and stuff like that. And then a fast loading program, and then just kept going down the line of the copy stuff to figure out what they were doing and what you could do with the drive.
So
Right.
Nick, up till that moment in time, everything you were doing was still like unpaid, was just like stuff that you were learning and doing for your dad, kind of in trade for new magazines or books or otherwise.
Yeah. And so all that stuff did. And like I said, my dad supported me, but he also was like, we're taking out this ad that's $3,000,
Right.
or whatever it was back then. You better be able to, this better, this better actually be something, right? Because, it's a lot of money, mom's answering the phone for the, pretending to be at the office, and, my sister, answered that we only had, I lived at home, of course, I was, whatever, 15 years old and 16 years old. And, so we started doing that. And then I ended up meeting Bruce, and he and I think Mike came with him to Ashland.
So this is Bruce Q. Hammond. Who sadly has passed away recently.
That's sad to hear.
Yeah. And so Bruce was the guy who behind the original Dissector.
Yeah.
Before before he brought
knows
Mike
that one.
Henry on board,
Yeah.
they did Dissector 2, and then Mike left to do Fast Hack 'em, Basement Boy stuff, and then Bruce continued on with Dissector 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, good people though.
Yeah, and they came up and they wanted me to kind of join them and kind of collaborate, because we each had little bits of things that the other person didn't, or
Sure.
everybody knew a little something, or how did you do this, or how did you do that, or how did you figure out how to break this or that, or and a lot of that, so many of the copy protection schemes came over from Apple, right?
Mhm.
Like half tracking, track arcing, all that junk was all Apple Drive stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
That all came over to the Commodore. And then obviously the 1541s had the unique ability to download code and everything else. So that gave it a whole different flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Compared
Its
to
own computer.
And then I remember Bruce, and we went down to a show in San Francisco, and I cannot remember what the show was, but there was, do you remember a program called Q Copy?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I have it.
Okay, so those guys were telling everybody it would copy everything, right? There's no way that anyone could make a program that this can't copy, right? And I was down there with Bruce, and I had done this thing where I can't remember, there was a company in Colorado that would do a fingerprinting thing on the disc, right? Where they would do like a modification of the disc. And so what I did is I just scratched the inner tracks of the disc.
Yeah.
And then I would try to format those tracks. If they formatted, it didn't matter what copy protection you were trying to pull. If they formatted, they formatted. So then that wasn't one of my discs, right?
Right. Failed, right? Yep.
Failed, right? And so Q copies there, and Bruce, you know, they copied Dissector, and I'm like, there's no way you're going to copy this later version of Swift Copy. And they're like, you want to put your money where your mouth is? So Bruce is like, okay, $5,000. And my dad's like, what the hell are you doing, Nick?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not putting up any money. Bruce is like, I'm putting up the money. And he's all, you sure about this, Nick? I'm like, I'm sure about this. There's no way this thing's going to make an identical copy of this.
Sure, absolutely
unless they scratch the disc, right?
Right.
And so these guys get up there, and it's like 30 or 40 people gathered around, and they pop the Swift copy in, and they copy it, and they're like, see, says it copied perfect. And I said, you got to run it. You can't just copy the disc and say it worked, right? You know, of course, when the drive was hitting those bad tracks, it was clattering and the head's all bumping, trying to think and all that crap. And so then the guy puts it in, and of course it comes up and says illegal copy. And this guy about crapped himself. He was just like, and Bruce is like, where's my money? Where's my money? He goes, well, we were just joking about that. We were, you know, and my parents were just like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing this, you know. And
right.
So, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, and then another funny story is, do you remember Bruce Carver and the game Beachhead?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Access.
Access software.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
I ended up working with Access Software when I had my sound operating system company. I invented a technology to play 32 sounds at once. And, you know, when games used to only play one sound. And so ours would digitally mix everything and allow you to pan it and do volume control. And nice. Access Software licensed it. So I'm sitting at this big conference table, and we're just about to sign this agreement, right? And the president, who is Bruce Carver, reads it, and he's like, oh my God, Nick Skrepetos, you're that jerk that used to copy my stuff. I hated you. And he goes, I don't know if I should sign this contract, you know. And he's like, I'm kidding. He goes, but I did hate you.
Okay, that's funny you bring that up, because that's the second time I've heard something like this before. So I need to find this, but somewhere there's an interview with Trip Hopkins, and Trip was the president of Electronic Arts, and he was asked about the copying in other discs.
Yeah. And
he said, people like Jim Drew and Mike Henry should not exist.
Wow.
That's exactly what he said. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. So for you to say the same thing with Mr. Carver, that's.
Yeah, Electronic Arts was actually the reason I kind of got out of the copy program scenario when I turned 18. They started putting a lot of pressure about suing and copyright infringement. And like as far as my dad understood, my aunt is a federal judge. And so we'd consulted her about, like, you know, but she wasn't a copyright attorney, but she, you know, she had access to people, and she's, you know, her standing was, if you're making a copy for yourself, you're good to go.
That's what Public Law 117 was, long before the DCMA.
Right.
And so, but you're right, there was a lot of pressure on that whole thing. And that's kind of why, I mean, I didn't get out of the copying part. I went into more copying, then I did more parameters. So I did like 3,000 parameters, but there was so much pressure from these companies about copyright infringement that you're altering their data that I just decided that, okay, I'm just going to duplicate everything 100% at that point.
Right.
At that point, I'm, you know, well within the law. You're making backup copies for stuff that you own. You know, theoretically, that was the whole idea. And so, I mean, it's good to hear that you have the same issue, because it was an issue even back then. You know, but when DCMA went in place, and obviously it went crazy.
Yeah, but, and my parents weren't too keen on, you know, getting. You know, I mean, my dad wasn't afraid of stuff, you know, because he knew we had a legal. But he's like, "Is this a fight we want to fight? Is this
right? I mean, how much you going to spend defending it?"
And they knew we were small. They knew it was just me, right?
Right.
You know, they knew it wasn't backed by a corporation that was going to actually, you know, put their foot in the ground and say, okay, you know, screw you.
Right.
We're gonna bring a battle on this, right? Yeah.
It's funny how much difference there is in, you know, pressure and stuff. I remember when we went out of the 64 market into the Amiga market permanently, we were at a transition period in like end of 90, 91, where the 64 was dying completely. And so we had a meeting, Utilities Unlimited was in existence, and we were doing Amiga stuff by then as well. And
Yeah.
we thought, well, should we do Amiga really full time, or should we go ahead and make this Nintendo cartridge copier that I created?
Right.
And then, for whatever reason, John Droden, the owner, had contacted Nintendo and got a registered letter, and it was one of those like, you know, we have millions of dollars that say you don't do this.
Right.
And so we went into the Amiga market.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
we didn't mess with Nintendo. And so it's good to hear that you had the same kind of, you know, presence of mind turning 18, where now you're legally liable yourself for, you know, the damages. And
yeah, and as things kind of started to grow, it's kind of like, well, we were making more money off of the test writing program and those things marketing to colleges, and actually, you know, I mean, that was putting pretty good money in my pocket at that time. So it's like, do we really want to risk all this and be completely distracted fighting this other battle when, you know, when it's really, you know, and the fact, like my dad said, the problem with the copy stuff was, you know, you had to keep changing, keep iterating, going to stay up. I mean, it's like every day you'd wake up. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know why I didn't learn that lesson when I went into the anti-spyware market, learned from the disk copier market, because, you know, my anti-spyware programs, every day you're up. I mean, I was, you know, I would be up at midnight at Disneyland, you know, when my kids are sleeping, you know, writing definitions for spyware so that the next morning when everybody woke up, I would still be making money. Right? You know, so it's tough.
It's actually interesting that you got into that, because it is exactly the same thing. It's the same. It's only at a scale where it can happen overnight, you know, and where they can just figure out, oh, these devs, they're in this time zone. We're going to do it exactly by the time that they're going to go in bed. We're going to release new versions.
And so I did that for like 7 years. So
my goodness,
that was a grind, you know.
So we did the copying thing. So how long were you in the 64 copy market? So 84, I'll grab something really quick so you can see. So I collect copy programs, by the way.
That's cool.
And hardware, software, everything. So I imagine you probably recognize this.
Oh yeah, I have some of those around.
So you got some of those around. I got a couple of them.
Nice.
And then I've got the original manual.
Nice, awesome.
For all this stuff. And
that my mom typed up on the typewriter.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So your mom did an excellent job.
Yep.
So I actually have some pictures in your room, for your Discord room. I'm not sure who got this from, but I found it online. But let's see. There's your.
Yep.
There you are. 1984. So you got into this, you know, 83 was really when the games started coming out for 64 that were really protected. I had like all of Datasoft and all of Datamost games. Those were like the first ones. 83, actually somewhere in 82 from Datamost. So 84.
There was like Load Runner, and then the Castle Wolfenstein stuff.
Sure, Broderbund for sure.
Broderbund,
all that stuff. Choplifter.
And those guys started. You know, those guys started in Eugene.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you know who else was in Eugene was Kovacs.
Yeah. Oh, you know, I worked for them for years.
Oh, you did?
I wrote all their voice recognition stuff and all their sound drivers and everything.
So I wrote all the test software for the first hardware, the one that was the user port version.
Did you really?
Yeah. So I did sampling for like on my top secret stuff disc. That's what I used for top secret stuff to get my voice in there saying, welcome to top secret stuff.
That's
so
awesome.
I wrote them.
The old
so
speech
again,
thing.
Another thing in Oregon for, you know, for 64 stuff. It's like Supra was from Oregon. There's a lot of companies from Oregon. For whatever reason, that seemed to be a huge mecca. So 1984, you did that program. So how long were you in that before you stopped doing 64 stuff?
I think I turned 18 October of I guess 86. So probably about till then.
Okay.
You know, it's only a couple years really doing the copy program stuff.
Right.
You know.
So you're about 3 years younger than I am then.
Yeah, I'll be 55. So
yeah, I'm 57 now. So 2 years. Yeah. So 3 years. So you were in it 85, 86. I was trying to figure out when the heyday really was, because when the Fast and the Furious time was like, I think 86, the end of 85 all the way to probably early 88.
It was really ramping up in 85, 86 when we were trying to sell a lot. There's a lot of people going on. It was like a hot topic. I remember at whatever show we went to in San Francisco, that one with Q copy, and there was booths for copy programs.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So it was like an actual thing, you know.
You probably went, I'm not sure what year that was. So 80, I remember, so every year the World of Commodore show. And typically it might have been, because I know there was one in San Fran I didn't go to. I went to the ones in Pasadena.
Okay.
And I went to the one in New York and London, but I never went to San Francisco one. And
that was the one we went to.
yeah, I'm sure it's a World of Commodore show, because I remember all of our shows. It was a trade show. It was a real trade show with real booths and the whole 9 yards. And so I remember everything all set up, and you got computers, and, you know, bring a disc over, we could do it all, man.
Oh yeah.
You know, just like the copy Q people, you know, that way.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of games that had that scratch disc type of thing. One was done with a laser, and I actually have one of those in the box still. And it's like the only sample of something you can't duplicate really at all, because of the fact it's, you know, it's got defective media. And of course, the first thing it tells you when you load it is to remove the write protect tab.
Right.
Because it has to write to the disk in order to know that it's you know, a bad copy or not. So that's pretty nifty. So you were kind of out of it at the very end of the heyday then?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
You know, where it was getting to be where I was kind of, you know, moving out, kind of doing my own thing, and I was doing that, you know, that test writing and tester software took a lot of oomph to keep that going, because we were selling it to colleges, you know, across the U.S. and everything, and so, you know, financially that was, you know, it was kind of like follow the money, right? Not the dream, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes, well, especially at the age we're at then.
Yep.
You know, so if you have any kind of, you know, income that's reliable, take it, you know?
Yeah.
And so I was very fortunate in that fact that even though I made peanuts compared to the amount of hours I worked, I was still having something that was, you know, something that I could rely on. And, you know, with the disc copying thing, it was so crazy for like 3-4 years. I mean, years, like you're saying with your spyware stuff, every single day there's new software coming out. Every single day. I mean, there's what, 50-some thousand titles for the 64.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's nuts. So that you spent all your time just doing that and that alone. But it was,
and then we started doing like the EPROM copying stuff, right? Where you know, like you know, banking out the 4K and then copy, you know, storing code under it and then banking it back in and all that kind of stuff. You know, and I guess in '88 is when I started at Dynamics.
Okay.
Doing because that was before. I guess that was before Cobox. So I was at Cobox in '90.
Okay.
Yeah. And because I had all that assembly experience, that was super valuable to Dynamics.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, because in that in-between period, I think you went legit. You actually worked on some titles, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, during that, because at Dynamics, Kevin Ryan and I co-wrote Tomcat, F-14 Tomcat.
Yeah.
Well, that was my first like major title, right? That was, and that was just Kevin and I that wrote that.
That's amazing as well. If you kind of think back about it, now you have teams of hundreds of people here. You and your mate are writing.
It's Kevin and I grinding it out, figuring out how to make multiple sprites appear by doing the raster interrupts on the screen and all that. Right, you know, tall sprite technology and all this other crap.
Yeah, writing into the border, all the different things you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. So yeah,
it's funny is it seems like most people from that era got into the video game market somehow. Like Ken Hurley, we were just talking about that. I never did. I never got into it. I played a lot of games.
See, I never played games. I never was a gamer, and never have been a gamer. And it was funny because I worked for them for quite a few years until until Dynamics had that one stage where they kind of went belly up, laid everybody off, and then that's when I went to Cobox. So
what games did Dynamics produce besides Tomcat?
Arctic Fox was their first Amiga game. You know, Dave Fly did that. A10 Thunderbolt. They had all the Tribe series, all those. They had tons and tons of games. All the Red Baron games.
Yeah, all the vector graphic style games. I remember, like calculation style. So
Polygon, and that was all because of Damon.
Oh, is that right?
Because he created that. He was the 3D whiz, and then this guy Dave McClurg came on and wrote a system called 3Space, which allowed us to actually do 3-dimensional, you know, in the world, first person type stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I remember all those games, but I remember only like the intro screen after the protection passed. That's
Right,
about it. You know,
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
all I ever saw.
It's like,
Literally,
we made it. We copied it.
got it. Okay, next.
Yeah.
Put it in a pile. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So Nick, I first of all, I posted in the Discord a picture of your credit screen. Indeed, beautiful graphics, by the way. In
Oh, yeah.
I've forgotten all about that.
Yeah.
Well, two questions. First of all, I'll do the F14 and then I'll go back in time. So
Okay.
the F14, obviously, you had to bring out on disc. I presume it was still on disc, not cartridge.
Yeah.
So did that get protected as well? Did that? How did you go about with that? Because it's
Basically,
Activision
back
title,
then,
I think. Eh?
back then, Activision really wasn't doing much copy protection. They were the one. I think Activision published that one, and they had some just kind of limited basic copy protection, but nothing that any of the reputable copiers couldn't just copy.
Right.
I think they came to a state of like, how much do we want to police this? How do we want to chase this around, or do we want to focus on selling software, right?
Interesting.
And so copy protection, what I was encouraging them, hey, let's do some cool stuff. And they were just like, they're like, nah, they didn't understand. They really weren't, Damon and Jeff Snell, who were leading it at the time, and Tony Renicky, they kind of were just focused on making money, and trying to survive versus how long is this going to take? And it's like, well, probably take me a couple of days to code this up, and then you got to get your disc publisher to do this. They're like, right. Sounds too complex.
They were just push, get it out as quickly as possible and go to the next title.
Yeah.
So a question that came in, and now I'm winding back to further back to your early days. What was your tool chain like? What was it like? Hasmon or something else? What did you kind of like?
I think I did everything using Merlin assembler. Was that
okay?
Yeah, that was all. I think it was Merlin, and there was one I used before that, but then Merlin came out and had just about, you could use like symbols instead of like just labels, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It actually had a symbol table, and you could actually do that kind of stuff and use quote unquote variables, basically symbol lookup or search and replace, right?
Right.
But back then that was cool, and it was way faster.
Yeah. Commodore's assembler was forever long.
Yeah.
Because it was sequential files off of disk.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. And Merlin would like load it all or as much as it could in memory, and it would create object files, and then link them to, it had a linker, and so that kind of was like the first turn in the like more streamlined production.
Right.
Yeah.
So did Swift copy folded as well once you moved out? Once you went to the other side, you basically just stopped it? How did that?
Yeah, basically it just stopped. We sold out of whatever we had, and then just kind of didn't advertise it anymore. And it just kind of, and as the way the industry moves, its relevancy got diminished, as it
right. As soon as new titles came out, you're gone. Yeah.
And for a while I tried to keep up by doing parameter files and doing little things and this and that, but then it was like, I don't have the time to do all of this and all this other stuff that we had taken out. Like my dad had spent huge money on the educational side, printing, 10,000 brochures and mailings and bought a folding machine and a stuffer and all that. I mean, it was like serious, like almost too much pressure when you're in high school.
Right.
Yeah, so for me, that actually was my day job. So my job was from I worked at Commodore in 83. I stopped in like early 84 and started the whole copying thing. So from early 84 until 2000, really, that was my day job.
Yeah.
And it was an actual, day job like everybody else has a day job. You're a firefighter, you're a policeman. I was a copy guy. I was a hardware guy.
I was still in high school. So all this
well,
stuff.
I think that's the interesting thing about this whole industry in that era. Your mom was customer support.
Yeah.
And you were in school. You're packing up lunch in the morning.
I used to have my friends come over after school, and we had 5 Commodores set up with dual 1541 drives to duplicate discs to be able to fill the orders. And
here's a software industry competing with a little brat.
Right. Exactly.
And so the funny thing about that is people don't understand. We had talked, I think yesterday in private chat or actually in the Discord last night, the amount of discs that you shipped for a single entity was probably an incredible amount.
Right.
Because I know it's for a company, we had an incredible amount of discs.
Right.
And then, so it had to be that was same thing for everybody.
Yeah.
And true to form, the Commodore community today buys one of everything. And
Right.
I think that's what happened back in the day too. Everybody would buy everybody's copy program.
Yep.
Just to compare and just to say they had it.
And,
And
well,
so
it's kind of like your toolkit. It's like bragging rights. It's like, well, I've got this hacker
absolutely.
and fast hack them and swift copy and crack them and this and that. It's like I'm the person you go to, you know.
Right. I'm the big cheese. If you
I'm
want
the big
something done,
cheese.
I can do it.
Yeah.
So people don't quite fathom how popular the 64 really was, because you know there's millions of machines and everybody wanted to be able to back up their discs or pirate their discs, either way you want to look at it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if you had 50,000 or 100,000 people out of millions, it was a pretty good chunk of, you know, the overall sum. But it's statistically, but it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things until you start making discs.
Right.
You know, when you start shipping parameter packs that are 10 discs,
right,
and you're shipping 50,000 of those a month, that's a lot of discs you're shipping. It's an incredible amount of copying. So I can totally see you guys sitting there with that. And just like, what's Big Five Software, who did Bounty Bob Strikes Back. When they started out, they did the same thing. They had a whole array of drives. Megasoft, same thing. There's an entire room they had of computers all set up, same thing. And it got to the point where, with Megasoft, where they were making so many discs that it was not feasible to even do it anymore. There wasn't enough time in the day with 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. You couldn't make enough.
Yeah, and for us, the reason we kept doing it, because my dad kept saying, well, we should just send this to a duplicator, right?
Sure.
But I'm like, but the things change so fast. We got to keep the packs updated and the code changes and bug fixes. It's like it was happening in real time, right? You know, it'd be like I'd finish something one night, you know, do my own limited testing, and off it goes the next day.
I agree. I think you already understood then your future business. You kind of look at your ad protection. That it was that you already understood then what it was going to look like.
and you know, I'd always liked business because like I used to sell Christmas trees on our farm, and my goal, I used to sit down in a 1964 truck, which I actually have outside my shop now. It was my grandfather's truck, and I used to sit down there, and anyone who stopped to buy a tree, my goal was, you're not leaving without buying a tree or two. And so I learned how to talk to people. I learned how to sell. And then for me, the biggest thing was when all the technology stuff came out, no one else understood it. My parents didn't know what the hell I was doing. None of my parents' friends, no one knew what it was.
So the first mover advantage.
Yeah, and I had to learn how to tell all those people what this was. And so throughout my life, that's been like the most valuable skill, is being able to take something that's technical and translate it into a loaf of bread so other people can understand it. You know, I mean, really,
Sure.
Awesome. So how much of this, how much of retro is still with you? There's a resurgence of retro. We've been saying it several times today and yesterday as well. All of us were poor people back then. Everybody was poor. That's why no one had money to buy these expensive games or anything. Now, of course, that's an entirely different situation.
Well,
so now we all want to buy the
stuff. You have a $1,400 phone in your hand.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
We don't blink an eye.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's true. And so a lot of us now want to buy the stuff that we could only dream of back in the day. We buy all this. How's that for you? Have you got a C64, for instance?
I have probably 5 of them. When I cleaned out my parents' house, because my dad passed away a couple of years ago, and we had to eventually move my mom out of the house because she's 90, right? You know, and so they'd kept everything. Every Commodore 64, every Apple IIe, every iteration of every PC.
They were farmers. They were farmers. No, that you would never ever throw anything.
My dad would never get rid of anything, you know. And so I had I remember my first CD drive I bought was $4,000. It was a Philips one, right? My dad still had it, and it was still functional. I mean, all that stuff. He just kept everything that as I built companies and as I moved on, and he would take this. He'd say, "I'll take it. You know, I can use it. I don't need the fastest computer." And so I have a shop full. I have a couple Apple IIes. I probably have 3 or 4 Commodore 64s and a bunch of 1541 drives. And I know some of them don't have problems and some don't. What I kind of want to do is set them up and just kind of, you know, set up the retro room or whatever, do something like that. But what I've learned is as I've met people over the years, people are super fascinated about the old days.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when I used to talk to my grandpa about what they used to do back in the day, you know.
Oh,
it's
sure.
like, you know, nowadays people are like, you know, this guy who worked for me was just like enthralled about all this Commodore, like, holy shit, used to program in assembly language, you know. It's like, you know, now we don't even, you know, we're doing like .NET, which is like so removed from anything, you know.
We're
like,
low code, no code now.
Yeah.
I mean, you see WebAssembly coming back, which is kind of cool because it's starting to kind of harken back to like, hey, if you really want the speed, you got to go low level, you know. But I think that's some of the stuff that's kind of sad because like when I did all that audio stuff, you know, we wrote like self-modifying assembly code where build assembly code on the fly.
Sure.
To do the specific mixing things. And it's like now that no one even knows what that is or could care less about what that stuff is. And
yeah, it makes me
I
mad.
feel there was more innovation back then than there is now.
Well, so you
absolutely
touched upon an interesting point. Back in the day, you got a machine with a fantastic quality manual that would get you up to speed.
Yep.
It would become a after school recess. You join listings. If you were lucky enough to have a printer, you bring listings, kind of correct code. It was a very community affair. You would learn from each other. I think that has been gone for a long while. For decades. I think maybe some of that is coming back now with Arduino and RPI, and of course now this whole damn, you know, can't get any components for anything. It's gone again.
Yeah.
But I feel this is the first time again where we see some of that coming back.
Yeah, and I think
it's been gone for a long time.
And I think the thing that I don't like is like, you know, since 1990, I haven't worked for anybody, right? I've worked for myself since 1990, 100%. Yeah. And you know what I see today is that people are like, well, I'm a database guy. You know, it's like, well, who cares? I'm a database guy. I'm also a front end guy. I'm also a back end guy. I also run the freaking business. I do the advertising. I create the graphics. I did the website. I'm doing the APIs, all this kind of stuff. And these people are like, so they're so siloed into what they're doing. It's like, yeah, but you're like missing out on a whole. It's like, well, I don't like front end stuff. It's like, well, yeah, you know, maybe you don't, but you should know how to do it. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I think it's decreased the innovation and people are saying we need a team of, I mean, you see it, companies are like, we raised $20 million and I've got a CFO, a CTO, a CXO, a CRO, a CMO, and you're like, who's writing code? Who's doing anything?
Yeah. Who's hands on keyboard? Who's hands on keyboard? Yeah. I'm with you.
It's crazy.
So yeah, you're right. So like, and what I do, I still do assembly coding.
Nice.
Still, and I'm by choice and on purpose. So I develop flight control systems for UAV, UAS industry. So everything has to be cycle counted and stuff. DO-178B is another reason why, where you don't have to get compiler certified if you're using assembly code because doesn't change. You know, it's nice. You don't have to worry about updates, anything. But you're right. So what I do a lot of contract work as well, and it's crazy to me the comment that I always get from companies when they send me like, well, we need to do this. Like, okay, well, that's just hardware that's pretty simple and some firmware, and that's it. And like, yeah, we need to hire like a guy to do the firmware and a guy to do the hardware and a guy to do the circuit board layout and a guy. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why are you hiring all these people? Don't you have anybody that can do all this? I mean, this basically goes hand in hand, and it used to.
Right.
You know, back in the day, it used to, but now they're literally, you've got a circuit board guy, and you've got, you know, a hardware engineer guy that designed them, and you got a firmware guy, then you got a software guy, and then you got, you know, a guy that does the graphics for the manual. And it's like, holy mackerel, people. You know, we had to do all this ourselves back in the day. So it's funny is that the reason why you are successful still, and a lot of people that are successful from the same era, which is myself as well, is that we know all this stuff already.
Right.
And so it's hard to pull the wool over our eyes for one thing.
Yeah.
Because we know exactly what it entails to do every aspect of this, what we're doing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like the guy that works with me, my partner, Dave, he's worked for me since he was 17 years old. He's 46 now.
Wow.
You know, Dave's been at every company. I hired him when he was 17. Back when I was doing the audio stuff, I hired him to stuff manuals in boxes. Then he's like, well, hey, I know how to do bulletin board stuff. I'm like, oh, cool. You know, we're running a bulletin board. We had like 4 lines because everybody had to download the shit. And so Dave wrote up something for us. I'm like, hey, you're actually pretty good at this. Oh, and you can actually do 3D graphics too. Awesome. Okay. Oh, now you're coding now. And so So
Right.
we've always done everything together. Yeah.
So my fear
awesome.
is that the whole industry, each industry, is going to pigeonhole everybody into a single, function, and it's going to require people to have 15 different people to do a product at that point. And I'd like to see that get away from that, but I don't see anything in changing in that, right?
I think what you're going to see right now with everything that's going on in the market, with everybody laying everybody off and all that kind of stuff, right? I think you're going to see people, and I'm hoping to, is I try to mentor a lot of kids
Mhm.
and tell these stories of what's possible. And to them, it's like, to me, it's just like, it's life, right? Is what I went through. It's what you went through. It's what we all went through. But to them, it's like, holy crap, wait a minute, what? You can do this yourself? Well, how are you good at graphics and programming at the same time? It's like, I suck at graphics, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. Your logo doesn't matter. Put it out there,
Right.
and try to get people. But I think what we might start seeing, hopefully, is with these people that are unemployed and aren't employable because companies just aren't hiring, or everybody's got their social reasons for not working, or who they're going to work for, or what they're going to do, or whatever it is. Hopefully people will start saying, well, I want to do this myself.
Yeah.
Because that's what we did. We had to do it ourselves. Like you said, we were all poor.
No choice.
No,
No
no,
choice.
we were all bored.
I
There
told
was no-
Dad, no.
You learn two things. You learn how to read and how
Yep.
to try and fail fast and fail
Yep.
many times. But you also learned how to reach out to those who were around you
Yep.
to learn from each other.
Yep.
And it became teamwork very, very quickly. And then you
Yep.
got the challenge, which helped a lot. And you would
Yeah.
come back, and the pride that you could do something yourself. I think if we can get that back.
And that's something that I think that really, the pride of doing your own thing, right? I mean, I love, like for me now, I've been coding for 40 years or whatever. So it's like, it's still fun to do. I still love the accomplishment, but I have more fun on my excavator. I have 300 acres up here in Oregon, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
So I have about 10 miles of trails. I have an excavator with a flail mower. I get out there and I get to have fun, and I take pride in making things look nice. I take
Yeah.
pride in doing. I think a lot of people have lost pride in anything.
I think it's been so
in
diminished,
accomplishing
though.
something themselves.
Yeah.
Truly, with their own two bare hands.
Yeah.
But you think about that, if you're in a team nowadays, let's say you're on a team of 10 people building a project, there's no individual pride for the finished product.
Nope.
That's hard.
I think that's the real problem, and that
And
we've
no
got.
one's raising their hand like, oh, I did the database for that.
Right,
That's
exactly.
awesome.
Yeah, I was like,
Right?
I'm the database.
Right.
Because it ultimately doesn't matter. It's like, well, yeah, you're the database dude. That's what you do.
Right.
Right.
I'm pretty sure in 30 years' time, we will not have a talk where one of those people is going to be invited to talk about that database.
No. No, we
But
won't.
that's what it is. And I think more people need to kind of realize what I'm about to embark on. Is that something that a next generation would ever care about?
Right. Yep.
And use that like as your litmus test almost.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Yeah. It's tough because, and no one, wants to share the pride in that stuff or make people a star, because everybody's competitive. Everybody's, no. I
That's
don't
the
know.
wrong type of competitiveness.
It is.
It's the
Right.
wrong type of competitiveness.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think that has driven the industry for tools to provide the tools to do things as simplistic as possible.
Mhm.
Like you look at the stuff now we've got for compilers and things like this. And this, CPUs and stuff. You and I, Nick, we're fighting with fitting in copy programs and 64K of memory,
Oh.
or the disk drive memory of 2K.
Right.
And nowadays, like, even like on a Raspberry Pi, I've got 512 megabytes of memory. I've got this massive 1.2 gigahertz, CPU. And so
Yeah.
we don't need a compiler that generates fast code or does anything, fast, because it's going to look fast. And then, so what
No.
happens when you run out of horsepower? You add more. Right? So that's why we got.
And I think there's a lot of the whole, like a couple of people that worked for me when I did some stuff, a partnership with the credit union where I helped them with some fintech stuff, right? And it's like, oh, I downloaded these 40 different packages and I was able to make this thing do this and this. It's like, you're screwed as soon as someone changes one of those.
Yeah.
And you don't know how
Good
any
luck.
of it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know?
That's the danger of using other people's work.
Yeah.
It really is. I've run that in myself quite a bit, doing the stuff even with the ESP32, is that you know, they release a new core and then suddenly it breaks so many things.
Sure.
And you're like, oh man, but you need to have the new feature from the core
Right.
in order to use something. So now you got to go back and fix the people's work. So it's a lot more work for you. And like, I hate that. I like better, you know, low level programming. I do microcontroller programming and assembly for as much as I possibly can. And I know exactly what's going on, and I don't have to worry
I
about.
think all the people learning software development nowadays, you know, they're missing out on the stuff like, you know, what was his name? Michael Abrash, was that the assembly optimizer guy? Wasn't that him?
I know the name.
He ended up working for Microsoft, but he was the guy that figured out all the 6502 and 6510, you know, cycle timing stuff, where if you put you know, you could do an increment after a multiply, and the increment and multiply would happen almost parallel because of the way the cycle stuff. And I mean, all that kind of stuff, no one knows any of that crap anymore.
No
one knows anything, or even thinks that way. And I think it harms their ability to develop good software because they're not used to thinking and having to figure it out. You know, people come and say, well, how do you do this? It's like, freaking Google it. If you can't figure it out, at least you have Google nowadays.
Just add a library. Somebody wrote a library for it. Go get their library. Then you're at the mercy of the library, mercy of the
that's
compiler.
the other thing. You know, back in the day, there was less access to information as it was. So the
true
was available. You take to heart.
Yeah.
You know, you won't get distracted as much either. You know, with the whole Google available. You know, within you started searching for A, and 3 hours later you're reading about some silver fox in some territory that, you know,
that's
true.
Like, how did I end up here? Where did my 3 hours go?
There was a lot less distractions because you had your computer, no internet, you had your book, you had some magazines with some source code or some notes from somebody else you talked to. And you had to kind of figure it out, right?
And that's what it was indeed. And I think, I think that brought the challenge as well. It brought,
you know, it's funny to me is that I think it's really focused the ingenuity of certain individuals in society now that are still old school. I mean, look at like Elon Musk and people like this that are, you know, that are stand out from the crowd. But you know what? If everybody had gone the same path, they may not have stood out as nearly as much as they do now because they stayed the course.
Right.
You know.
So Nick, what are the chances, because we're about 10 minutes left, I think. What are the chances of you kind of like hooking up your Commodore 64 again, your 1541, and kind of pulling your old code again and kind of looking at what you've learned since? You know,
do you have your source code?
Looked at this for
I'm pretty sure I have a lot of the source code. I know I have printouts.
Oh, nice.
Well,
at least there's some
I mean, I have a printout like
available.
probably 2.5 inches thick from an Okidata printer. You know,
oh geez,
matrix mode printed out. I'm sure there's code somewhere. I have tons of that stuff around, and you know.
And so this much paper probably drove your mom nuts for the noise it made.
Oh, I was pretty but you know, my parents were super supportive of what I was doing. You know, it's like they wouldn't just throw money at it, but they were very supportive of me doing it. And every time I would drive down to LA to see my aunts, we drove around to every computer store and I'd try to hawk my stuff and you know, all that kind of, you know, that kind of stuff. They were super supportive in that, which is cool. You know, a lot of people didn't have that kind of support.
Right. That is cool. So I'm going to flip my camera over here. Let's see if I can do this.
You got road tested as well. I think that plays as well. You got road tested because your dad took you back to uni.
Oh yeah.
Is he any good?
Okay, so
good talker, but is he any good?
Right.
This is Nick Swift Copy's disk, and I would load the directory. But Nick was a jerk and he decided to make the directory loop. So you can't actually list the directory. So
Nick, how long has it been you've seen this?
Oh, probably since those times.
So I don't know what your copy protection is, but I've got a track display on my drive I'm loading it on. And so it goes out to 35 and does a few things. And then it goes to, actually it stopped working for some reason. I'm gonna reboot it and see. Then it goes out to 36 and 37. So you got some kind of protection out there.
I think, I think I was doing some, I think like half tracking stuff or arcing stuff. I can't remember what iteration you have of that.
This is version 2.
Okay, I don't remember. I'd have to.
Let's see if this will load. 23. Well, I loaded it yesterday, but I have 2 disks, so I'll try the other disk. I've not cleaned this drive in a little bit, so we'll see if this will go. So one thing I had talked with people in the past during some of these little events is that we never ever duplicated our competitors' disks. And the reason for that, of course, is that the last thing you want to do is walk into a user group meeting and find your competitor's program on every screen in the building.
Right.
Because you gave them, oh, it's not loading. Oh, you know what? It's probably my U2 cartridge.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
I got a drive 9 selected too. So that was the thing too. Our fast loading routine, this stuff didn't work very well with multiple drives.
Right.
So let's see if that's the issue. So yeah, we wouldn't copy our competitors' disks because, you know, you don't want to see your,
Right.
someone else's screen on there.
Right.
So, you know, we decided we would never, there we go.
There it is. Holy shit.
There it is.
Old school.
We got Swift copy 2.0.
Well, that's funny. All the old graphics and stuff, and you know, writing out your bad tracks, and you know,
your DOS supports and all the stuff you've got, and the parameter thing. So I looked at your parameter functions. You can do like a disk compare between original disk and one that had a parameter written to it, and pick that up.
Right.
So yeah. So yeah, 3-minute copy. Of course, this is 84, so 3 minutes was fast back then at 84.
Yeah.
You know, a year later, it was a minute. So technology changed.
Yeah.
So, but I thought you'd like to see this as kind of a interesting blast from the past. And like I said, I actually collect copy programs.
Yeah.
So I think I have everything that everybody ever released.
That's awesome.
And I've got like stacks of discs and stuff. A lot of stuff I have, like I've got an original Dissector 2
Nice.
that's never been opened.
Wow.
So it's the master disc because it made 3 copies of itself, you know, that back.
Right.
It's never been opened. I've got, of course, I got yours here. I actually have, I think 2 sets of yours, manual and the discs, and then I mean everything under the sun. And then I started collecting some of the European stuff because now maybe you can answer this for Yuri, because we were talking about. So Yuri is a Dutch guy, so he's not U.S. You know, when back in the day. How much business did you do overseas, and how much of a competition did you feel from the overseas market?
I don't think we ever really dabbled overseas because of the advertising costs and stuff, right? There was no real way for us, you know, out of my parents' house to really reach those markets.
Right.
You know, I say so for us, I don't think we really, I know we didn't, I think we sold some stuff, you know, where people would call, you know, call 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning. My sister would answer the phone and they'd be like, oh, and she'd be like, oh, I'm the cleaning lady. How can I help you? You know, it was funny. I remember that, you know. But that was about it. Yeah, we never really broached the international markets. Couldn't afford it.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me and every company I've talked to. Everybody that, you know, the same kind of deal is that for whatever reason, you know, that market was not something we ever got in the US either. I mean, did you see much in the way of German copy programs or even like Daytel from the UK? We didn't see hardly anything like that in the US at all. I mean, VG Data Shack was Canada, so that at least was close, you know, the same part of Americas. So, but we didn't have anything like that. So today, I mean, obviously with the internet, it's a huge difference. You know, it's it's a global market now, instantly. So that was good because we were talking about that yesterday with Yuri. It's like, because he didn't see any of our stuff really.
None. I'd never heard of this. Prior to coming to the US, I'd never seen any of these products.
Yeah, so
that's interesting now.
Same thing. Like
I would only have come across your name as part of F-14 Tomcat, cracked, of course, cracked, which now I know wasn't really a crack because it wasn't really protected, but you know.
Yeah, it's funny they didn't really want to invest much time in that, but I'm like, look, we can make this at least a little difficult.
Well, at least in this title, you'd think they'd do that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Good programs. You know, the junky ones, like, but you know, that's the good titles from Dynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well,
so
let's do a wrap up here. This has been a delight, Nick.
Yeah, I'd love to stay in touch with you guys. If there's anything
please do so. I mean,
anything else I can answer, you know, I'd be happy to. And I'll dig around and see what else I have out there. I think there is a version 3 that I don't know if it was ever released. If I can, it had different packaging and stuff. If I find it, I'll get you a copy of it.
Outstanding.
I've got a whole tub of this stuff, you know, that was like, you
awesome.
know,
it would be beautiful to at least
stuff up.
It would be beautiful to at least archive some of this stuff. You know, so that at least for a next generation,
Yep.
it's available as well. And you know, because this is an important part of the history of this machine. You
It
know,
is.
a lot
It
of
is.
people were very happy with the products that you guys all made.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
And a
true.
lot of people were not so happy with it either, but that was a
Oh,
smaller
yeah.
group of people. That
But
was a
I
Yeah.
think people can even look back and say like, hey, you know, it was the cat and the mouse, right?
right.
It was definitely
was.
what it was. Yeah.
You know. So,
Innovation
So-
in its finest.
yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
So Nick, I really appreciate you spending the time. That's
Yeah.
awesome. I hope we do stay in touch. I mean, I would like to
Absolutely.
talk to you more than every, 35, 40 years.
Yeah, that would be great.
Even though you were a competitor, which was great because
You know,
give
back
us an
then, no,
idea.
I didn't really feel like any animosity towards any of my
No.
competitors.
Isn't that weird though?
It was just like, oh man, he figured that out. How did he copy? I remember when Mike Henry first figured out like the 3-minute or 4-minute or 5-minute disc copy. It's like, okay, so it can be done.
Done. Right.
You know, so now it's like, you know, I liken it to, I play guitar and stuff. I played bands for years, and I would always see, whenever I would see one of my like heroes play live, I'd be like, it's just a dude playing.
Right.
He's just more practiced than I am.
Right.
So it
Yep.
can be done. You know, I mean,
Sure.
so it was like, you just have to work harder.
But isn't that funny? We didn't have animosity. We had envy.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did, and we tried to one up each other constantly.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what's lost that we were talking about in our pride thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think it's funny. Bruce, you know, rest in peace. You know, but
Yeah.
sometimes he was a little cocky about stuff,
Oh.
and a little bit full of himself. Where
Yeah.
my dad's like, you know, Nick, don't be like him.
Yeah.
You know, you'd say, I mean, nice guy when he came over and was pleasant, but he was like, you know, oh,
Right.
I can do this with $5,000. My dad's like, all of us can write a $5,000 check. You know,
Right.
you know, it's like I don't know, but back then he was young, and you know,
Right.
having 10 and 15 grand in your bank account was huge.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, you know.
Yeah. And then, Mike was quiet all the time.
Mike was totally quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total opposite with those guys for sure.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think that's why he kind of wanted to do his own thing.
I think so as well. So
Yeah.
all right, man. Well,
right.
thank you very much. There you have
Yeah.
a Discord room. I actually put some pictures of your manual and the discs in there.
Sweet.
If you want to pop in there, if somebody wants to ask you questions, they'll do it in that room.
Yeah, I
And,
think, I think tonight we'll have the Discord voice and video room open as well. If you
Yep.
happen to be around,
Yeah, if
hey,
you're-
more than happy to join.
Yeah, anytime.
Lots of old war stories to.
Oh, there are.
There are a lot of them. So, all right. Well, thank you
Awesome.
again, man. I
Hey,
appreciate you.
appreciate it
stopping
very
by.
much.
All right.
Yeah,
You take care of
we'll
yourself.
finally see you face to face.
Yeah, you too.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Bye.
I know. Hey, Jim.
Yes.
I got a couple of things to do here. Why don't we? Can we?
Let's take a break. Yeah, let's take a break.
Put a little bit of a break in. Indeed.
Yeah, we'll put a break in here. We'll play a little bit of Slay Radio, I think,
Yeah.
and we'll come back in what?
Maybe 30 minutes or so. Does that work? Where we sit?
Yeah, 30's fine because I had what? I don't need an hour because I've talked already enough today.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Yeah, let's do that. Then we have 30 minutes, and then we can kind of like line it up for the music extravaganza. BIT-SCAPE, man.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
I'm
do
excited.
30 minutes. I might come back a
Okay.
little bit early and chat a
Fine.
little bit, and then
Yeah.
I'll see you soon. All righty.
لا 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 يا لا لا
I think it must be some kind of dream. This is so good.
Okay, we're gonna come back in here. I'll wait for Yuri to pop back in a little bit. So I'm supposed to be talking this whole hour, but literally I've been talking all day with the other guys in this whole industry with disc copying and stuff, and that's kind of what my presentation was supposed to be on, and will continue to be on. So I'm Jim Drew. I worked for a lot of different companies, or worked with, did a lot of mostly contract stuff with Utilities Unlimited, which I end up owning at the end of the day. Do contract work for Megasoft, and then I spent a little bit of time with Ken Hurley, which you saw earlier today at Central Point Software. So that was a great to chat with Ken today about that, and good talk with Nick as well. I mean, Nick was a competitor in the industry, and it was a lot of fun. So before we get into that whole thing, I'm waiting for Yuri here. I will remind people that we have auctions. So if you go take a look at the Discord, you will see the auctions that we have, and I don't have any idea where we are on those auctions. 3 of the auction items were actually released at noon today and will expire at noon tomorrow. So they're just a single day option. Oh, wow. Looks like nobody's bid at all on the mule. Man, somebody's gonna swoop in last second, or the keycaps, and so they're gonna be getting a good deal, looks like, maybe. Well, I don't know, it's eBay, so the last 10 seconds or so it's gonna be the thing. Oh, Yuri's in.
We're back.
What's up, buddy?
I had some fruit. That was
Did you?
nice.
Yeah, some food. I had some food as well, so that was nice. Let me see if I can switch our view here. We okay? Yep, we're good.
Yeah, I think we're in the right view.
Yep. So I was just telling people that we have auctions, and it looks like nobody's bid on mule yet. Oh, there's a couple bids on the keycaps, and let's see how the notcher is. Yeah, there's one bid on the notcher.
There's a bid on the notcher.
Yeah, but nobody's bid on mule. So
no one has bid on mule. Not
yeah.
Well, Saj would be the first one to bid on this.
Crazy! It's at $50. That's the entry. $50.
Saj,
original
what is
mule.
Wrong with you? You keep on talking about wanting to trade your Apple or your Atari version for a Commodore one here. Here's one in fantastic shape.
Yeah,
this is your chance.
It's beautiful. So maybe Saj and I'll work out a deal or something during our our BIT-SCAPE thing. So yeah, so we got auctions. What else we got going on today? We got people in the Discord. We have Nick's in there. Ken's been in there.
It's nice. It's nice to see what I'm
Gideon.
already seeing, which is nice. Is people are updating some of their open source GitHub pages as well, thinking like, oh wait, what? I thought I may have published this, but maybe I didn't yet, and kind of digging that up. I like Nick's offer as well, where he said, let me try and figure out what I have still. This is the type of stuff that many of these folks, and I'm glad that you brought both Ken and Nick in. They've got a lot of stuff, and it sits in a drawer right now. And if we don't make sure that it somehow some of it is preserved, that they want to keep for next generation, then it's going to be gone one day. Because no one has any clue what it is, and say, what is the old tape
we'll
here?
Toss this out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think that's good. I think what was fun in the previous conversation as well, what became clear is, if you can look back at these early days, there wasn't so much a thing of competition. It was all kind of more of a game of being first.
It was. We one up everybody. That's the thing. And I look at it now.
It was more bragging rights than anything else.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I did this and I did that, and and it wasn't. Here's the funny thing about that. It was bragging rights, but it wasn't like, other than a few people in the industry that were pretty cocky, most everybody was just bragging rights because they did it first, and they were right back at it afterwards because they knew that somebody was going to one up them the next day. But it wasn't like ha 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 and snotty attitude about it. It was hey, I did this, and like I like well, and it's funny is I think that really accelerated a lot of what was going on, because if you were working on something and somebody else did it first, unless you absolutely needed to do it, you didn't. You would abandoned the project and you did another whatever you were working on. That way you could be first on the next one.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. Hey, before we get into this real quick, I wanted just to give a shout out. So I got an email today.
Yeah.
Maybe I got it last night. I didn't look at the date on it. And it was, we're talking about community today, about how everybody like gets around. And so I got an email from a person who watched the thing yesterday on the keycaps and said, hey, I'm a Excel guy for 30 years. If you need someone to write some kind of a script or something that will convert the customer database into what the Chinese people need for their addressing, let me know.
Oh,
And
that's awesome.
I thought, oh man, because I know how much work it is to have to do it by hand, because I did it by hand, the whole thing at first.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah,
Take him up on that.
I already emailed and said, hey, if you think you can do it, then let's go that route, because I'd rather spend. I mean, I could have probably learned how Excel works and scripting,
but you know,
and it might have been quicker
afterwards. You can do that afterwards. You can do
it might
that
have
when someone else says,
right. But it might have been quicker than doing it by hand. I don't know, but you know, the second time around, definitely want to do this. It would make it a lot easier. One thing that was really a pain in the butt was people change their addresses all the time.
Oh yeah.
You know, and so I had to go back and redo parts of that as well on the original. So yeah, this is great. So that's something that I'm going to be talking to him on Monday about, so we can get that going, because I really like to get the list off so we can get shipping going. So anyway, so that, I want to interrupt and say that was awesome.
No, I think that's awesome. I think that was you saw it with Ken. Ken, of course, obviously he's got fantastic memory. That was just fun to see, you know, and it kind of goes everywhere. I thought that was nice. Nick, you can. Oh, when he spoke about that, I was waiting for the story about the Christmas trees. Why was I not at all surprised?
Right, because you're on the farm too, right?
Trees. On the farm, like seriously, you can just see everything in everything. That's the type of guy he is. And he started with I can hear, oh, we're going to visit family and we're going to stop at every single computer store known to mankind.
Sure, and peddle my goods too.
Some of my discs. I can just see that. You know, those are just, and I think that's the fun thing with this event. These are stories that would all be going away. Would never, and now, you know, on YouTube we can watch them back, and we know in 30 years time in what then will be called Facebook again, because they're going to call it the Facebook again, I'm sure, not Meta anymore or anything other silly. People will be talking about, oh, I just did this historic dig up and I found this old thing that was on something called YouTube, and you know, they were talking about, these old guys were talking about, you know, this piece of software. I think that's fun. And I think, you know, you having some of these artifacts here, you could see it with both of them, you know, you popping up some of these screens, it brings back memories.
Sure.
And and that's cool too, to have saved some of this stuff. It's funny how you said with the mule with the mule eBay auction, it underlines that you bought all this software because you had to make parameters. So it was just a product that you needed for the tool that you had created. And so of course you're not going to keep all the cardboard and everything comes with it. That's it's impossible. You're going to need like storage houses full of stuff. Well, there's no need for that.
Yeah, I already have storage house now. I mean, I have I think I have 30,000 discs, original discs. I have a little over 10,000 Amiga discs that are 3.5 inch, and the rest are 64, and a little bit of a mixture of Apple and Atari 400, but maybe 100 titles of each or something like that. Everything else is 64 discs. And so I've got, you know, and here's the funny thing. So, well, let's go back in time real quick. And so I said originally, before you popped in, I worked at these different companies, or worked for different companies. One of the things that we had done right away, because you think about getting these titles and having to pay for them.
That is an expensive little joke. And we spoke about like $40 for a certain title.
Right. So the best way to deal with that, and it actually being super advantageous right away, was we started software rental stores.
Yeah.
They were called Software Pipeline. There was one in Tualatin, there was one in Beaverton, and there's, I think, in Portland proper, I think this was there. And so having a software rental store, we would have just like a Blockbuster, but for video games, same thing. and we would get the titles in, and we would get 5 or 6 or 7 of them, in, and we would typically not include the case.
Okay.
And because we learned pretty early on, they got destroyed.
Yeah.
Because people just,
So
rip
you
the
would have
documentation up.
just a standardized kind of.
Yeah, so you'd rent the
sleeve or-
disc,
yeah.
and you would get the documentation as far as the manual, whatever else like
Okay.
that. But the cover usually we didn't do. And if it was a box anyway, which is most of the cases, then the boxes were, never included always anyway. A lot of times
Right.
those were just, in fact, most time they were thrown away
Right.
because we were never going to use them.
Right.
For electronic art stuff, where the slip covers, like the LP style, we had
Yeah.
some of those for a while, but we ended up tossing those as well.
Okay.
So what I have in my collection is a lot of that inventory.
Wow.
And so I've got 5 or 6 or 7 copies of the exact same disc.
Yeah.
So I don't have 20,000 different titles. I probably have 5,000 maybe.
Right.
Or
And then X
4,000.
copies of.
And
Yeah.
I got X number of copies of each one of the titles. But
Yeah.
what was advantageous about this for us is the fact that rental stores, much like you see now, like today's world, people can relate to, every Tuesday is DVD release day.
Okay.
So new titles are released on Tuesday. And so if you're a Walmart or whatever, you can't put the new title out until Tuesday. That's the law, the rule, right?
Yeah.
And so that was the same thing in the software market too. You order X amount of copies from the distributor that sold Epics or EA
Right.
or whoever,
Right.
and they would, ship you, X number of copies, and they say, okay, here, you can't put these out on the shelf until, this day.
Right.
But we'd have them 2 weeks in advance.
Yes.
So with
Enough
that-
time, enough time to do the work necessary.
Yeah, so immediately before the thing was even in the public's hands, I knew exactly what you need to do to duplicate it.
Yeah.
And of course, I did duplication for the shops too,
Yeah.
because the fact that
Yeah.
we had all kinds of disc
Yeah,
runs
so you
all
would
the
know
time.
you have working copies indeed
Yeah.
ready for
So
rental.
and we were able to reproduce the disc, recopy back onto the floppy if it died, because a lot of people, you believe Yuri, so like you see a lot of these discs that come, they don't have a notch, right? They're
Yeah.
notchless
Yeah.
discs.
Yeah.
And from the factory, that was very common for
Right.
we get discs back notched on both sides.
Oh, so they would have copied on it. And
Yeah, and totally ruined. So we had to fix
Oh.
so many discs all the time.
That's
So
crazy.
that's how we were able to get around the fact that there was a requirement to buy all of these, is that
Right.
we could justify buying these because you could rent them and make your money back on the thing.
Yeah.
So it was like a great business for that. But
Yeah.
for the copying side, we were able to get the stuff quickly before it came out on the market, and then be able to back up those things. So Software Support International, who did Cracker Jacks and all that stuff, they did the same thing. They had a software rental
They had their
store
own
in
rental
Vancouver.
stores.
Yep, in
That is so
Vancouver.
funny. So if you
So-
kind of look back at that time, man, because that's a real smart business model, huh?
Yeah.
Can you kind of go back in time and can you remember what titles like were complete busts versus what titles were like you couldn't make enough copies in the rental in it because they would still line up? Or was it really like the first few days every title was popular and then it would die out? But what do you remember of that time?
So what I remember is the fact that if you ever look in people's collections, sometimes you're going to see something like a Electronic Arts disc or an Activision
Yeah.
disc or an
Yeah.
Epix disc that says demo.
Yeah.
They sent those to distributors to send to their retailers.
Okay.
So we got those demo discs.
Yeah.
And they're often like 3 months in advance, like that.
Yeah.
And so we'd look at the titles as they come in and go, that's going to be good, and that's going to be horrible. And
Yeah.
then a lot of times we didn't even have the titles come in that we thought we're not going to sell or
Wow.
were rent
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
And
So,
so
you would
we-
only invest in the hits.
Right. So we didn't have too many duds. I mean, I
Mm.
don't think there was really, if I look back, I can't remember if there's anything that was bad. I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed gold if it was Epics or Mindscape or Electronic Arts or
known for quality
Activision.
titles.
Yeah. Who else did the Rapid Lock stuff was Accolade,
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah.
So all
Yeah.
those companies, you guarantee that you're going to have people renting those because they were quality products
Right.
and didn't worry about it. But some of the smaller stuff that we did get was okay. I mean, they did pretty good. I remember I think we had Saucer Attack that.
Oh yeah, Saucer Attack. I remember that.
Yeah,
game.
that Jim did.
Yeah.
And so that one did okay because it was Jim.
Yeah.
And there's a few miscellaneous titles of smaller things that,
Yeah.
but in the early days, before the software rental store, a lot of things went out of business, like Synapse. We didn't have too many Synapse anymore because they didn't do much work. Broderbund was on its way out, kinda, because they were doing mostly print shop stuff, not so much games. But I'll tell you what, print shop, there's one that rented out all the time. Who knew, right?
Yeah, I bet, because of course very seasonal and birthdays and whatever it is. I was always surprised about that whole print shop thing.
Yeah, print shop and the graphics pack, all that stuff, very popular.
Packs. And you know, I thought I had a lot of packs, and I actually, once I started getting whole collections of people here, I must have well over 100 different Broderbund print shop packs, like all different, and I never knew they made that many. And then there's third-party stuff as well, and it's like that was an industry on its own.
Sure, a lot of third party, just like there was with Geos.
Yeah, Geos.
That was a third party as well. I mean, everybody and their mother wanted to make
a lot of those as well. Yeah, all these printer companies must have had a good time selling all these dot matrix printers and their cartridges. Based on that.
So I wanted to chat a little bit about the thing with Ken. So we touched a little bit on some of the subjects today. We only have what, 15 minutes before BIT-SCAPE starts, so we'll do it real quick. One of the things that's interesting, so the Shadow was a known fiasco, and that was a copying hardware that was supposed to copy anything and everything, and it didn't. And the engineer basically, it's funny is I look at it now more so with a different attitude than I did even a few months ago, because I have a Shadow board. I finally got another one. I have one that was broken. I got one that works, and so I reverse engineered it to see exactly what the guy was doing, and he basically made his own data separator, which is what extracts the data off the drive heads, and it works, and it ignores the sync separator, which is one of the big things that goes on. And you didn't have to do that, though. You could use another method, it would work. So it was kind of overkill, and I don't think he understood what was going on with it, and there wasn't enough RAM on it. So in hindsight, maybe he didn't do it on purpose. He just didn't know, which is kind of weird. You would think that he wouldn't. But you know, Reggie spent $400,000 on advertisements for that, and all the magazines. If you look at the mags, you'll see double page, like back cover, and like Nick was saying with his $3,000 for a small ad back then, $3,000 of 1985 money. Reggie's spending $25,000 a page for some of these ads, and like the very end is like, holy mackerel, it's a lot of
crazy, absolutely crazy
amount of money. So I ended up fixing the Shadow. So I had a product called Echo, and it was the first thing I made that was a 8K RAM expansion. And I was able to duplicate the Pocket Writer series. Remember the paperback writer and all that stuff?
Yeah, I do.
So that was the very first program for the 64 that required, without any question whatsoever, extra RAM or a means to be able to spool the entire track at once, like a parallel cable. And so I made the hardware to do that, and was able to actually, copy those discs. And so I had software written already for it. This is before the Shadow was even going to be released. And so Reggie and I worked out a deal that I'd sell them the software, I'd fix the board, tell them how to fix the board, and the fix really was just making it an 8K RAM board like my Echo. That's it. That was the big fix, which made it functional though, because you got to figure that Reggie had all these back orders. He had
already lined up based on the advertisements that
there was like thousands upon thousands of back orders, literally, and a lot of people had paid. That was the problem, is they sent their money in. Send your check or money order. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. Remember that back in the day? 4 to 6 weeks. And so, that was the whole thing. So it turns out with Ken, which we didn't know till later, he also got hired by Reggie to write software for my fix of the hardware, because he didn't want to pay me anymore for the royalties on that software. And I didn't really know that until I think Ken and I chatted via the forums in 2018, and that's when I kind of figured it out, exactly what had happened. And so I've got.
So he wanted basically a customized piece of software, so he could say goodbye to royalties on the software he would otherwise have to use. That came
So I was trying to put down a time frame, and let me share my screen here. This is an interesting contract that Reggie had done. So this is Megasoft. You probably can't read it because it's really faded, because it's really
agreement for sale of
a book and shadow support. So this agreement covers the book and the disc called Hacker Pack and updates to the shadow software.
Yeah.
So I agreed to provide support, blah, 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 blah. In exchange, so I was going to sell a book I had written after I did the 2 lockpick books. I wrote another book, and I was going to sell it to Megasoft, and they agreed to pay me $2,500, which wasn't a lot of money. But I also got all of the unfilled shadow orders. Wow. And there was approximately 500. There was way more than that. And of course, the Reggie says at the bottom here that they owe me 20 grand. And they're going to be paid in full. And the date's of 8/26/86, which is before Ken's software.
Right.
And so a couple of things I've learned from this. One, my handwriting is completely different. My name is totally written different now. I have no idea why it changed so radically. That's funny. So that signature wouldn't even pass for mine now. And then Reggie was a doctor apparently, because his handwriting's horrible. So I learned the date and I learned my handwriting changed. So it gave me an idea of what's going on with Ken, and what had happened basically is that Reggie reneged on the whole deal and didn't want to do this anymore and went that route. And then basically Megasoft folded at that point. So right after this, I got I'm not even sure how I got contacted. I think I got a phone call or I'm not sure. So Mike Brown for Central Point Software contacted me and said, hey, you know, we know you do copy software and stuff, and our guy here is leaving, and be interested to know if you wanted to come in and, you know, and chat about maybe taking his spot and doing, you know, copy 264. And I'm like, oh, sure. What the heck, you know, I'll go in there and see what he has to say. And a nice clean cut guy, you know, super businessy type of thing, which is really kind of strange to me because I expected him to be a hacker, because he is the guy that wrote copy 2 for the Apple. And, you know, he's a programmer for sure. And so we sat down, we chatted, and it's funny. I'm going to tell a story that I bet you only a handful of people actually know. I don't even know if Ken knows this or not. So the guy that worked next to Ken in his office, which is where I ended up going to, his name was Dave Burlingame. And he was the guy who wrote the original copy 2 for 64. And so what Mike had told me is that he had to fire Dave. Because Mike Henry came into Central Point Software unannounced, asked for a meeting with Mike, sat down, and on his desk, it was empty, threw a whole bunch of source code and said, your program has all of my code in it. You stole it all. Yeah. And so Mike is a programmer, so no pulling wool over his eyes. He does a comparison, literally in like a half hour, he said, looked at them side by side, called Dave in, talked about it, wrote Mike a check for 10 grand, settled the deal right there.
And fired
Dave. And then so Mike at that point sat down and rewrote, it was a serial transfer routines for the disk drive. So Mike sat down at that point and spent some time and wrote serial transfer routines that are used in copy 2 and the last versions. And he actually gave me the code, said, we need to use these because I wrote these. I know they're fine. It's like, okay, no problem at all. And so I wrote the last version of copy 264 using those routines, and ended up being quite a bit different than what I wrote. Actually, I was really surprised. Mike had like the colors changed and some various things that were changed in it. So the last version is gonna be a black screen instead of, mine was originally blue, but it's pretty much a duplicate of the Apple version is what I did. That's what he wanted, was that. So the sector editor and all the things that were identical to the original thing. So Mike liked what I had done and asked me if I wanted to keep doing some stuff. And in the interim was kind of funny. So people don't know this either, but there was a product for the called the Laser 128. Okay.
The clone, huh? That's the Apple clone.
So guess who created that? Central Point Software.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they wrote the ROM code for it, and they did it in a clean room environment. And so they had a company, I think in Taiwan, I think it's in Taiwan, make the hardware for it. And people that have not seen one before, this is what they look like.
That's the Laser 128. I saw one at VCF West. They're pretty rare these days.
So this is the one I got from Central Point Software when I worked on it. And so what happened is that Mike was working with the ROMs on this, and there had compatibility issues because it was, you know, done clean room style. And they're trying to figure out what they what compatibility issues there were. And so we had one in house, and I was there working on an SX64. That's what they had in house for the copiers and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was tinkering with it. And so when I was in high school, we had Apple IIs.
Okay.
So in junior high, we had pets.
Yeah.
So that's what we had there at school.
Yeah.
And so so I dinked around with all the Apple II stuff, and I did HDR code and all this stuff. So the long story short is that I found all kinds of bugs, and so they hired me to do it. And that was that. So I worked on that. I worked on transcopy for Central Point Software for a while, and then I was done. Really, it's like I didn't have any more to do with that company. It was a great company. It was fun, and Ken was a hoot, to meet and stuff. And
I think it was good. It's good, and there's more stories there to
for sure.
unravel at some point.
Yeah, we've got to get back to the BIT-SCAPE here.
We're gonna
shortly,
go back to BIT-SCAPE. BIT-SCAPE. I think Saj.
Yeah, let me actually let Saj in real quick.
Let's see where
he's standing at the door. He's banging on the door really hard.
He's banging on the door. As long as he's doing it with rhythm, and it's okay. Let's.
Well, maybe he's actually, he's probably bidding on that mule right now.
It must be. He must have heard finally that there's a mule available.
Yes, he's connecting to audio.
Like, let's shift everything because I gotta do this mule first. Saj, video needs to be on, the audio on off mute, and then you're gonna be there, mate.
Yeah. Maybe he's angry. He doesn't want to start yet.
Figuring it out.
We're 5 minutes early, so now he's like
figuring it out.
So people, so anyways, I've got a ton of history in doing the copying stuff, and I did chime in a lot with Ken and Nick today, which was a lot of fun. It was a blast from the past for sure.
That was really good. It was clear that both of them hadn't touched this topic for decades, literally decades.
Yeah, it's funny if you go back and look at the YouTube video, you can look at the reaction when I turn on the software. They can look at it and go, "Oh,
I think that's very cool." Now, I think bring some of these people back. You know how it's going to go. Next week, the week after, they're going to kind of remember certain things. They're going to look it up again. Before you know, they'll have 15 C64s or other equipment that they thought they would never purchase again.
Right.
So I think that's really good. Hey, the other thing, while Sai's working on this technology, he'll get it going. I'm sure he will. The shadow had that shadow board had done the advertisement was there. There was a large number of orders there as well. Some of them prepaid as well. So how did that one end up? Did people get credit, or do you know whatever happened on that?
Yeah, I do actually. Megasoft went out of business, and everybody got screwed.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a lot of young kids.
And here's the crazy thing. So when that was happening, shout out to Saj. Hey, Saj. So what was happening is that Reggie saw the writing on the wall, and he got a judgment against the guy that did this, the hardware. Went to court in the whole 9 yards, and Reggie swears that he went to jail and all these things. I'm not sure how true that really was, but I got to see the judgment, so I know there was a judgment. He started Utilities Unlimited. And actually isolated it completely from Megasoft. Different city, everything was totally different about it.
So he basically started over.
He started over, but he didn't even use the same products even. So it was completely different, different ad looks, everything was totally different. And then if you look about 1.5 years later, you start seeing some of the Megasoft stuff pop up. And the explanation given for that was they bought Megasoft's inventory.
Right.
And so, it turned to Utilities Unlimited, and that got sold to a husband and wife that had just sold their forklift company. They had this giant forklift business and wanted to be, in the forefront of computing. So they invested in this little mail order house and ended up buying Reggie out completely, hiring me. We moved to Arizona and did Mac emulation, and the rest is history. So there's
another day of talks of history, indeed.
Yeah.
So we got Saj, man, that background, man.
I know I gotta turn mine on too. I gotta figure out how to do it.
Yeah, I'm running out of room up there.
I hear you, man.
I had to put some logos down here.
That's true. That's true. You're gonna be like maybe shrink a little bit, like sit like this. That's awesome. Saj, man, you're gonna have a treat for all of us. Right above your cap, we can see it's Symphony already. I actually just saw Chris Abbott log on.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Chris Abbott made it to the channel. Even that's just awesome.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. in the UK right now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's late out there.
He's laid out there.
Well, we got a packed night tonight. We got a couple more artists than we had last year, and this is our well, for those that don't know me or from last year, I'm Saj, aka Sajtron. I'm also one of the artists that perform, and I've been doing this now for 3 years. Can't believe it's 3 years already. And what is this, our 6th year for CRX?
Yeah, 6 years.
Wow, that's a long time already. And this is our 3rd virtual year. Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah.
3rd
so
and last. I last for as a permanent
Last
solution.
truly virtual.
Yeah, because we want to have a virtual component for the events going forward, I think, because it's nice to be able to reach out to everyone in the world who can attend locally.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, this year was a little chaotic with the venues in Vegas, right? Everything's gone up in prices and
just availability too.
Availability, yeah.
Oh, everything, flights, everything. It has to die down a little bit first, and then we'll settle on a date or something. Hey, Saj, your microphone is a tiny bit oversteered. I don't know if you've got your panel sitting right next to you, and
it's too loud.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay, how's that?
That might be better. We'll give you feedback.
Okay.
So, Saj, what are we gonna do? Tell us. Everybody's been waiting for this.
Well, this is the 40th year anniversary of the Commodore 64, so we had to go all out this year, and this year it surprised me because usually we're mostly chiptune based, but this year I got a few offers to do different things from different people, and I'm like, hey, this is the year to do it because 40th year anniversary. So yeah, 8-bit Symphony is a great addition. I mean, being in this music for so long since we were little kids, to now hear them in a symphony, like that is the ultimate apex of music, of what you used to hear to like a symphony now, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is like an amazing achievement. Our music is serious. It's not just computer music. It's like
I think Chris Abbott had that whole movement that he started now, and the time that he's put into this, and the risks that he has taken to bring this out to the community, and the success he's had with that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible.
I mean, the logistics, I can't even comprehend what it would take to like organize something like this. It's like, wow. And I know one of our crew members, David Yao, he went up there for the first half. So that was really cool. Yeah. And we're actually going to start off with 8-bit Symphony tonight. And David Yao did a really great little intro. Since he did the trip out there, he took some photos with everybody. So he's got a little good introduction to the whole set.
People don't realize we took the trip out there. Just tell people where there is.
Well, I think it was wasn't it in England?
So Chris Abbott, what he did, he worked long and hard to create a symphony version of these music pieces, together with a great group of people, to then have a commercial symphony orchestra be able to play.
It was like a shack orchestra, right?
Exactly. Shack. I think it was in
a commercial setting, in a commercial studio setting, to then both be videotaped and obviously recorded in audio. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how he brought everybody to Prague, because it was in Prague.
Yep.
How we brought everybody in Prague. These are professional artists that obviously some of them were too young to even have been exposed to the machine. So that's the interesting piece as well. Where there were others that will have recognized some of the tunes, to bring these together two times now. It's the second time. Remember, you had the first Kickstarter.
Right.
Everybody's seen that, the CDs, DVDs.
Yeah, so the first half was like in 2019. And then he just recently shot this new one, 2022.
Right.
And we get a treat of some of the new stuff that was just been recorded on this hour set. So, and I talked to Chris. He originally gave me like 2 hours worth of stuff, and I'm like, well, we're trying to do 1 hour slots. So I let him. I'm like, here, just cherry pick whatever you like, your favorites are, or the ones that are ready to be presented. And he only half of them are ready. Actually, he actually had to, do some of the other new ones in there. So he did a fantastic job with his team because they incorporated all the Commodore games with the Symphony. It just looks great. It looks really good, and it sounds good.
Yeah, and it's fun. And we had Kris on live, interviewed him. Was it last year? I think it was last year.
Yep.
Myself. He's rather thorough. Like this is this is really a passion project. This is really something that he clearly had a vision on decades ago, and it's been in the making. Like it's just fantastic. This is TV worthy for sure.
Okay, Saj, so we need to get rolling on this. We have a ton of stuff to do. So what I'm going to do is that we didn't play your BIT-SCAPE intro, so I'm going to do that first.
Okay.
And then I'll go right into the 8-bit Symphony. How's that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so remember we have to blank our videos on this, otherwise it doesn't fit. So
okay.
Blank.
Without further ado.
Welcome to BIT-SCAPE 2022 at CRX Commodore Retro Expo. With music by 8-bit Symphony, Ray Manta, Mibri, Little-Scale, Sajtron, Electric Gypsy, and Wagner Fulco. You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have 8-bit Symphony.
Hello, CRX presenters and attendees. David Yout here. This is the first CRX in years that I'm not giving a presentation at. Life got a little bit in the way recently. But I've still got more 8-bit shenanigans, which I hope to transition to the front burner soon, and I'll definitely be back in 2023 with some more to show you. That said, I would like to briefly introduce someone who you probably already know, Chris Abbott, and give a little background on his symphonic gifts to the 8-bit world. After this intro, you'll get to listen to some of Abbott's work, and I believe he will be available afterward in the forums, and you'll be able to contact him there. Before we start in on the media streaming, let me first give some quick background on how I met this guy and got pulled into his very real reality distortion field. It all started back in 2015. Abbott had reached out to me over email because I had transcribed the Barbarian Commodore game music and put it up on YouTube. Chris asked me for the Sibelius file since I'd already gone and done the transcription heavy lifting on that. But even after that interaction, it took me a few weeks to realize this was the same guy that had created the Back in Time CD remix that I've been listening to for years. Ever since then, I've been meeting up with Abbott when work travel takes me within striking distance, and I've been doing behind-the-scenes work for him. If I explained what that entailed, then it wouldn't be behind the scenes. But just know that there's always lots of creative ways to help Abbott out on both his main and side quests, if that sounds interesting to any of the Sid fans out there. The thing you need to know about Chris is how he repeatedly pulls off the seemingly impossible. This guy dreams big, and then he delivers. So I'm going to take a few moments to introduce you to his recent orchestral accomplishments as seen through my personal experience of them. Abbott had been producing retro game music concerts for years, but the first one I attended was his Commodore 64 Game Music Symphony in Hull. This was back in 2019. I can't tell you what it was like to be in an audience with hundreds of Commodore 64 music fans that all know and grew up with the same 8-bit music I did. It was very surreal. And I remember being in the bathroom and whistling some Commodore 64 tune and then becoming very self-conscious because I realized, holy crap, everybody in here knows what that song is. I was definitely with my people, and I had this outrageous American accent here, so it seems to have attracted many random conversations with folks, which was great. I got to meet some notable SID composers, such as Norman, Tell, of course, Rob Hubbard. Rob has been working very closely with the team that has brought these childhood tunes to the Symphony. So I was lucky enough to get seated next to producer and remixer Max Hall. Got to see his famous SID arm tattoo up close and personal. That is dedication to one's roots right there. So the event was a huge success, and even got some media attention on BBC, which you could find on YouTube. The next year, Abbott led the effort to get the Symphony recorded by professionals in the Czech Republic. This was in February 2020, just before the pandemic locked the world down, so I flew home just in time to escape. The whole performance was great, but what a difference it made to hear these orchestrations in the hands of talented professionals. Robin took up the baton again, and he helped to keep to the tight 3-day schedule that they were working under. One of the highlights for me was getting to talk with Ali. He's an impressive young composer, arranger, and orchestrator, and I love the ending he created for the Quintella game music adaptation. You can see us here discussing it. It was fun meeting up with the brilliant Michael Style again, someone I keep running into in these sorts of venues, and I got to meet for the first time the hosts of Slay Radio, that's Kenneth and Erica, who were there covering the event. It was such a privilege to get to be among the musicians, feeling the physics and the acoustics of the room. The musicians were handing out goosebumps for everyone, and then getting to dash back into the control room to watch the producers fighting the clock. These are the kinds of opportunities that can come up when you enter into Abbott's strange world. So, the lockdown years were not wasted. Soon Abbott had a new set of orchestral arrangements ready to go. This is known as the second half, and that recording happened earlier this year. I wasn't able to travel out to this recording, but fortunately it was live streamed, so I and many others got to join in virtually. I had a bit of the feel of the whole concert, getting to see the real-time reaction from fans and Kickstarter backers in the chat. So if you haven't taken the time to check out this 8-bit Symphony stuff yet, please do so. I've got URLs here, but this is a video. That won't do you any good to click them. If you just try to click them, you probably pause this video. Rather, hop into the CRX conference forums, and I'm sure you can find clickable URLs there. And without further ado, here are a few selections from the 8-bit Symphony.
All right, we're back. Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Yep, you're right. So okay, back. Yep.
Did you see it in 3D? That was amazing, right?
Yeah, it was amazing.
Holy shit.
Everybody should have watched it in 3D. Maybe we'll make the YouTube video redone in 3D.
Wow, I mean, this was like an epic. I mean, just to hear all this stuff in a symphony format is just blowing my mind. I mean, the graphics, the way everything was put together, it was so cool. I really felt like I was in the theaters, you know, like watching like a movie or something. So.
It's so fun listening to the music that we've known forever, literally.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I mean, but in like amazingly, it's kind of like 8-bit old school graphics, and then you've got high-res graphics. That reminds me of the difference in transition between the music. It's the same music, but it's so much cleaner and crisper and nice, and it was wonderful. I love it. I mean, Defender of the Crown is one of my favorite games ever.
Oh, so yeah,
that was amazing.
I loved how he synchronized some of the graphics to the sounds that was happening. I mean,
whoever did the video production, was that David?
I'm not sure. I think he had a crew,
okay,
different crews maybe that were working on it. Yeah, I think there was some credits on some of those videos.
Yeah, that's amazing job they did of synchronizing the videos to the music.
Well, I know that all the credits were shown in the videos, but I just want to say that all the arrangements, and it was orchestrated by Glenn R. Brown, Chris Abbott, Alistair Pickering, Robin Tate, and Rob Hubbard. And also, if any of you are interested in any of this music, you can actually buy it. I think it's available on CD, Blu-ray, and digital, and you can get it off www.c64audio.com. And I think I posted all those links in the room if you want to scroll up in the Discord room and check out where you can get all this stuff. I know Kris did an amazing book series not too long ago called Little Book of Sound Chips.
Yep.
That is really cool too, that he put that out. And I think he's got Project Hubbard, Project Sidology, Ninja Musicology. He's got so much stuff, Back in Time. I mean, you guys got to check out the website. It's full of really cool, amazing stuff on there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take a look at last year's CRX, he was here for CRX as well. And so amazing that Kris has done a good job with all these things.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows who he is. I mean, all those people, if you've known any music, you've run into these people in your ears, if nowhere else. So.
Oh, totally. And I want to thank David Yad for doing the intro for that. That was really cool.
Yeah, definitely. David's good at that. So what do we got up next?
Well, up next, we got Electric Gypsy. So he's my one of my good friends from Miami that lives here. And we grew up together in Panama. And we collaborated. I had him on this show last year for the first time. And we collaborated on a track together called Can't Stop the Future, which we posted on our links. if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, this year I invited him again to put something together, and I think everybody will like it. It's got his kind of like his signature sound that he kind of did last year. It kind of has the same kind of feelings to it, but in a much like more, to me, some of it sounds like a score. It's really cool sounding. And so Electric Gypsy does a lot of other music styles other than electronic, like he does rock, he plays guitar, he does a soundtrack score. He played me some soundtrack score that he did years ago, and I'm like, man, you got to make that into a 64 version. That's so good. So, cool. And I know he's been in the 90s when we lived together here in Florida. We used to make music on Pro Tracker, on the Amiga, things like that. And but yeah, let's check out his music now. This is his new song. Check it out.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Electric Gypsy.
Hi, my name is Electric Gypsy. This is going to be my second year performing at BIT-SCAPE. I had a really great time last year exploring the Commodore music scene. I grew up in Panama, mostly around Atari computers. I remember when my friend Saad got his first Commodore 64. I used to go to his house and we'd have such a blast playing the games, listening to the music. I don't think it wasn't until I got a Commodore Mini computer that I started seeing the computer music in a different light. Since most of the music is instrumental, it was really appealing to me. Most of the music I write is instrumental music. I think it's because I like having freedom to take the listener on whatever journey I want to take them without having a lot of structure that controls where I go. The song I wrote this year for my performance at BIT-SCAPE is called Elusive. I see it as a mix between Commodore 64 and the Commodore Amiga. I've always been a big fan of program music, which is music that tells a story. I like having a theme to a song and just guiding the listener to wherever I want to lead them, following a story that basically is in my head. I hope you guys enjoy it. And I look forward to hearing any kind of questions or comments that you guys have. Thanks.
What is this?
It's an old computer.
Apps, games, websites, everything. But this thing right here has nothing.
Where's the mouse?
Everything is just done with the keyboard.
So you want to make chiptune music.
Fast forward a bit to the dawn of the Commodore 64, and we now have the SID.
Wow, that was awesome.
I didn't want it to stop.
I know. I just feel like you're like traveling through Sid space, you know. It's such a good feeling track, you know. Nice
It
groove.
is. It's a nice vibe for sure.
Yeah, and
Wow.
he was messing around with like new visual techniques and things like that. So yeah, I definitely love the way it came out. Really cool. So if you want to hear more of his music, he can be found on soundcloud.com/electric_gypsy. And that link is up on his chat room on Discord if you want to check that out directly. So yeah, man, good stuff.
Oh. Yeah, I'm still like coming down from the vibe.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, I told him to like, you know, you got to put an album out, man. I think this is a good sound for you. So he's really digging it as well. So
definitely good sound.
In fact, before the year ends, I told him I was in cause I got a couple of spare 64s. I'm going to drop one off over there with a MIDI cart. And he was talking about using trackers again. So maybe he can combine all that stuff together. That'd be awesome.
Well, I was looking in the Discord while he was playing, and someone asked, you know, what did you use for this? And it was Cubase for this particular one. So
yeah, well, yeah, all the sequencing was done on Cubase. Yeah, so that's something I haven't gone to yet. If I did use Cubase, I have an Atari ST down here, the 1040.
Oh,
I thought maybe I'd bust out old Cubase.
Right, it's got MIDI built in. You're ready to go.
Yeah, I've been really wanting to do that. One of these days, I'm gonna go that route and just to experiment with it. But cool, man. Well, up next, we
got. I know this guy.
Well, this is this is me, Sasha. Okay,
I know this guy. He's pretty good.
Yeah. So this song that I'm presenting is a song that I did like a month or two ago. I released it at the class show in LA. What is it called? The California, the Commodore. What is it? Commodore Los Angeles Super Show.
That's it.
Yeah. And so yeah, Robert Bernardo invited me to do some of our show because his theme was Sid music. So I put the track out, and wow, what a great feedback on it I got from a lot of people. And for for this show, BIT-SCAPE, I decided to do an extended edition, BIT-SCAPE edition. So I asked a lot of people in the scene to see if they could add their, you know, they're the famous Commodore salute. And so there's going to be a lot of who's who on there. It's quite fun. And I put more stuff for Jim Butterfield on there, some extra stuff from the tape that he talks about the Sid chip. So a lot of extra cool stuff. And yeah, so it should be pretty cool, and hope everybody enjoys it. So check it out.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Sajtron.
Hi, this is Sajtron. So I decided to write a song for the 40th year anniversary of the Commodore 64. I hope you enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Jim Butterfield, and I'd like to tell you about the Commodore 64. It's a pretty good computer. It has a lot of features. Very good color, sound, picture, graphics, an excellent keyboard, a huge amount of memory, and the price is certainly right.
features your program plus 3 additional software packages. Now that's value for money. Commodore, in more homes than any other home computer.
Keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. I do keeping up with the Commodore. I do keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. I do keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up, keeping up, keeping up, keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. I do keeping up with the Commodore. Keeping up, keeping up, keeping up, keeping up. I do keeping up with the Commodore. 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
I'd like to talk about using the computer, the first steps, but first of all I'd like to show you what's inside your Commodore 64. You'll never need to go in there, you don't need to give it a lube job every 1,000 miles or anything like that, but you may be curious, and just so you don't have to look in there, I'll show you what's in there in advance. Let me open it up, I've loosened up the screws already, and here goes the keyboard. We'll disconnect the keyboard connection here. That's a tough one. And here comes the pilot light. And now we can see this is the entire computer on one board. Let me show you the parts. Here we have the 6510 microprocessor. That's the part that adds and subtracts and makes decisions. It's the control center of the computer. It's the heart of everything. Over here, these chips are called ROM chips. That's where fixed memory is kept, the memory that gives the computer the style, that makes it behave in the way that it does. The big chips over here are input-output chips. They're often called interface adapted chips, and they're not terribly important to us, except you have to have input and output or you'll never be able to send your results anywhere. Along the bottom here, these little chips along here are your memory. Remember, we have 64K of RAM and a Commodore 64. And as we come once again back in the loop, we have two chips here which are interesting. This one is called a PLA, and without getting too technical about it, it's a traffic director for the entire computer. It hooks up the right pieces of memory to the right things at the right time. Coming over here, this is the sound interface device chip. This is the one that makes the music. And finally, inside this can, we have our video circuitry. I'd like to open this one up. Once again, you should never do this, especially if you ever plan to play the concert piano. Okay, but inside what we'll see here is, with a little bit of heat-sealed gunk on it, is a video chip that actually makes a signal that goes to your television set or your monitor. If it goes to the television set, it goes through what's called a modulator in here. But that's really about it. The other little chips in there are just used to connect the pieces together logically. In fact, technicians often call these little chips glue because they stick the rest of the computer together. But that's all there is. There isn't very much. It's only really been a quick run through. You have to be a programmer. You don't, although sometimes programming can be most of the fun. Why else would somebody stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning cursing and then claim the next day that they had a wonderful time? That's part of what it's about. I hope that one of the things we've communicated with you is the 64 is not only a versatile and a useful machine, good for business, good for home use. but also it's a great deal of fun. And more than that, it's a challenge. Because today that's probably the biggest turnout. To know that you can test yourself against a computer, make things work, and make things go. I hope you've enjoyed the little time that we spent together. Stay with it. You're only really beginning to appreciate the things that you can do on this machine. Above all, the computer's there to have a good time with. Enjoy it. 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 Enjoy it.
Commodore.
My idea is always to try to bring the best technology at the lowest price. We are a company which we like to sell to the masses, not to the classes.
I've been asked by the television taping staff not to dance along with the music, so I think I'll have to sit this one out.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
That was great, Saj.
Yeah, I think I got a lot of people in there from the
Holy
scene.
mackerel!
So.
Yeah, you did. It's good to see the 5C guys in there. We haven't seen those guys in a long time.
Yeah,
so,
the 5Cs was in there.
Yeah.
It was cool. I reached out to a lot of people, and it was cool the ones that were able to like send me a clip, and it was cool. It was funny. Some clips I got sometimes I got some people sending me like a whole bunch of different, versions of the salute.
Mhm.
So I had like to choose the one that looked the best, and yeah, it was a lot of fun putting it all together.
I'll
So.
bet. Yeah.
So I was thinking of maybe putting a small batch, maybe sometime next year, of this video, a limited edition VHS and Betamax format.
There you go.
So
Wow,
you
Beta.
can, yeah, so you can watch it on its native habitat, the old CRT TV.
So I just realized our glasses changed.
Yes, they are. And do you know why? Are we ready to rock on or what?
I think so. I'm ready.
Oh man, so you ready for a treat? So next up, really quick. So on my channel, I have links
Oh yeah, you better.
to my website, sajtron.com. So if you want to go up there and check out some of the other projects I've been doing, go check that out. I might set up some Bandcamp site. Everyone's been asking me about that. So maybe next year I'll put something up on there. And yeah, so next up, Wagner Fulco. Here we go. So
Man.
Wagner is back. So he did this really cool performance last year where he was shredding on the guitar. And
One take, by the way.
yeah. So if you don't know about Wagner, he was here last year. He used to run a top recording studio in Hollywood, which he ran himself. And he had top artists like Steve Vai, Antonio Banderas, Sting, Snoop Dogg, Elton John. I mean, there's so many. It's just incredible, man. All the stuff the people he's worked with and stuff. And so he's currently, I think from last year until this year, I think he released an album. So you can check that out on his website, wagnerfolco.com, which is also on the link up on his page as well, in his chat room. And I think also something new, he told me that he started working for Disney this year.
Oh.
And yeah, so now he's putting big events together in Orlando. So that's really cool. So he must get to see a lot of good stuff up there. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely. So anything special about this video at all?
Yes. So I'm not going to say much. All I'm going to say is Wagner will introduce himself and say something about it, which you will have to go onto his Discord channel and see who's the first one to figure out the puzzle of what he's about to do.
Cool.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, take it away.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Wagner Fulco.
Hey everyone, congratulations, one more year of BIT-SCAPE, and you guys invited me again, so I'm gonna have to play another song for you. This time it's gonna be something a little bit different. This time I'm gonna play something that you might recognize, and if you do so, I want to challenge you to go on Discord, the group chat you guys have, and name that song and tell me where did this song come from. Of course, I modify. Of course, I'm gonna make it a little bit difficult for you to understand, but let's see who can catch it. There's actually 2 more Easter eggs in this track. Let's see who can name all 3 Easter eggs. So the name of the song, where the song came from originally, and also there is 2 other Easter eggs that you're gonna hear, and let's see who is able to catch where those mix. Where did this song come from?
Oh,
Wow. That was on
I
fire,
got
man.
nothing. Oh,
So he told me, I forgot one of the Easter eggs. What did you guess? Anybody guess?
yeah, I guessed. Well, it's like the Randy Rhoads thing in there. So like, there's "Crazy Train" from Ozzy Osbourne lead solo.
Oh
isn't it?
shit! Someone in the group, someone said it. What it was? Yeah.
Yeah. That.
Noise by Night. He's right.
Yeah.
He got it. Great Gianna sisters. That's it, man. That's
So
awesome.
yeah, it's
So
wow.
okay, so he told me what they were, but I can't remember what it was because I don't know. I guess I didn't know what it was. But he said one of the Easter eggs was Eminem, I think.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. So I actually got a chance to listen to all the videos, obviously, queuing them up here, and I wasn't even paying attention when it was playing, and all of a sudden, like, Ozzy's lead solo came on. I was like, what? Wait a minute. And I actually rewound it, and I went to the Ozzy's video and actually played it back, make sure I was right about that.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
shit.
it's awesome. Yeah, right
Yeah.
after he turns the lights on. So it's the whole thing. I didn't listen to everything else, but I need to go back and listen again to see what other Easter eggs are there. But if there's Eminem, I would like to know too.
Yeah, I think he said it was Eminem. I think Electric Gypsy said Crazy Train. That
Yeah,
could
Crazy
be-
Train. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably what the other one
Yeah,
was.
that's the Ozzy song. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's really cool how he morphed from the Great Gianna sisters.
But seamless too.
This is seamless. I mean, he just makes it look so easy. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you, Wagner, for submitting
Yeah.
that track for us this year. Much appreciated. That was awesome, man. Really cool.
So
And-
all of Wagner's music's like that as far as quality. I mean, amazing stuff. So if you listen to other songs he's done,
Yeah,
so
if you
should check out his stuff for real.
check out his website. He's got some
Yeah.
cool videos of him hanging out with all the big artists, Snoop Dogg, everybody. I mean, there's one where my favorite one is when he's in the studio with Steve Vai, and Wagner's in his studio, Steve Vai's in his, and
studio.
then they're like shaking hands, and the screen is split, and they're each
Yeah.
in their own studios. I'm like, wow, that is the coolest thing ever,
Yeah.
man.
And you gotta think about it. If you can play with Steve Vai, because Steve Vai is an amazing guitarist, you have to be amazing yourself. And
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
Wagner, he is amazing.
Yeah, he could keep up. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yep.
He could keep up. So next up, let's see who we got. Sidman.
Ray.
Okay. No.
Oh, Ray.
Oh yeah, you're right. Ray Manta. Okay. So Ray Manta, he put out he's been working on a lot of stuff. I spoke to him the other day, and he's got all these albums coming out. He's got a label called Datador, and he's got 4 albums coming out of that. Not all of his stuff, some of it from other artists. So I think he said Datador, and what was the other one? Datador. Oh yeah, and then he's got so the stuff he put together for BIT-SCAPE is basically all fresh new material, unreleased. So he just literally finished it just a couple of days ago. He was one of the last ones to upload new stuff. So I think he just literally he just finished, and then he took off. He went to some I don't know, road trip. So he's probably enjoying the time right now. And yeah, so I don't know if you've heard of his label, but Datador, it's an awesome label for the Commodore 64. He's the one that released that dub cart or dub CRT or however you want to pronounce it. It's a little cartridge with LED lights on it, and it's very visually oriented with he's got awesome people on that soundtrack and of making tunes on that cartridge, like Go 280 and a couple of other guys. And yeah, so if you want to check out more of Ray Manta stuff, he's got a Bandcamp site, raymanta.bandcamp.com, and then his label is datador.net, so you could check that out there. And let me tell you this set he's about to do, I kind of went through it a little bit. There's some incredible visuals here, so get ready for this. Really cool stuff.
Cool. You
All
ready?
right, let's check it out. Let's do it.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Ray Manta.
Hey, this is Tim, aka Ray Manta,
And just for some context of my BIT-SCAPE set, it is a mixture of Commodore 64 SID tunes done in trackers and various other software combined with Amiga modules and some other bits and pieces and some external synths and sound modules. But anyway, hope you enjoy it.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a mind trip. Holy
Yeah.
cow. I mean, every year I just don't know what Ray's gonna throw at us because it's just so deep, and then like I told you, the visuals are phenomenal too. It just like at first I was like, is YouTube glitching? What's up with these digital art? And then I forgot, no, wait, that's Ray's style.
Right.
He always throws in that digital, when a compression look. Love it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
cool. So yeah, that was a trip. I mean, they're just crazy. The sounds, it's so calm. I can't even comprehend how he's even creating these songs. I mean, it must be just like some crazy stuff he's doing. We're gonna have to figure out one of these shows, maybe get an interview with him and see.
I agree. Yep.
What he's up
See how
to.
Yep.
Now, I know he's a user of a couple of C64 programs. Defmon is one of them. That's another cryptic program to make music with, and yeah, he's one of the ones I know that can actually write on that thing. So yeah, that's something we got to check out.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I threw in those links if you want to check out Ray Manta's music. It's on his Discord. If you scroll all the way up to the top, you'll see all the links on there. All right, so who do we got up next?
Looks like Sidman.
Yes, we do. Let's check it out. So Sidman, he's I was looking on YouTube looking for some new artists, and I came across his YouTube channel. He actually goes under another name as well called Noise by Night, and he did this really cool Prodigy Sid I guess version cover, and also The Weeknd. So really cool. Props on those two, and he'll be playing it on this on his hour set. And yeah, he's part of Maniacs of Noise, which is a big demo group in England, and he uses SID Tracker. I don't know if anyone's used SID Tracker on the iPad, but what's cool, what you're about to see is you'll actually see it in effect. You'll see how it works and everything. Really good program. I wish it was available. I have two iPads. I have a 3 and a 4, and I could use the program, but I cannot save. For some reason, the save functions don't work on older iPads. So I've got to somehow figure out how to change the iOS to a
newer version.
Yeah, even though those iPads don't allow it. I mean, I just want that program to work because I don't use those iPads anymore.
Right.
But yeah. So yeah, let's take it away on the video, and you'll check it out for Sidman.
Alrighty.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have
Hi, Paul here, musician from the UK. Been a massive fan of the Commodore 64, especially the SID chip since the mid-80s. Listened to all the classic musicians from that era and up to today with the demo scene. So it's obviously a vibrant community to be a part of, which is great. Massive shout out to BIT-SCAPE for the invitation to come today to do what I'm doing. Very much appreciated, and hope you enjoy some of the tracks. I've got 16 tracks that you're going to see shortly. Within those 16 tracks, 6 of them was written within SID Tracker 64, which is an iPad app, and then the other 10 was written within Ableton Live 10, using predominantly the Insidious VST, Nexus SID VST, and a couple of other VSTs I've had over the years, SID-based VSTs. And within all these 16 tracks, there's a small selection of remixes that I've done, so I hope you enjoy a couple of those. One of them in particular is Skate or Die, which is Rob Hubbard's track, obviously, and did that for the successful Kickstarter project, namely Project Hubbard. That was great to be part of that as well. So, as I say, hopefully you'll enjoy a couple of the tracks and the rest of the weekend with all the other performances that are taking place. I'm sure I will, watching all these. And yeah, so let's crack on. Hope you enjoy. Cheers.
do something completely off the wall that I didn't plan.
Wow,
Wow.
awesome set, man.
Yeah.
That was amazing. A lot of good covers on there. It was really cool to see Sid Tracker in action.
Yeah,
I've only seen the demo tunes that comes with the program.
Mhm.
But wow, yeah, it was really cool to see what he was doing in there.
Yeah, I could definitely see why you want to run that program now.
Yeah, so he also uses Insidious. It's a VST synth, which me and Electric Gypsy used that last year for our track. So that's something very cool. Everybody must check out if you're using modern equipment and want to still use the SID emulation. It's really well done. I think they got 2 versions now, the old version and the new version. But if you want to check out Sidman's music, he can go up to his SoundCloud at soundcloud.com/Sidman64. And then his YouTube channel, I don't think it's got a name. So just go to YouTube and type Noise by Night, and then you'll come across, or go to his channel. I put the direct link for that there as well.
Yeah, he's been in the channel.
Yeah,
And
I know.
And it's late.
Yeah.
He's in after hours mode for sure.
Yeah, it must be what, 3, 4, almost 4 now over there. Yeah. So all right, man, let's go to the next artist. Who do we got?
It looks like we have Mibri.
Mibri's up next. Yeah. So Mibri he played last year. He did a DJ set for us. And then I saw some video on YouTube. I forgot what YouTube channel it was, but they were talking about how Mibri was able to do something really cool with the FM YAM cartridge. He was somehow able to play samples off of it. And I was like, holy cow, I gotta reach out to him, see if he can like play us some of those tracks that he was able to do. So yeah, he did a great set this year for us, and he included those tracks using the FM YAM. So he'll describe it on the video. So it's pretty cool.
Cool.
All right,
Here we go.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Mibri.
Hello everyone, I'm Mibri and I'm a Commodore 64 musician with the groups Atlantis and Multi-Style Labs. Welcome to my set for BIT-SCAPE 2022. I'm going to be playing some of my Commodore 64 music, all of which has been recorded from actual Commodore 64 hardware, actual SID chips. So if you were hoping to hear some proper sonic fatness, then you're in luck. First up, I'd like to play 3 tunes that were composed for Commodore 64 and the FM Jam cartridge, which is this thing right here, this handsome little red cartridge. This is a sound expansion device which basically houses a YM3812 chip, so it offers additional FM synthesis sound to supplement the sound of the SID in the C64. If you're familiar with the old AdLib PC sound card, then think of this as adding an AdLib to your Commodore 64's stock sound chip. It's really quite tasty stuff. One of the 3 tunes I'm going to play in this set uses a special technique made possible by Mr. Mouse of the group Zentax, who is also responsible for these cartridges. And this technique involves samples being played through the FM Jam cartridge, leaving the SIDS channels fully available to use. So listen out for some sample-based drum beats and some vocals as well. Here we go then. Hope you like the tunes.
go again.
Alright, next up I've got some tunes that I composed for pure stock Commodore 64, no FM jam this time, just pure SID. Some tunes using the 8580 SID version, which is in this Commodore 64 computer right here, 8580 SID, and some other tunes that were composed specifically for the 6581 SID variant, which is in this, the OG bread bin Commodore 64. So you're getting some variety in this set. All of these tunes were composed over the last couple of years, and I do have plenty more in the works, so look out for those. Big thanks to the BIT-SCAPE team for having me involved again this year. It's been fun putting this together. I've been Mibri, and I'll see you next time. Thanks a lot.
Wow, wicked set.
Nice.
Incredible. Man, he's doing stuff with the SID I didn't even know you could do. He was doing everyone was saying, is it this chip? Is it that chip?
Sure. It's hard to tell.
Because each chip has its own thing. And he was even describing it in his video. This one, you know, and then the other one. There's two different ones. I think the new one has got the modern sound everyone's doing with the filters and stuff.
Right. Yep.
And then you got your classic sound with the older model. And then the sampling, I mean, geez, the sampling is great. I really wish someone needs to develop that FMEM sampling trick a bit further so it's like more accessible. Because I think you kind of got to do some coding and splicing things around and get it to work.
Right.
But so you could tell that Mibri's the demo sound is very much into that set. He's in that group Atlantis and Multi-Style Labs, and he's one of the members on there. And you could tell it's got that demo scene sound.
Sure.
Really cool stuff. So if you want to check out his music, You could check it out at www.mibri.bandcamp.com. So, all right. So let's see what else we got here. We got two
Little
more
Scale.
artists.
We have two left.
Two left. All right.
Yep.
So now we're basically now in after hours. This is CRX BIT-SCAPE after hours now. It's midnight out
dim
here.
the lights or what?
It's midnight out here now.
Right.
So yeah, so let me introduce Little Scale. So Little Scale is the first artist. I wanted to expand BIT-SCAPE a little bit to broaden the sounds a little bit. So I'm always going to feature one or two artists that does chip music with a different console or microcomputer. So Little Scale, he uses I think he's using the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and the Mega Drive, which is Sega Genesis over here. And I found Little Scale years ago when I was looking for a MIDI device for my Atari 2600. And I know, right? Because I knew there had to be a way to do it.
Say that again. You got an Atari 2600 with MIDI, right?
Yeah. But what's interesting is this device, he made something called MIDI Joy. It's like a software interface kind of thing that he designed. By the way, he's a huge DIY hardware guy. So he does all kinds of cool stuff. And he did a device called MIDI Joy, which allows you to do MIDI on the Atari 800, the Commodore 64, and the Atari 2600. I think it even allows you to do, believe it or not, sampling on the 2600.
Wow.
Which is unheard of.
Right.
So, I mean, it doesn't sound great, but you could do it.
That's truly retro, though.
It's 2D retro. And then he's got a device that I actually bought last year called the Gen MDM, which is a MIDI interface that he made for the Sega Genesis. And I believe at the moment it's sold out. It's probably because of supply shortages, but you can get it for around $100 when it comes in stock. So just keep your eye out. It's I don't know if I put a link on his. I'll put a link up there if anyone wants to look into that. And then what else? Yeah, so he also plays at big festivals across Europe. He did Square Sounds and Blip Festival. And he does, and there's a link on his Discord channel. I put his Blogspot address. If you want to look into all the hardware stuff he's done, go check it out. It's pretty impressive stuff.
That's cool. I will check it
Yeah,
out
really
myself.
impressive. All right, well, let's get to it. This is really cool stuff. Check it out.
You're tuned into the 2022 BIT-SCAPE Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Little Scale.
Okay folks, this is Little Scale. Thanks so much to BIT-SCAPE at CRX for having me here today. I'm going to play for you some chip stuff, some chip adjacent stuff, a bit of bass music. Going to be using a Super Nintendo, a Sega Mega Drive, a NES console, some Game Boys, lots of different kinds of things thrown together, lots of different chip music plugins, as well as some Capcom sound fonts, so keep your ear out for those. But if you want to learn anything more about me and my music, come check me out on my blog at littlescale.blogspot.com, or my YouTube channel, or my Instagram. Thanks so much for having me.
BIT-SCAPE